Chapter 832. Li Xianhui was in high spirits and did not notice the change in her little sister's expression. She only said, "That brigade commander Jiao was killed by someone sent by the Wu family. They said it was because the emperor only ordered him to look after us, but he gave a fake imperial edict. He was disrespectful to our family in Luling, so he was executed." Humph, wasn't it because he did not do his job well and let father escape? Li Guo muttered to herself, "Dead? Killed by the Wu family?" Li Xianhui saw her expression and said, "Little sister, don't be sad. Although Jiao treats you quite well, how cruel is he to our family? He would come and threaten us every now and then. Last winter, he even used the excuse of not having enough firewood and needed to take it from us and moved all our firewood away. Wasn't it because he hoped that the weather would be cold and father's body would freeze? If such a bad person died, then so be it. What's there to feel pity about?" Li Guo suddenly felt a little nervous. She grabbed Li Xianhui's hand and asked, "Sister, is he really dead?" Li Xianhui said, "Of course it's true. Father managed to escape. Not only did he die, but the few team leaders were also killed by the people sent by the Wu family. Their heads were hung all over the bamboo poles. It was so scary." Li Guo suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and showed a sincere expression of joy. It was as if she had let go of a burden. She held Li Xianhui's hand and said in high spirits, "Of course I'm not sad. That Jiao treated our family worse than the jailer treated the prisoners. Why would I be sad? Back then, I tried to curry favor with him because I wanted our family to have a better life. Forget it, let's not talk about him. Where are my brothers and sisters? After being separated for so long, I miss them. Quick, take me to see them." Concubine Wei arrived at the capital. Accompanied by her husband, she went to visit her mother-in-law with trepidation. Wu Zetian and her son's relationship was extremely indifferent. Naturally, she did not have a good impression of this daughter-in-law. Even with Guo's jesting, it could not dissolve the cold atmosphere. When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law met, they casually chatted for a while. Then, Wu Zetian used the excuse that she was not feeling well to send the couple away. Originally, Wei Yifei had great expectations for this trip back to the capital, but seeing Wu Zetian's indifference, she could not help feeling frightened. She came from a large family. When she had been the crown princess and empress, she had lived in the palace for a long time. Naturally, she would not be like her children who grew up in the wilderness and were ignorant. When they saw the atmosphere of the capital and the solemnity of the palace, they would be surprised. Consort Wei didn't even look at the palace that had been temporarily arranged for her husband and wife. As soon as she returned to her room, she dismissed the palace eunuchs sent by Fu Qingqing. She said to Li Xian, "Although husband has returned to the capital, Empress Mother is still very cold. There's no need to talk about the Wu clan. If we want to establish a foothold and have a firm foothold, it seems like we have to follow the plan and get closer to the Wu clan. Have you had any contact with the Wu family while you were in the capital?" Li Xian replied, "On the day I arrived in the capital and the day after, I met with the Wu family's people a few times. After that, I did not have any contact with them." Consort Wei's expression darkened. Li Xian hurriedly explained, "I see that 8th Lang is now in seclusion and is very well behaved. I believe that he understands the situation in the capital. We can't go wrong learning from 8th Lang." Consort Wei frowned. Displeased, she said, "Husband, you are gravely mistaken. If you make friends with high-ranking officials now, Empress Mother will naturally be displeased. However, if you are willing to interact more with the Wu family, then you will definitely be in line with Empress Mother's intentions." Li Xian smiled bitterly and said, "Wife may not know, but along the way, the Wu family's assassins have emerged one after another. You don't know how many disasters your husband has encountered and how many times I have narrowly escaped death. This is all because of the Wu family. How could your husband dare to have any contact with them? I'm afraid that if I am not careful, I will be harmed by them. Look, this is an invitation from Prince Liang. Originally, he wanted to invite me to his manor for a banquet. Later, because of Di Renjie's death, Empress Mother stopped court for 3 days. The entire country mourned and this banquet could no longer be held. That's why he sent someone to ask for another date. I was just thinking about how I should refuse. As Li Xian spoke, he took out Prince Liang's invitation and showed it to Consort Wei. Consort Wei resolutely said, "Go. You must go. This is an opportunity to mend our relationship with the Wu family. However, you cannot go. The Wu family's intentions are truly difficult to fathom. If something bad really happens to you, our family will be finished. Didn't Empress Mother tell you to return to the capital to recuperate? You can use this as an excuse to tactfully decline the invitation and have your son go in your place. This way, not only will there be no loss of etiquette, there won't be any danger." Li Xian was overjoyed and said, "Wife's brilliant plan. Your husband is completely at a loss. Only wife's presence can help your husband make a decision." Consort Wei sighed and said, "But in the end, this is not a long-term plan." Li Xian hesitated and said, "What can we do?" Consort Wei said, "On the way back to the capital, Kia has already thought about it carefully. If we want to change our situation, there is actually a good way." Li Xian was overjoyed and said, "Wife, quickly say it." "Wife's idea is definitely good." Consort Wei said, "Marriage alliance." Li Xian was startled and suddenly said, "You mean, let our daughters marry?" Consort Wei said, "That's right. If we want a marriage alliance, it must be with the most powerful person in the Wu family. Only then will it be of help to us." On the way to the capital, Kia has carefully inquired. Right now, the most powerful families in the Wu family are Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi. However, these two families currently do not have any girls of suitable age to marry. Otherwise, if we marry one of them back to be our daughter-in-law and become the imperial crown princess in the future, we will be able to obtain even more support from the Wu family. Right now, we can only settle for the next best thing and marry our daughters into the Wu family. Fortunately, we have been living deep in the mountains for 16 years. Because of this, our daughters' marriages have been delayed. Even the eldest daughter's husband's family has not been found. Now that the youngest daughter is already 16, it is reasonable for us to quickly find them a husband's family. Li Xian said in shock, "You aren't planning to marry our daughters into the Wu family, right?" Consort Wei rolled her eyes at him and said, "Naturally not. Does the Wu family have that many marriageable men? Even if we don't marry into the Wu family, our daughters will still have to marry, right? Other than the Wu family, we can also choose some of the aristocratic families in the court to marry. This way, we can ease our relationship with the Wu family and obtain a lot of help. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" Li Xian thought about it carefully and nodded. "What my wife said is a good idea." Consort Wei said cheerfully, "Since you also agree, then we must strike while the iron is hot and make arrangements as soon as possible. When you pay your respects to Empress Mother tomorrow, find an opportunity to bring up this matter. Remember, if Empress Mother asks about your plans, you must mention the Wu family first. Also, these two children, Xianhui and Guo must marry into Prince Wei and Prince Liang respectively." Li Xian had 7 daughters. Among them, Lady Wei gave birth to 3 daughters. The eldest was Xu Xiu, the second was Xianhui, and the third was Guo. Each of them was more beautiful than the last. Consort Wei had purposely instructed him to marry her biological daughters into the families of Prince Liang and Prince Wei respectively. Li Xian did not think much of it when he heard this. As a mother, she would always be biased towards her biological daughter. While Li Xian and his wife were busy looking for a son-in-law, Yang Fan was recruiting soldiers. The North Yamen Imperial Army was initially controlled by the South Yamen Imperial Army, but since the time of Emperor Gaozong, it became independent and became the Emperor's army. In fact, it was the Emperor's private army. Now that Wu Zetian wanted to expand the 100 horsemen into the 1,000 horsemen, the whole thing was naturally just a word from the Emperor. The Imperial Army system, the Ministry of War, and even the Political Affairs Hall could not interfere. The recruitment of soldiers and horses was completely done by Yang Fan alone. When Yang Fan wanted to recruit soldiers and horses, he first thought of a group of good friends in the army in the past. Needless to say, the people of the 100 horsemen were now the base of the 1,000 horsemen. But to expand to the 1,000 horsemen, he still needed to recruit people from outside. The good friends in the army that young Fan had made in the past were of relatively high ranks. The real low-ranking officers were only Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, Li Dayan, and a few others. Only these people could be recruited by him. As soon as young Fan got in touch with them, these people naturally agreed. Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, Li Dayan, and others had all come. Together with Huang Chengxiu, Xu Liang, Zhong Shitong, and others, he had initially set up his base. These people had been in the army for many years, and each of them had their own small group with a group of trusted brothers. Naturally, when they came, they also brought their brothers with them. In this way, the people under young Fan's command immediately expanded from 100 to more than 300 or 400 people, but it was still far from the number of 1,000 people. On the one hand, young Fan carried out public selections from the North and South Yamen imperial armies. On the other hand, he made a notice, which was passed on by Bosho in each workshop. He selected good families with clean backgrounds and proficient in martial arts from Luoyang to join the army. In order to avoid the complicated backgrounds of the soldiers recruited from the other imperial armies, young Fan specially stipulated that he would only recruit soldiers. While the recruitment was in full swing, Ma Qiao returned home and actually revealed the news that the main officer in charge of the recruitment of the imperial army was young Fan to his mother. When his mother found out, naturally, the entire Showen workshop also found out. Showen workshop was immediately in an uproar. The commoners of Showen workshop only knew that the imperial army was recruiting soldiers because Su Fangjing had gone to all the streets and alleys to talk about it. However, they didn't know that the general in charge of recruiting soldiers was young Fan. Now that they found out that brother Fan was actually in charge of recruiting soldiers, the commoners of Showen workshop immediately became enthusiastic about joining the army. For a time, everyone from old men in their 60s to children as young as 10 hurried to sign up. They wanted to eat a portion of the royal rations and receive a share of the royal salary. There were even people who specifically went to the young family to reminisce about old times. When young Fan was at home, the old men chatted with young Fan. They talked about how harmonious the neighbors were when they were neighbors with young Fan. Towards young Fan, who was an outsider, the people in the workshop never rejected him. Instead, they took great care of him. Those who had daughters waiting to be married off would inevitably implicitly mention that if Great General Yang was interested, he could come and be a concubine. The more they talked, the more they seemed to have the intention of becoming young Fan's father-in-law. Young Fan was so scared that he fled and didn't even dare to return home. Therefore, the old women all came out one after another and pulled the eldest daughter of the young family over and chatted intimately with her. They praised her for being virtuous and beautiful, and even brought their granddaughters to acknowledge her as their godmother. This scared Xie Xiaoman so much that she fled to the southern city and used more than 20 shops to play hide-and-seek with the villagers. Chapter 833. Just 2 days after Xiaoman escaped, she saw the second mother of the young family, Tin Ano, who volunteered to stand up for her, also escaping in panic. Xiaoman was shocked. "You're not familiar with them. Why did you escape too?" Tin Ano smiled bitterly. "I'm not familiar with them, but I can't stand them trying to get close to me. I really can't stand it anymore, so I escaped to squeeze in with you." Xiaoman said, "Who's taking care of the house now?" Tin Ano said, "Of course it's Master Jiyu." Xiaoman said worriedly, "Miss Jiyu? Can she succeed?" RNU said, "I think it should be no problem. Master Jiyu has a lot of experience. How can she not deal with a group of people in the workshop?" Before she finished, Jiyu Zhuting ran in like a thief and said in a panic, "Let's change places, they're following us." The two girls were shocked and quickly followed Jiyu Zhuting to another shop. They didn't even have time to ask her how to deal with the villagers. The female assassin who killed countless people was also defeated in the face of the attack of human kindness. When young Fan escaped back to the barracks and heard the news from Xiaoman, he had a headache and couldn't help but scold Ma Qiao. Before he could catch his breath, the villagers who were eager to join the army chased them to the camp of the 1,000 cavalry. Young Fan was furious and forced Ma Fan to become a recruitment officer to deal with them. He also set up 3 tests to join the army. The first test was a stone lock that weighed more than 100 kilograms, and only those who could move it could pass. The second test was archery, and the third test was horsemanship. Yang Fan didn't have time to teach them how to ride from the beginning. After passing 3 tests, they were still not qualified to join the army, but only qualified to participate in the selection. After Ma Qiao became a recruitment officer, all of a sudden, all of his neighbors were stopped. Every day, a group of old men and old women would spit on his face and poke his forehead, scolding him for not recognizing his own family after becoming an official. This time, the bitter fruit of his big mouth was finally eaten by his own family. However, it had to be said that although the people who wanted to use their connections couldn't enter, there was still a warrior who relied on his own abilities to barge in. Not only did he pass 3 tests in a row, but he also performed outstandingly in the martial arts test conducted by Li Dayan. As a result, he was brought before Yang Fan. Ma Qiao was immensely proud of himself. At least the fellow villagers of the Xiao Wen workshop had not been completely wiped out. Since someone had been selected, he could go back and give an explanation to his fellow villagers. It's not that I don't want to take care of my fellow villagers, it's just that it's hard for me to be selfish. Look, if you really have the ability, aren't you also selected? In that era, the concept of region was very strong, and the region was relative. You were from Luo State, and we were from Yangzhou. We would naturally side with our fellow countrymen. Everyone was from Luo State. You guys lived in the eastern part of the city while I lived in the western part of the city. As such, people from the western part of the city would naturally form a group. Yang Fan sized up this warrior who stood out from the Xiao Wen workshop, and didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing that this person was from the Xiao Wen workshop, he felt a little closer to him. If this person was a promising talent, he could be groomed to be a trusted aide in the future. Therefore, Yang Fan paid more attention to this person, and when he took a look, he found him very familiar. Yang Fan thought about it. Although he had only met this person a few times in the workshop and didn't have a deep relationship with him, he suddenly recalled an interesting matter related to this person. He couldn't help but recall his name. Yang Fan cried out involuntarily, Xiao Qianyu? Xiao Qianyu wasn't considered tall, but he was extremely muscular. He had thick arms, broad shoulders, a leopard's head and eyes, and a swallow's chin and a tiger's beard. On their own, any part of him could be considered mighty and masculine. However, his nose, eyes, mouth, eyebrows, and beard were all squeezed towards the center of his face like dough. How could he still be beautiful? This was warrior Xiao's honor. Xiao Qianyu looked very nervous and a little uneasy. He only knew Yang Fan, but he wasn't familiar with him. Now, Yang Fan was a general. In the past, calling him general was out of politeness, but now it wasn't the case. He was a real general, a 4th-grade imperial court general, Guide Zhonglong general. Xiao Qianyu hurriedly gave him a humble smile, and his facial features immediately became very squeezed. It's my honor that general still remembers this lowly one's lowly name. However, this lowly one is no longer called Xiao Qianyu. This lowly one has already changed his name to Xiao Yuke. Yang Fan was stunned. Xiao Yuke? That's a very elegant name. Who changed it for you, and why did you change it? Xiao Yuke said, this lowly one changed my name. This lowly one felt that it was probably because my previous name wasn't very good. The moon was high in the sky, and it was hard to reach it. The moon was in the water, and it was illusory. Therefore, I was homeless for half my life, and it was hard to make a living. Therefore, I obtained my father's approval to change my name for luck. Yang Fan subconsciously stroked his chin. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't imagine that such a character in front of him would actually have such a picturesque heart under his boorish appearance. If it wasn't Qian Yu, then it was Xiao Yuke. This person was quite sentimental. Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, Qian Yu, Yuke, could it be that you've been educated and can read? Xiao Yuke hurriedly said, yes. This lowly one's father was once a teacher in a private school. This lowly one has been educated by my father since I was young. Ma Qiao hurriedly leaned over and whispered into Yang Fan's ear. He said in a disdainful tone, yes. His father is quite knowledgeable. In our workshop, he used to be a very famous teacher. However, because he taught someone else's child, he ended up rolling onto the same bed as the second mother. In the end, his reputation was ruined, and no one invited him anymore. As a result, his family's financial situation was poor. Yang Fan covered his mouth and coughed. He whispered, "Big brother, don't talk about second brother. Brother Ma Qiao, have you forgotten about Xiao Wen workshops Bao Yinyan?" Ma Qiao's face turned red. He awkwardly explained, "I've already turned over a new leaf. Don't mention the past." Yang Fan chuckled and turned to look at Xiao Yuke. After thinking for a while, he leisurely said, "My virtuous wife went missing for no reason. She is 16 years old. Her name is Little Minute. She has a dark face and a big mouth. Her teeth are protruding, and her eyes are sharp." He. "So, this is to say that you didn't find someone to write this message for you. You wrote it yourself?" Xiao Yuke had never imagined that General Yang would actually know about this matter. She couldn't help but blush. As a grown man, he actually twisted his fingers and made a childish gesture. He said, "Yes. It was written by this lowly one." Yang Fan laughed 3 times and immediately restrained himself. He put on a concerned expression and asked, "Did you find your wife?" Xiao Yuke sadly shook her head. Her pair of big eyes quickly became misty. Yang Fan didn't expect this burly man to have such a delicate heart. He hurriedly consoled, All right. Don't be sad. Why should a man worry about not having a wife? After joining the army, do your best. In the future, you'll be able to make a name for yourself. Why would you be afraid of not having a beautiful wife to accompany you?" Xiao Yuke was overjoyed. "General, are you saying that you're willing to accept this lowly one?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "You can write and calculate. You're also skilled in martial arts. Why wouldn't I accept you? Go with Brigade Commander Li, settle down and enter your name in the register." Xiao Yuke was overjoyed. She hurriedly thanked him and left with Li Dain. At this moment, Shu Liang walked towards Yang Fan. He frowned and said, "It's easy to recruit 1,000 soldiers, but it's hard to find a good general. We can recruit as many soldiers as we want, but it's hard to gather the number of generals. You see, below the middle minister, there should be 5 minister generals. I'm the military major. Old Huang, Chu Kuanga, and Ma Qiao are minister generals. Let's not talk about the chief historian, 6 Cao Wei, and brigade commander. Just the minister generals alone are 2 people short. This position can't be handed over to outsiders." Yang Fan said, "That's natural. Can Lu Yang and Gao Chu be transferred over?" Shu Liang said, "They promised to let them go. They can report in these few days. However, the 2 of them are only platoon leaders. They don't have any meritorious service. They can't just be promoted to minister generals, right? Without qualifications, prestige, and merit, how can they convince the masses?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "This is a problem. What I mean is to transfer them over and let them be brigade commanders first. As for the 2 vacant minister generals, I don't have a good candidate at the moment. Let's just leave them empty for the time being." Shu Liang had no other choice but to nod his head in agreement. Shu Liang had just left when Yang Fan suddenly thought of another person. Wang Tongjiao. Wang Tongjiao used to be on the same battlefield as him and they were friends. However, Wang Tongjiao was a member of the Wang family of Taiyuan. His temperament was a bit arrogant. Since then, he didn't have much contact with Yang Fan. However, although their contact was short, because they didn't have any conflict of interest, Wang Tongjiao didn't hide anything in front of him. It was easy to understand this person's temperament and character. This person was upright, unyielding, and resolute. Yang Fan's impression of him was not bad. He remembered that at that time he was already Commandant Guoyi of the Left Guard. If he didn't get promoted in the next 2 years, he could be transferred to the 1,000 Horseman Guards as a Minister General. But even though he was transferred, the status of the 1,000 Horseman Guards was not the same as that of the Left Guard. Presumably, he would be willing to come. As soon as Yang Fan thought of it, he immediately took a few bodyguards, rode out of the camp and went straight to the Left Guard. These bodyguards were none other than Ren Wei and several other masters sent by the Succession Hall to protect him. Since they had the power to build their own army, how could Yang Fan not pull them in? Although Yang Fan didn't dare to reveal the most confidential things to them, He had to cultivate his own people in the succession hall if he wanted to stand firm in the succession hall. Now that he had an official position, he couldn't stay in the succession hall all the time. He didn't have too many opportunities to contact other people. These bodyguards were the people he had to win over first. Yangfan Station was in the north of Luoyang, adjacent to the palace. There were camps of other garrisons of the Yulin Guards around it. As for other garrisons, they were relatively far away. For example, the camp of the Golden Guards was almost at Mengjin. The left guard was the Imperial Army of the Northern Yamen and also belonged to the Emperor's private army. The military camp was also located in Mount Mang. It was a distance of dozens of miles, but Yang Fan soon arrived. The left guard general was very polite to the new nobleman. But when asked about the purpose of his visit, Yang Fan didn't clearly disclose it to him. Although if Yang Fan really fancied Wang Tongjiao, it would only take a word for him to transfer him over, and he would not be allowed to object. However, a melon that was forcefully twisted would not be sweet. Yang Fan wanted to find a group of like-minded friends and build an army that was loyal to him. He did not want people who were reluctant, and he wanted to ask Wang Tongjiao for her opinion first. Yang Fan told the left guard general that he passed by here and came to visit his old friend Wang Tongjiao. The left guard general regretfully told him that Wang Tongjiao was not in the army. He was called back by the Political Affairs Hall to debrief and would come back in about 2 days. If he wanted to find him, he could go to Luoyang. The left guard general also gave him an address. Yang Fan had no choice but to say goodbye to the left guard general. When he left the barracks, he thought that since he was out, he might as well go back to Luoyang. If he couldn't find Wang Tongjiao, he could leave a message and wait for his reply. He could also go home on the way. He didn't know that his family's refuge had stopped now. So, Yang Fan urged his horse to Luoyang. Chapter 834. When Yang Fan rushed to Luoyang on horseback, Li Guiyue was a guest at the noble princess's residence. Today, she was accompanied by many women from the noble families who were waiting to be married. All the women were gathered in one hall, and the white-haired noble princess was in the middle. It was like a pear tree accompanied by begonia. Li Guiyue was clever and clever. She was good at socializing with others. Even though she did not know much about the etiquette of the noblewomen, she was good at hiding it so no one noticed her shortcomings. Li Guiyue hid her shortcomings and secretly learned other people's ways. She also had to divert her attention to chat and joke with them, but she did it with ease. All the women sat in the reception hall, chatting and laughing. There were 12 screens in the corner of the reception hall. All the women in the reception hall were eating porridge. No one noticed that the peacock on the screen had a pair of moving eyes. The noble princess did not change her old habits. Today, she became a matchmaker again. This time, she wanted to arrange a marriage between the Wu and Li families. Sisters, today's spring is just nice. I see hundreds of flowers in the garden competing for beauty. Why don't we go to the garden and swim among the flowers? Isn't that better than sitting in this hall? Li Guiyue did not know that today she was invited to the princess's house for a blind date. She was used to the wilderness and couldn't bear to sit in the reception hall for a long time. After a while, she made a suggestion to everyone and then said to the princess, Jiu, what do you think? The poor princess was 1 generation older than her grandmother, yet she insisted on taking Wu Zetian as her godmother. In front of this little girl from the Li family, she was 2 generations younger. However, the princess did not feel uncomfortable at all. She nodded with a smile and said, Good. As long as you guys have fun, let's go for a stroll in the garden. As she said this, the noble princess subconsciously glanced at the screen in the corner of the hall and said, You go first. I'm old and will go after a short rest. The entire hall was filled with women flying out. The noble princess chuckled towards the screen in the corner of the hall and said, Junwang, does this niece of mine suit your liking? There was no response from behind the screen, causing the noble princess to be extremely puzzled. She quickly walked over and circled behind the screen to take a look. She saw the man lying on the screen with his buttocks stuck up in the air. He had a dazed look on his face. The women in the hall had already left, but he was still not moving. The noble princess couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted the man's shoulder and asked, "Royal Prince, are you satisfied?" It turned out that this young man was the son of the Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi. His name was Wu Chongshuan and he was conferred the title of Royal Prince Gaoyang. The noble princess was entrusted by the Prince of Luling to act as a bridge between him and Li Guo. Ah, satisfied. Satisfied. I'm so satisfied. This princess is really going to be betrothed to me. Wu Chongshuan felt as if he had just awoken from a dream, and his face was flushed with joy. For a moment, he was a little nervous, afraid that this was just a dream that he could easily wake up from. The noble princess replied, "Of course. This old one is already so old, how could I possibly joke around with you juniors? Wonderful. I'm very satisfied." The royal prince was so happy that his heart was about to explode. His mind was filled with that extremely beautiful and astonishing young lady. Her every frown, her every smile, her every movement, filled his heart to the brim. Right now, he was already a little infatuated with her. If it weren't for the fact that he still barely remembered his identity, he would have knelt down and kowtowed to the noble princess a few times to express his gratitude. "I'll go back and tell my father. I'll immediately propose. I'll marry no one but her. Wu Chongshuan spoke incoherently as he ran out of the hall like he was possessed. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly ran back to the noble princess. He solemnly bowed to the noble princess again before running away as fast as he could. In ancient times, it was said that blind and mute marriages were decided by the parents. In reality, it was not as exaggerated as it was in later generations. Although it was impossible for a man and a woman to interact freely like in modern times, their temperament, character, and family background were all things that the parents and the couple themselves had to understand in detail. Most of the friends who were asked by the host would tell the truth. Otherwise, if the couple did not get along in the future, they would be in trouble. No one would be stupid enough to only say good things. Even if she was a matchmaker, her scope of business was limited and she had a limited number of clients. If the families did not match, or if the personalities of the two parties were too incompatible, she would not be the matchmaker. Otherwise, if a few couples were born with resentment and others knew that she was the matchmaker, her reputation would be tarnished. No one would look for her when they wanted to marry a daughter or a daughter-in-law. As for male and female colleagues, under most circumstances, their families would arrange for them to meet each other in a secret way. When the families were well matched, both sides would arrange for their children to meet each other. If both sides had no objections, then the next step of contact would be possible. Unless the parents had other intentions, they would not completely ignore their children's opinions. However, if the families did not match, then they would first let the family with the higher status make the choice. If this family agreed, but the other family was in a hurry to claim kinship, then it was fine to arrange for their children to meet each other. For example, when the Prince of Luling married his daughter, it was like this. Although the Prince of Luling was now a prince and was destined to be the crown prince, with an 80% chance of becoming the emperor in the future, compared to the Wu clan, which was like the sun in the sky, he was still a level lower. He was in a hurry to claim kinship with the Wu clan, so he entrusted the noble princess with this gathering to arrange for Wu Sanxi's son to meet Li Guo first. If Wu Chongshuan took a liking to Li Guo, then everything else could be discussed, but if he didn't, then there was no need to mention it. Fortunately, Li Guo's beautiful appearance was truly impeccable, and it would not be an exaggeration to call her the #1 beauty in the world. When Wu Chongshuan saw this enchantress, even his soul was hooked away, so there was no reason for him to refuse. On the other hand, if Wang Tongjiao of the Wang clan of Taiyuan was to marry the Prince of Luling's daughter, then the Prince of Luling's daughter would have to meet him first. In recent years, the Wang clan of Taiyuan's influence had declined greatly. Even when that scoundrel Lai Junchen forcefully demanded a daughter of the Wang clan as his wife, the Wang clan did not dare to resist. In fact, they even had to shamelessly borrow the strength of this scoundrel son-in-law. Now that they heard that Lai Junchen was going to marry the future emperor, there was no reason for the Wang clan to refuse. In truth, the marriage of the Prince of Luling's daughter could not be considered to have gone very smoothly. Wu Zetian attached great importance to one's family background, and the Prince of Luling and his wife, out of the need to consolidate their own position, could not possibly choose a commoner's son. Instead, the Prime Minister and the son of a noble clan were their first choices. However, when Li Xian sent someone to sound them out, he was tactfully rejected by some of them. They were not willing to claim kinship with this future emperor. The future was complicated and confusing, and it was still hard to say what would happen in the future. Based on their family background and influence, no matter how the political situation changed in the future, as long as they did not get too involved, whoever became emperor would have to put them in an important position to ensure the interests of their clans. If they married the Prince of Luling, it would only be the icing on the cake for noble and scholarly clans like them. A commandant of the emperor's son-in-law would not be of much use in raising the status of their clans. On the other hand, if something happened to this emperor, they would be implicated, so this sort of transaction naturally could not be done. Thus, after some initial contact, there were more than 20 clans that had sons and nephews serving as officials in the capital, were of marriageable age but were unmarried, and came from relatively noble backgrounds. Among them, there were no more than 7 or 8 clans that were willing to marry the imperial family and were favored by the Prince of Luling and his wife. The sons and nephews of these 7 or 8 clans simultaneously received all kinds of orders and rushed to the Political Affairs Hall. The prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall summoned them, but with the excuse that they were very, very busy and had no time to meet them. After having them sit on the cold bench for a while, they sent out a young eunuch to suggest that they first go to the palace's Kuju field to play for a while to relieve their boredom, and that the prime ministers would summon them when they were free. The oldest of these sons and daughters was no more than 20 years old and had seen many grand occasions, so they were not very restrained in the palace. Since the prime ministers had spoken, they were happy to go and play for a while. Thus, they arrived at the palace Kuju field, took off their robes, and divided into 2 teams, where they excitedly began to play ball. Of course, they did not know that of the Prince of Luling's daughters, other than Consort Wei's 2 most beautiful princesses, Li Xianhui and Li Guo'er, who had been taken out for the sons of the Prince of Liang and the Prince of Wei to look over, the other princesses had already disguised themselves as palace maids and mixed in with the crowd of palace maids and eunuchs to quietly observe them. It was very easy for a man who was good at sports, fit, and handsome to attract the attention of women. The princesses only watched for a moment before one of them attracted their attention. Li Shuxiu's beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on that young man. The more she looked, the more she liked him. She could not help but quietly ask the accompanying palace maids, "Who is he?" The accompanying palace maids had already received the information on the sons and daughters of the various families. Following her signal, they whispered, "Princess, his surname is Yang, called Yang Shenjiao. He is a descendant of the Yang family of Hongnong, and is currently the commander of the left Thousand Ox Guard." Li Shuxiu heard that the handsome young man was from the Yang family of Hongnong, and that he was related to her grandmother, Wu Zetian, and that he was an old friend, so she felt even more satisfied. She cast another glance at the handsome young man called Yang Shenjiao, nodded lightly, and then turned to leave. She did not continue watching. Naturally, she had already chosen her husband. Consort Wei had 3 daughters, Li Shuxiu, Li Xianhui, and Li Guo'er. Consort Wei was naturally biased towards her own daughters. The other daughters were all born of secondary consorts, so they did not dare to compete with her. So even though they were looking left and right, they were actually waiting for her to choose first. Once Li Shuxiu had made her choice, they could continue. As soon as Li Shuxiu left, Li Xinyu gave a heavy snort, her expression very dissatisfied. After the Prince of Luling's family returned to Luoyang, these princesses had all received their titles. Li Guo'er was conferred Anli Princess, Li Xianhui was conferred Yongtai Princess, Li Shuxiu was conferred Changning Princess, and Li Xinyu, who was born of this secondary consort, was conferred Yian Princess. Regarding the other arrangements made by Li Xianhui and Li Guo'er, as well as Li Shuxiu's right of first choice, this Yian princess was both jealous and resentful, and was very dissatisfied. But the other was born of the Di wife, and she was born of a concubine, so her status was innately 1 level lower. Even though she was dissatisfied, she did not dare to express it. Yian princess was afraid that the other sisters would snatch the first one, so as soon as Li Shuxiu left, she hurriedly chose among the remaining Langjuns. Pointing at one person, she asked the accompanying palace maid, "Who is that?" Chapter 835. The palace maid replied, "That is a disciple of the Pei family from Hadong. His name is Pei Zun, and he is currently an imperial student. His literary talent is outstanding. According to his teacher, if he participates in the imperial examinations next year, he will definitely become a jinsha." This Pei Zun was slightly thinner, with fair skin and delicate features. At first glance, one could tell that he was a scholar. When he played football, he naturally could not be compared to Yang Shunjiao, who was fit and handsome. However, his gentle manner had a different flavor. Yi and Junju had always wanted to compete with her 3Di sisters. When she heard that the man she liked was a disciple of the Pei family from Hadong, which was also a millennium-old aristocratic family, and his family background was not inferior to the Yang family of Hongnong, she was even more satisfied. She nodded and said, "That's him." She then raised her chin at her sisters as if to show off and left with her head held high. Because these Junju were born by concubines, their ages were not much different. Some were even the same age, unlike the 3 daughters born by concubine Wei who had a clear age difference. They all knew Li Sinyu's temperament and were long used to her domineering ways. However, no one dared to compete with her. Everyone was a Junju. Wouldn't it be a joke if word got out that they fought over a man? Therefore, all the princesses remained silent and waited for Lin Sinyu to leave. Only then did they focus their attention on choosing their Langjun from the remaining men. After a while, Xin Ning Junju chose Wang Tongjiao from the Wang family of Taiyuan. She left happily to report to her father. Yong Shou chose Wei Dan from the Wei family of Jingjiao and then left quietly. Xin Du Junju was timid, shy, and introverted. She had always been ashamed to choose a husband. In the end, her sisters beat her to it. After the sisters had chosen their men, although the remaining men were all from prestigious families, they were either too ugly or short. They were really not attractive to her. Compared to the Langjun who had just been chosen by her sisters, they were even more unsatisfactory. The bowing didn't last long. The palace maid beside her asked her a few times in a low voice. The commandery princess of the new capital shook her head and said faintly, "There's no one I like. Father and mother will decide. I won't choose. I'll leave now." This time, the Prince of Luling and his wife were selecting a son-in-law on a large scale. Moreover, they had chosen the Wu family as their first choice for marriage, which was in line with Wu Zetian's request to alleviate the conflict between the Wu and Li families and join forces to rule the world. As a result, they received Wu Zetian's approval and strong support. If not for this, how could Li Xian have the guts to use the imperial family and the prime ministers of the political affairs hall as matchmakers to help his daughters? At this time, the Prince of Luling and his wife had received the news that Wu Yenji, the son of Wu Chengxi, had fallen in love with the gentle, generous, and beautiful Li Xianhui, the princess of Yongtai. Wu Chengxuan, the son of Wu Sanxi, prince of Liang, had fallen in love with Li Guiwa, the princess of Anli, at first sight. The couple felt relieved and concubine Wei was even happier. Just as the husband and wife were feeling happy, the other daughters also came back one after another. They were naturally too embarrassed to tell their father who their sweetheart was. This kind of thing was naturally reported by their accompanying palace maids. When the husband and wife heard that their daughters all had their sweethearts, and that all of them were sons of aristocratic families, they couldn't stop smiling. As for Shindu Junju, they did not expect this blind date to solve all the major issues of their daughters' lives. Later, they would just pick a few young talents for her to choose. Thus, they did not care too much about it. Concubine Wei, in particular, had found a place for her 3 daughters, so she did not care about other things. She immediately made a copy of the name list. She did not dare to meet that formidable mother-in-law alone, so she dragged her husband and went to the inner palace to find Wu Zetian. The daughters were not young anymore. Since they had chosen someone, they should get married in time. As for those who were still young, they had to settle down first. After the blind date was over, the Political Affairs Hall sent someone to inform the youths who were playing football that the prime ministers wanted to see them. The youths who were playing football on the field immediately stopped, hurriedly washed their faces, put on their robes, and rushed to the Political Affairs Hall to pay their respects. The prime ministers didn't have anything serious to discuss with them. They just chatted for a while and then sent them away. These young nobles didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that in such a short time, they had already been divided up by the princesses. When young Fan arrived in the capital, he followed the address given by the great general of the left guard to find the Wang family's mansion in the capital. In the end, he did not find anything. At this time, Wang Tongjiao was listening to a lecture in the political affairs hall. Young Fan did not know when he would return, so he wanted to turn around and go home. Young Fan turned his horse out of the alley where the Wang family's mansion was located. Just as he was about to leave Shongshan Square, he saw the door of a house open wide. 7 or 8 scented carriages drove out of the house one by one, some to the west, some to the east, and they all dispersed. Young Fan urged his horse to move to the side of the road and continued to move forward. Judging from these carriages, it was clear that this was a gathering of the daughters of the prime ministers and the rich ladies. From the style and decoration of the carriages, it could be seen that these were women's carriages. The decorations on the carriages were too strong. Young Fan glanced at it and recognized that it was the residence of the eldest princess. This eldest princess, who was getting more and more lively as she aged, had always liked to socialize and feast. It was normal for a few female guests to come out of her mansion. Li Guiyue sat in one of the carriages that came out of the eldest princess's mansion. Li Guiyue sat in a light carriage, waving the flower in her hand. Her face was even prettier than the flower. Princess Anli's trip to the eldest princess's mansion was very enjoyable. She felt like a fish in water. She liked this kind of life, liked this kind of taste. She felt that she was born into this world for this kind of life. In comparison, she had lived the past 16 years in vain. This kind of world, this kind of environment, was the most suitable place for her. Today at the eldest princess's mansion, she even drank a few cups of wine. It was the first time she had tasted such mellow wine. In the past, she had never had the opportunity to drink wine. But at that time, she felt that it was sweet and had a special fruity aroma. It was very delicious. Only now did she feel a little dizzy. Li Guiyue touched her cheeks. It was slightly hot. But in her excitement, she did not feel tired. She still looked around in high spirits. There was an oil cleaning cart and 2 big green cows. The cart was surrounded by a gauze curtain. From the outside, one could only see a beautiful figure inside the cart. It was difficult to see her face clearly. This saved her the trouble of looking for Dai Qianlu. On the other hand, she could clearly see everything in the car. Everything here was undoubtedly still unfamiliar to her, so it was extremely attractive. Li Guiyue was looking left and right when a tall and handsome figure by the side of the road suddenly attracted her gaze. This person was wearing a military uniform. The black military uniform had a metallic feel to it, as if it was cast from black iron. It made the person's body look abnormally masculine and burly. Seeing him riding on a horse, with a slender waist, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, at a glance, a vigorous heroic spirit rushed out. Li Guo's heart was filled with joy. She hurriedly called out, "Commandant Yang." As she said this, she hurriedly pushed aside the white, fog-like curtain and called out to the window, "Brother Yang." Yang Fan was riding his horse when he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. He took a closer look and his heart skipped a beat. A bright and beautiful face peeked out from the window. A thin gold necklace with a water-drop jade pendant was gently swaying in the wind in front of her clear forehead. Her drunken makeup made her look especially enchanting. It was Li Guiyue. Yang Fan was shocked. His 2 legs tightened and he lightly knocked against the horse's belly. He wanted to quickly pass by the oil cleaning cart. Li Guiyue said that it was a busy street so he did not hear her clearly. Just now during the banquet, she still knew to pretend to be a young lady. Now that her drunkenness was starting to kick in, she actually pulled aside the curtain and jumped on the shaft of the cart. She excitedly called out, "Commandant Yang." This little beauty's hair was combed into 2 small buns. She wore a gold necklace on her forehead. She wore a light yellow narrow-sleeved shirt and a peach-red armband. She wore a colorful skirt and a long silk ribbon. Her face was as pretty as a fairy. As she stood on the shaft of the cart, She immediately attracted the attention of the people on the street. What young Fan was afraid of really happened. He could only bite the bullet and reined in his horse. He very reservedly cupped his hands towards her and nodded. Junju. Come, 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 quickly get on the cart. I haven't seen you for a few years. Young Fan was shocked and hurriedly said, how can it be that long? Li Guo made a face at him and playfully smiled. Haven't you heard that a day apart feels like 3 years? Quickly get on the cart. As she said this, she seemed to be a little dizzy and returned to her seat first. She patted the empty seat next to her and waved to young Fan. There were more and more people watching them on the street. If young Fan did not have anything going on with Li Guo, he would be at ease. But now that he has a guilty conscience, he could not help but feel a little guilty. He did not want to get on the cart, but Li Guo kept beckoning him. If he did not get on the cart, he was afraid that even more people would notice them. He could only bite the bullet and get off the horse. Ren Wei took the reins for him. Young Fan stepped into the carriage. As soon as he sat down, Li Guo stretched out her jade-like arm and pulled, covering the curtain again. Young Fan wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He hurriedly sat up straight and deliberately distanced himself from her. Li Guo did not notice as she lifted her buttocks to cover the curtain. Just as she was about to sit back down, she felt that the distance between them was too far. She moved her buttocks closer to him and asked with a grin, I heard that you are now a general. Have you recruited all the soldiers? The cart could not stay still on the road for long, so it began to move forward slowly. Young Fan pressed his hands on his knees in a standard military stance. He looked straight ahead and replied, yes, I am currently the commander of Guide Army and am currently recruiting soldiers. More than half of the soldiers are qualified. Due to the strict requirements of the 1,000 cavalry, it will probably take another month to recruit all of them. Li Guo looked at his valiant, masculine, and handsome appearance. She liked him a little. Among Li Xian's children, she was the one who walked around her grandmother, Wu Zetian, the most. She already knew the importance of the troops young Fan was leading. Furthermore, she knew very well that if her parents wanted to maintain their current status, she would need the support of powerful figures if she wanted to continue living her immortal-like life. With the 1,000 cavalry under his command, young Fan happened to be an important figure worthy of her family's recruitment. Chapter 836. Out of an instinctive liking and the need for benefits, Li Guo became even more affectionate towards him. Looking at his cautious appearance, Li Guo giggled and gently held his arm. She whispered softly into his ear, what are you doing? I'm not a man-eating tiger. Look at you, where's the vigor that you had when you bullied me? As Li Guo said this, a hint of spring suddenly rippled across the tip of her brows amidst her blush. Young Fan's heart tightened. He quickly looked around and cautioned, Princess, please be careful with your words. If someone overhears this, it'll be very bad for both of us. Guo was tipsy and fearless. She pouted coquettishly, you're not afraid to do it, but are you afraid to say it? Young Fan was speechless. At first, he only thought that she was a beautiful village girl. With his status, it was not a big deal for him to occupy a village girl. Even if this girl had parents and relatives, as long as he finished his business, he could send someone to explain his identity to her family. Wouldn't her family nod their heads in agreement? Who knew that she was, and an unmarried girl? Young Fan had a headache. His palms were sweating. He was no longer the hothead he used to be. He had a family and a business while the other party was an unmarried girl. If the matter was exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Moreover, this young girl was the most spoiled and willful. She did not care about the consequences. He had already missed her once. Now, he must not be entangled with her again. Young Fan emphasized his tone and said solemnly, Princess, this is not a joke. This is not the countryside of a mountain village. Even if it was the countryside of a mountain village, any scandals about an unmarried girl would be a disaster. Luo Yang is under the feet of the emperor. You're a member of the royal family. You need to be especially careful. Guo's expression tightened. Young Fan saw that she had been frightened and felt relieved. He said, I'm getting off the carriage. I still have matters to attend to on my return to the city. Take care, Princess. Guo's eyes flashed. She suddenly said, "Are you talking about Shui Huai?" Yang Fan bent down and was about to reach out to pull the curtain, but when he heard this, his movements suddenly froze. A sense of mockery flashed in Guo's eyes as she spoke slowly, or, "Zhong Yiji, Zhong Changzong?" Guo had been surprised by the Zhong brothers' beauty on that day. That was why she had been paying close attention to this pair of beautiful brothers. These days, she had purposely befriended some palace maids and eunuchs in the palace. She had also been in close contact with the capital city's socialites outside the palace. These people happened to be fond of gossiping. That was why she was very clear about some of the romantic rumors that were circulating in the capital city. Guo mentioned many names in one breath. Some of them Yang Fan had heard of before, some of them he had never heard of before. However, those people that he had heard of were the gigolos or lovers of certain noblewomen. From this, it seemed that the names that he had never heard of before were probably of similar statuses. It had not been long since Guo arrived in the capital city, yet he had already understood all of this. At the end of Guo's story, her tone suddenly slowed down. She squinted her eyes slightly and revealed a sly glint like a fox. She spoke slowly, "There's also my aunt, Princess Taiping." Yang Fan's heart tightened. He could not help but ask, "What about her?" Li Guo stared into his eyes slyly. She asked with a spurious smile, "What about her? Is it true?" Yang Fan shone coldly and pretended to be calm as he said, "It's just a bunch of gossipy women trying to stir up trouble. How can we take it seriously?" Li Guo smiled sweetly. She stretched out her hand and combed the hair on the side of her temple. She blinked at him delicately and said, "That's right. You're only sitting in the carriage with her. What are you afraid of stirring up trouble for?" Yang Fan was at a loss for words. Upon seeing this, Li Guo suddenly asked nervously, "You and her? Is it true?" Yang Fan peered at her strangely because he felt that Li Guo's expression and tone seemed to be excited. That's right. Women liked to gossip. But how could she be excited when she heard that a man who had such an intimate relationship with her had a relationship with another woman? Yang Fan could not understand Li Guo's psychology at all. In fact, for Li Guo, at this moment, she was like a country girl who had just entered the city. She had a very serious sense of inferiority, but she concealed it very well. The more inferiority she felt, the more arrogant she was to cover it up, so no one noticed it. That day at the Dragon Gate, when she saw Princess Taiping in splendid attire, Li Guo was immediately awed by the noble, elegant, mature and generous temperament of a noble lady displayed by Princess Taiping. She had a feeling that Princess Taiping was like a fairy concubine of the Son of Heaven. When she heard about the affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping from other women, she was shocked, but not sad or angry. Instead, she was surprised and honored. "It turns out that I'm lucky enough to have the same man as that elegant and noble fairy concubine. It turns out that I'm not so bad after all." This was Li Guo's mentality. She felt honored and even excited. Since she knew that Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yiji were the exclusive property of her most feared grandmother, she avoided them like the plague. But it was not the case for Yang Fan. In addition to Yang Fan's strong and handsome appearance, as well as the power he had that was worth fighting for by the Li family, there was also this subtle psychology of comparison. Li Guo was very envious of Princess Taiping's elegant demeanor. She hoped that she could also become such a noble, elegant, and brilliant lady. At the same time, she didn't think that her father's sister had any great ability to make her afraid. So she didn't avoid it like she did with Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yiji. She wanted to replace Yang Fan. She had a feeling that if she could take over Yang Fan, it would be her victory, and she would surpass her aunt. Yang Fan couldn't understand Li Guo's mentality at the moment. He frowned and said, "You know that I'm under orders to recruit soldiers. I entered the city today because I have important matters to attend to. I can't stay any longer, I really have to leave." The carriage wheels rolled and rolled through the busy city. Inside the curtain, the drunken Guo felt like she was inside a small hibiscus tent. She completely forgot that outside the curtain was the boundless world and all living beings. She grabbed hold of Yang Fan who was about to leave. Her pair of watery eyes glanced at him and said shyly, I miss. Young Fan asked in confusion, what are you thinking about? Li Guo was extremely angry. She pinched his waist angrily and pouted coquettishly, of course I want you. Do you have to force me to say it? Young Fan said in shock, what is this place? You can't do that. Princess, you've just arrived in the capital, your father's position is not yet stable. You must be careful in all aspects at all times. You mustn't make any mistakes. I still have matters to attend to, so I really have to leave. We'll meet again. Wait. The more timid Young Fan was, the bolder Guo became. She wrapped her hands around Young Fan's arm and raised her red brocade boots to block in front of Young Fan. She pouted her red lips that reeked of fruity wine and said in a sweet and innocent manner, it's fine if you want to leave, but you have to kiss me first. What? Just once. I'll let you go after I kiss you, or else. The red brocade boots were custom-made. They were delicate and adorable. Her straight calves were wrapped in white silk. They poked out from under her skirt and were bound inside the boots. The graceful shape of her legs was completely revealed. This scene was just like a young girl acting coquettishly to restrain her lover. It was very alluring, but Young Fan's heart was burning with rage. As a woman, one did not know the big picture, one did not know the importance of the situation, and one thought herself infallible. These three were the most detestable to Young Fan. Li Guo had committed all of them at this moment. Young Fan's heart was secretly filled with loathing. However, he could not afford to fall out with her at this moment. As he was hesitating, Li Guo giggled. She pouted her alluring lips that reeked of fruity fragrance and kissed him. Just as he was about to kiss her, the carriage happened to pass by the intersection. A gust of wind blew past. There was no wall to obstruct it, it blew the curtains. There was a man leading a donkey on the side. The donkey was carrying a bundle of firewood on its back. The man walked briskly, the curtain fluttered and was scraped by the firewood. With a Kaila sound, the veil that surrounded the carriage was immediately torn off. The scene of the two people in the carriage puckered their lips and were about to kiss was exposed to the world. The passers-by on the street were surprised to see such a scene. There was a sudden silence. Then, there was an uproar. Young Fan could not help but turn pale with fright. The man leading the donkey was covered by a curtain. He hurriedly pulled down the curtain and saw that it was a noble's carriage. There was a man and a woman in the carriage. The man was staring at him with a murderous look. He hurriedly shouted, "It's not my fault, it's not my fault, I was just passing by." Young Fan looked at the man leading the donkey. He seemed to be a little familiar, but for a moment he could not remember where he had seen him. The man leading the donkey was the same dummy who had almost caused Di Renjie, who had just returned to Luoyang, to fall off the donkey's back. At this moment, there was a commotion on the street. Young Fan could not just sit in the carriage. He hurriedly jumped off the carriage and climbed onto the back of the horse. He led a few bodyguards who could not help but laugh and galloped away. At this moment, a kind-hearted passerby shouted at Dummy, who was still loudly defending himself, "Dummy, why are you still not running? Are you waiting to pay for it?" Dummy was instantly enlightened. He hurriedly led the donkey and ran. He was also quick-witted. He did not follow the main road but immediately turned into a square. After a few turns in the alley, he felt that he had shaken off his pursuers. Only then did he stop in his tracks with lingering fear. He looked back and saw that a fine palace dress was still on the donkey's back. This dress was worth a lot of money. He could not help but laugh foolishly again. On the other side of the street, Li Guo was also very embarrassed to be suddenly seen kissing. Unfortunately, the curtain that was covering the carriage had been taken away by the dummy leading the donkey. She could only order her servants to quickly drive the carriage forward and leave this place. The common people saw such a romantic scene. The man was handsome and the woman was charming. Naturally, they were full of praise. The scene of the incident was at the entrance of Shongshan Square. Shongshan Square was filled with the relatives of the rich. Many of the people who came and went here were the descendants of the rich and the servants. One of them recognized Young Fan and immediately announced his identity. When the common people heard that it was Young Fan, they could not help but clap their hands and exclaim, "His reputation is well deserved. He is indeed the #1 romantic person in Luoyang." Chapter 837. As a result, everyone became even more curious about the unknown and beautiful girl. Who was this beauty that had the ability to steal a man from the flower of Luoyang, Princess Lingyu? But speaking of which, this little beauty was truly stunning. Presumably, she wasn't any less beautiful than Princess Taiping. The commoners of Luoyang who were keen on this matter began to discuss. Li Gui'er had just returned to the capital not long ago, so not many people recognized her. Moreover, she usually lived in the palace and didn't have her own mansion. Although she had obtained a title, she didn't have a corresponding ceremonial entourage. She didn't carry a banner when she went out, so others naturally couldn't recognize her. But behind her was the daughter of an assistant minister who had just left the residence of a noble princess. Li Guo's status was naturally nobler than hers and couldn't be compared even if she wanted to. But Li Guo's beauty was unparalleled and 100 times better than hers. She couldn't help but secretly feel jealous, but she still had to pretend to be magnanimous. Now that this was a rare opportunity, how could she let it go? This young lady of the assistant minister's family immediately waved her hand to summon her personal servant girl. She covered her face with a circular fan and quietly gave the servant some instructions. Then she retreated back into the carriage and closed the curtains. The servant girl received her master's orders and immediately announced it to everyone. Originally, this matter was fine if passers-by saw it. It was just a handsome man and a beautiful woman kissing in the carriage. Although it was a romantic matter, it wasn't too shocking. Moreover, the common people were very happy to hear about it. But once the assistant minister's daughter revealed Li Guo's identity, the matter immediately changed. Just the rumor of a young man having an affair with the daughter of the Prince of Luling, who would soon become the crown prince, was already worth spreading, not to mention that this young man had already married and had a child. This news was even more worth spreading. Moreover, this young man was called Yang Fan, and he had an affair with the princess's aunt, Princess Taiping. Was this news worth spreading? Just thinking about it, one could imagine how many stirring and indecent scenes there were. Was there any justice in not spreading it? As a result, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and this news quickly spread. It was not a big deal to spread the news, but the characteristics of rumors were that they were distorted, changed, exaggerated, and expanded. By the time the news spread to the streets and alleys the next day, there were already hundreds of versions. Among them, the most erotic version was the story of Yang Fan, Princess Taiping, and Infanta Anli, a man and 2 women sleeping together. It was as if someone had seen it with their own eyes. The time, place, and how the 3 of them mingled with each other were described vividly. If this was to be written on paper and put into a book, considering the difficulty of copying and engraving, perhaps it would be a little simpler. All they had to do was move their lips and waste some saliva. Naturally, the details would become more and more detailed. Yang Fan, who had gradually faded out of Luang's entertainment circle in the past 2 years, suddenly became the #1 warrior in the romantic scene. Countless men condemned his shamelessness with a righteous expression while secretly coveting his luck with women and fantasizing about the charming scene. King Wei had a son named Yanji. Wu Yanji had gone on a blind date yesterday and immediately took a fancy to the gentle, generous, and beautiful Princess Yongtai, Li Xianhui. When he went back and told his father, Wu Chengxi saw that his son was very fond of her and agreed. Wu Chengxi was still obsessed with the throne, but now that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital, it was inevitable that he would be promoted to crown prince in a few days. He had to plan for the future. If his aunt was willing to change her mind or for some other reason, he could become crown prince and then emperor, then marrying a daughter-in-law from the Li family would not be bad. A married girl was like spilled water. Even if she was surnamed Li, her son would also be surnamed Wu, which would have no negative impact on the Wu family. Moreover, having such a daughter-in-law from the Li family would help him gain the support of the subjects who were still loyal to the Li family. If the world was destined to return to the Li family, then having a daughter-in-law from the Li family would still ensure the Wu family's prosperity. Because of these reasons, coupled with the fact that Wu Chengxi thought highly of and doted on his eldest son, Wu Chengxi agreed as soon as his son suggested it. The next day, he heard about the kiss between Yang Fan and Princess Anli on the street, as well as the countless gossip stories that followed. Yesterday, Wu Chengxi already knew that the Prince of Luling had arranged for 2 daughters to go on blind dates with his and Wu Sance's families. His son's blind date was Princess Yongtai, and Prince Liang's son's blind date was this Princess Anli. Now that Princess Anli and Yang Fan had caused such a huge scandal, as Wu Sance's old rival, Wu Chengxi was laughing so hard that he couldn't stand straight. It seemed like the pain in his body had lessened considerably. The power of romantic rumors was truly astonishing, and Wu Sanci had actually heard about it in time. When Wu Chengshuan returned yesterday, he begged his father to quickly propose to the Prince of Luling. Wu Sanci jokingly scolded his son for being a good-for-nothing before agreeing. His plan was actually similar to Wu Chengxi's. In the end, he had just told the matchmakers yesterday that the Wu family had agreed to the marriage, and it had already been settled within a few days. Yet today, he heard about this scandal. Wu Sanci was so angry that he smashed 5 antiques and a flower rack. He roared, "How dare they! Old butler, quickly send someone to tell the Prince of Luling that his daughter has been brought up so well that our Wu family really can't afford to have such a good daughter-in-law." "No, father." Wu Chengshuan had probably heard the news and was hiding outside, watching his father's movements. As soon as Wu Sanci said this, Wu Chengshuan let out a cry of grief and threw himself into the room. He hugged his father's thigh and begged with tears streaming down his face, "Father, this son has fallen in love with Anli at first sight, and I will never marry anyone but Anli. I beg Lord Father to help me, scoundrel." Wu Sanci raised his leg and kicked Wu Chengshuan. Fortunately, this was his son, his own flesh and blood. Wu Sanci didn't bear to use too much force and used the fling formula to throw him away, but he wasn't hurt. Unexpectedly, Wu Chengshuan was like a piece of dogskin plaster. Just as Wu Sanci pulled his leg back, he pounced forward again and hugged Wu Sanci's thigh, crying bitterly, "Father, I see that Anli is as beautiful as a fairy, her eyes as clear as water. She's definitely not a promiscuous woman who doesn't keep her chastity. This matter must be a rumor spread by the neighborhood. Father, think about it, Anli has only returned to the capital for a few days. What aunt and niece serving and sleeping together? It's clearly a rumor made up by a bored commoner." Wu Sanci blew his beard and scolded, "Wind from an empty cave might not be without reason. Even if this news is fake, our Wu family can't afford to lose face. Besides, what sleeping together is fake? She and Yang Fan kissed on the street shamelessly in front of hundreds of people. Is this also fake? Our Wu family is a noble family, how can we tarnish our reputation because of this? If you want a good woman, you can choose anyone in the world, why must you choose this person?" Wu Chengshuan's tone was firm, "My heart only belongs to Anli, I don't want anyone else. Princess Anli is like a fairy, how can she be so shameless? This matter must also be a rumor, even if it's real, it's just a kiss. Anli has lived in the mountains since she was young and has just returned to the capital, it's natural that she doesn't know the rules of etiquette. I won't mind." Wu Sanci really couldn't do anything about this infatuated son, he could only persuade him sincerely, "Son, you don't have any feelings for her, what you're infatuated with is her beauty. I've seen that lass Le before, she's indeed a rare beauty. However, even if she's as beautiful as a fairy, it's just a temporary infatuation. After marrying her, in less than 3 to 5 months, she'll turn a blind eye to her and will no longer be the same as before. The so-called beauty is nothing more than this, it's not worth a good man paying the price of his reputation. I've been through this, listen to my good advice, don't be infatuated." Wu Chengshuan shook his head and said proudly, I won't marry Le. No matter how the world slandered her, I believe her. Even if she's really young and ignorant, seduced by others, I'm willing to forgive her. If you don't allow it, I. Wu Chengshuan looked around and grabbed a piece of antique pottery, pressing it against his neck and said loudly, "I'll die in front of you immediately." Wu Sanci stomped his feet in anger and scolded, "I've been wise all my life, how did I give birth to a bastard like you? You're really going to kill me?" Wu Sanci was arrogant and domineering outside, in the entire court, he only had Wu Chengxi as his opponent. In fact, other than Prince Wei, there was also Second Zhong in the palace who had the right to challenge him. However, Second Wu and Second Zhong did not have any conflicts with each other. They were still in harmony and could not be considered enemies. Now that Wu Chengxi's illness was getting worse and worse, there were many people who relied on Wu Chengxi now making plans to change their allegiance to Wu Sanxi. For a moment, Wu Sanxi felt the loneliness of wanting to dominate the world, seeking defeat but not being able to obtain it. But today, he was finally defeated by his precious son. No matter how capable a father is, he can't stand up to a disappointing son. It's the child who is the most disappointing, making heroes cry. Wu Sanxi was so angry that he jumped up and down, but his son threatened him with death, so he really had no choice. After scolding and persuading for a long time, Wu Chengxuan still refused to come to his senses, so Wu Sanxi could only wave his sleeves and leave. Such a useless son, he really can't control him. Wu Chengxuan really fell in love with Li Guo'er at first sight, completely conquered by Li Guo'er's unparalleled beauty. Speaking of which, he was not a virgin who had never experienced the influence of women, but for some reason, when he saw Li Guo'er for the first time, he was head over heels for her, unable to control himself. Not to mention the rumors of Yang Fan and Li Guo'er kissing on the streets. Even if he saw Li Guo'er coming down from another man's bed with his own eyes, he still couldn't bear to part with this unparalleled beauty from the heavens. At this moment, in Wu Chengxuan's eyes, Li Guo'er was an existence like a fairy from the heavens. But towards Li Guo'er, he could be endlessly tolerant, but towards Yang Fan, it was not the same. Wu Chengxuan with great difficulty persuaded his father to give up on rejecting the marriage. At first, he was greatly relieved, but then he remembered that Yang Fan actually took the lead and tasted the fragrance of that little fairy's lips, and immediately he was burning with jealousy. He would not find fault with Li Guo'er, but he saw Yang Fan as an irreconcilable enemy. Wu Chengxuan gritted his teeth and swore, Yang Fan, I, Wu Chengxuan, will definitely not forgive you. If I don't file your bones and scatter your ashes, I swear I will not rest. Chapter 838. It should be said that this matter originated from Yang Fan, but Wu Sanxi surprisingly didn't have the slightest intention of making things difficult for Yang Fan. The most fundamental reason was that he had discovered that Yang Fan was even more useful to him than before. That day, Wu Zetian had specially summoned him to secretly instruct him. At that time, he had sensed that Yang Fan would be placed in an important position. Later on, Yang Fan had indeed been appointed as the General of 1,000 Riders. Wu Sanxi knew better than anyone that a General of 1,000 Riders was more useful than a Grand General of the Golden Guards or a Grand General of the 1,000 Oxen Guards. He had always tried to meddle with the Imperial Army, especially the Featherwood Guard. However, the Featherwood Guard had always been viewed as Wu Yuyi's exclusive domain, and no one could meddle. Wu Sanxi had tried several times, but Wu Yuyi had rejected him. Wu Sanxi knew the importance of this force, but he just couldn't find a way in. If this General of 1,000 Riders could lean towards him, how great of an impact would it have on his fight for the throne? As for the grudge between him and Yang Fan, in the face of such great benefits, it could be completely ignored. Moreover, Yang Fan's words and his aunt's corroborated each other, proving that Yang Fan's original difficulties were indeed true. If it had been anyone else, it would be unrealistic for them to betray the emperor after the emperor had sent their head and even their family as hostages. Later on at the Dragon Gate, Yang Fan had already told him the truth. This was tantamount to expressing his true feelings and showing that Yang Fan still had no intention of betraying Wu Sanxi. Unfortunately, he hadn't believed Yang Fan's words at the time. The marriage between him and the Prince of Luling had begun yesterday, and so had this scandal. If there really was an unclear relationship between Yang Fan and this little princess, it couldn't have suddenly happened yesterday. Something must have happened while Yang Fan was escorting Li Guo'er back to Luoyang from Fangzhou. Since he knew that Princess Anli was about to become the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, yet he still dared to be so audacious, then Yang Fan could be considered to have suffered an undeserved calamity. He had seen that lass Li Guo'er before. With that lass's unparalleled beauty, if she was sincere, there were not many men in the world who could resist her. Right now, Princess Anli was not the daughter-in-law of the Wu clan yet. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't decide who Princess Anli would belong to, when faced with young Fan who would be of great help to him in his fight for the throne, he would even help young Fan and Li Guo. Giving up a woman to gain a general would give him an important chip in his fight for the throne. This was what a great hero would do. With Wu Sance's thoughts, he naturally couldn't vent his anger on young Fan. However, at this moment, Wu Chongshuan was both jealous and resentful of young Fan. He wanted nothing more than to hack him into 1,000 pieces. However, as royal Prince Gaoyang, he had no authority. He didn't have the courage or ability to lead his men into the imperial army's camp and do whatever he wanted with a general of the emperor's personal army. Wu Chongshuan couldn't swallow this anger. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of his uncle, Wu Yizong, who had been in close contact with his father recently. At this moment, his uncle was in charge of the capital's garrison army. They were both in the military system and his official rank was much higher than young Fan's. Perhaps he could be of help. Wu Chongshuan acted on this thought and immediately left the estate to find his uncle. Although Wu Yizong had made one foolish move after another in Hebei and had even received the title of pig-riding general, the prideful Wu Zetian didn't mention her nephew's series of mistakes. Instead, she used his contributions in pacifying the Khitans to transfer him back to the capital to be the left great general of Jin Wu, in charge of the capital's garrison army. The garrison army was to train the soldiers. Since the Khitans and Turks had both come out of Hebei and posed a great threat to the capital, Wu Zetian was afraid that the number of imperial soldiers stationed in the capital would not be enough to ensure the safety of Luoyang. Thus, she created a large number of troops to train the soldiers. These troops and horses were all under Wu Yizong's control. Wu Chongshuan galloped to the left great general of Jin Wu's camp to find his uncle. When Wu Yizong saw him, he was quite surprised. When he explained the reason for his visit, Wu Yizong couldn't help but laugh. So it's for a woman. Wu Yizong was originally like Wu Yuyi, strictly maintaining a neutral position between Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanci, not daring to get close to either. However, Wu Chengxi's health had been deteriorating over the past 2 years. Wu Yizong felt that Wu Chengxi's lifespan might not even be able to outlive their aunt's. In that case, Wu Sanci was probably the only one in the Wu family who had the right to ascend to the throne. Therefore, Wu Yizong rapidly leaned towards Wu Sanci. When he made a fool of himself in Hebei, Wu Zetian had pretended to be deaf and mute, but in private, she had called him over to give him a good scolding. In the end, it was Wu Sanci who had helped him out of the predicament. As a result, the two of them became even closer. Wu Chongshuan was Wu Sanci's eldest son. If Wu Sanci became emperor in the future, Wu Chongshuan would be the crown prince. Since Wu Yizong had the intention to befriend him, he naturally agreed to Wu Chongshuan's request. Wu Yizong said to Wu Chongshuan, "Chongshuan, young Fan is now the commander-in-chief of Guide Army and is helping His Majesty build the 1,000 cavalry. Such a person is not someone you can touch easily. It's impossible to kill him. However, I'm talking about killing him directly, but it's easy to turn the situation around." Wu Chongshuan was initially disappointed, but when he heard that there was more to it, he couldn't help but perk up. He hurriedly said, "Please advise me, uncle." Wu Yizong said, "I can't touch him because he is now the 1,000 cavalry general and is highly regarded by the emperor. You should also know that when the emperor values someone, he is closer to that person than to his own family. It's impossible to kill him directly. However, I can use my authority and connections to make him lose face. As long as this person's 1,000 cavalry does not accomplish anything, His Majesty will realize that he is useless and loathe him. When that happens, he will lose his power. With your status as the son of King Liang and Royal Prince Gaoyang, won't a young Fan who has lost his power be able to do as he pleases?" Wu Chongshuan was overjoyed. He hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Uncle has great foresight. In that case, I'll leave this matter to Uncle." Wu Yizong smiled proudly. "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Young Fan couldn't find Wang Tongjiao that day. 2 days later, when he wanted to go to the left guard to look for him, he heard the news. Wang Tongjiao had been chosen by the Prince of Luling and would soon become the prince's son-in-law. Wang Tongjiao was a high-ranking officer in the army, so this news spread extremely quickly in the army. Yang Fan was greatly disappointed when he heard this news. The Prince of Luling was about to become the crown prince, and when that happened, Wang Tongjiao would be the son-in-law. The reason why Wu Zetian had expanded the 100 cavalry to the 1,000 cavalry was because the matter of the traitor had raised her vigilance. She needed an armed force that was connected to both the Wu and Li clans but couldn't completely lean towards either side. Since Wang Tongjiao had become the Prince of Luling's son-in-law, this person couldn't be used. Wu Zetian wouldn't allow someone who was definitely on the Li clan's side to become a high-ranking officer in the 1,000 cavalry, so Yang Fan could only drop the matter. Liu Yang and Jiao Chu finally rushed over to report, and the middle-ranking officers were further replenished. Only the 2 positions of Lang generals were still vacant. On this day, the 1,000 cavalry had already recruited more than 800 people, and only needed another 200 to reach the number of soldiers. Of these 800 people, 70% were selected from the various imperial guards of the capital, and 30% were children of the capital's good families. They had all practiced martial arts since childhood, and there was no lack of wanderers among them who had killed and seen blood. Under Yang Fan and the other strict checks and requirements, those who were selected were all elite soldiers who could fight against 10. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this army only needed a little reorganization and no further training to become an outstanding elite force. Of course, although most of these people were insignificant and had nothing to do with the upper echelons of power, it wasn't as if they hadn't formed their own cliques. Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, Liu Yang, and Jiao Chu all had some comrades, brothers, and trusted aides that they had made over the years. This was something Yang Fan couldn't control. Even if he selected everyone from ordinary soldiers to generals, it wouldn't take long for these people to form some relatively intimate cliques based on the fact that they were from the same village, the same unit, and the same brigade. The middle-ranking officers would also gradually form their own cliques as they led their troops. Just as Yang Fan had said to Wu Zetian, it was unrealistic for him to directly control every soldier in an army of 1,000. If he divided himself into 1,000 people, how long would he be able to have private contact with each soldier? Personally attending to everything would only produce the opposite of the desired result, and it would only dishearten the commanders and force them to do nothing. But he still couldn't make everyone be as close as brothers to him. At that time, the entire army under his direct control would become a mass of loose sand, and the wise wouldn't do it. In fact, he only needed to firmly grasp the upper and middle officers in his hands, and he would be able to command the entire 1,000 cavalry. Seeing that he was still short of 200 people to form an army, and that he could begin to cultivate this armed force that was completely under his control, Yang Fan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had been staying in the army for the past few days, and he still didn't know about the hugging and kissing incident that had spread all over Luoyang. Yang Fan was currently standing at the edge of the drill ground with his arms crossed, smiling as he watched the newly recruited recruits bow on the polo field. This kind of exercise not only could train their horsemanship, but it could also speed up their cooperation and tacit understanding, and it could also allow the soldiers to quickly familiarize themselves with each other. One of the bolder soldiers saw Yang Fan watching from the sidelines, and loudly said, "General Yang, I heard that General's bowstriking technique is extremely brilliant. In the past, you, together with Princess Taiping and the other commanders of the Imperial Army, defeated the Tubo bowstriking team. Why don't you come down and let everyone see it?" When the soldiers heard this, they immediately booed, all wanting to see Yang Fan's martial arts. At first, Yang Fan pretended to be reserved, saying that he hadn't bowed for several years, and his martial arts had been neglected for a long time. But after being repeatedly egged on by the crowd, he finally had no choice but to come down. Someone immediately jumped down from his horse and handed him a stick. Just as Yang Fan was about to mount his horse, Marching Commander Xu Liang angrily walked over from afar. Xu Liang was a little better than many of the illiterate generals. He could write and calculate, he was educated, and he was meticulous, so Yang Fan made him a marshal major, a position similar to the chief of staff, and usually the busiest. Yang Fan turned to see Xu Liang's gloomy face and very angry look, and couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. He quickly returned the stick to the soldier, and quickly walked up to Xu Liang and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 839. Xu Liang angrily said, "Center Commander, It has already been more than half a month since we have established the 1,000 cavalry. Seeing that the number of soldiers is about to be filled, this lowly officer thought that the armor, weapons, horses, clothing and rations should also be distributed according to the number of soldier. Yang Fan happily said, "Of course we should make early preparations." "You are right," Xu Liang said. "This lowly officer did as I thought and went to the Department of Ordnance, the Imperial Servant Temple and the Ministry of Revenue. In the end, they all prevaricated and found all kinds of reasons but were unwilling to allocate." Yang Fan frowned and sensed that something was wrong. It shouldn't be. We are not some miscellaneous troops. It is not like they don't know that we are the Emperor's personal army and the Imperial Army's direct line of descent. Would they dare to make things difficult? Xu Liang laughed coldly and said, "Not only that. When this lowly officer went to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for rations, they also told me that our 1,000 cavalry has just been formed and the budget in the Ministry of Revenue's hands was set at the beginning of the year. At that time, it did not include us. Now that the Imperial Court is short of money and does not have much, there is no way to raise it. I am afraid that the army's rations will not be distributed for a while." A ruthless look instantly flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. Xu Liang said again, "Center Commander, this matter cannot be treated lightly. We have just formed an army and most of the soldiers are the best from the various Imperial Guards. They all know that we are the Emperor's personal guards and that is why they enthusiastically signed up. Now if there is a delay in the distribution of armor, weapons, rations, the army's morale will be finished." Yang Fan nodded his head with a serious expression. He also knew the importance of this matter. His soldiers were the best and most of them were from the Imperial Guards. Most of these people had fought in battles and killed people and were elites on the battlefield. However, they could not help but have a bit of arrogance in normal times. They were willing to join the 1,000 horsemen because this army's regulations and status were higher than all the other armies. If something like this happened, the morale of the army would definitely fall, and his prestige would also fall to rock bottom. If this army had been established for a long time, perhaps Yang Fan could establish his prestige in the army and firmly control this army in his hands. Even if something went wrong for a while, the army's morale would not fall. However, 1,000 cavalry had just been established, and he did not have the domineering aura to make those veterans who had rolled in piles of corpses immediately submit to him. If at this time he did not have horses, armor, weapons for the soldiers to train, food and rice were not distributed enough, and he could not even pay the soldiers, then the so-called 1,000 horsemen would be a big joke. Once the people's hearts were scattered, it would be difficult to regroup. Moreover, his reputation would be ruined, and it would be impossible for him to stand firm in the army. Who wants to go against me? If it's not someone important, no one would dare to go against me. After all, this is the Emperor's special order to establish the Imperial Guards. Yang Fan was secretly alarmed, but he did not know that everything was because of Li Guo, that scourge. But it was almost the end of the month. If he could not get his salary by then it would be a big joke. He had to settle this matter immediately. He had no time to investigate who was the one who was trying to go against him. Yang Fan immediately said, "I'll go to the Ministry of Revenue immediately and solve the problem of food and soldiers' pay first. Other matters can wait. You must keep this matter strictly confidential. Do not let even the slightest bit of information leak out." Xu Liang solemnly nodded his head and said, "I know the seriousness of this matter, that's why I came looking for you as soon as I came back, and did not tell anyone else." Yang Fan was pleased and patted him on the shoulder. He had found the right person to use him as the Sima Zhen. If it was Huang Xuchang, Ma Qiao, Chu Kuanga, or the others, the whole world would know about it the moment they entered the Yuan Gate. At that time, it would really be a mess, and people would laugh at them. Yang Fan immediately asked Ren Wei to bring the war horses over, and led a few guards back to the city, and went straight to the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the land, the people, the administration of money and grain, and the distribution of taxes. There was one minister, 2 assistant ministers, and 4 departments. Similar to the other 5 departments, the first department was named the same as the Ministry of Justice, also called the Ministry of Revenue, but there was a psi after the word BU, so the full name was the Ministry of Revenue. After the Ministry of Revenue, There was the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the census, land, taxes, contributions, exemptions, rehabilitation, marriage, and inheritance. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the world's taxes, the abundance of products, the benefits of land and water, and the adjustment of the annual plan. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the world's treasuries, and the balance of weights and measures. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the world's military reserves, and the collection of taxes, and grain. For a moment, young Fan couldn't tell the relationship between the four departments, but he had been in the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Justice before, so he knew that the first department was the most important department in the government. All the major matters were under the control of the first department, so the moment he arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, he immediately went straight to the Ministry of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue was originally D.I. Renjie's eldest son, D.I. Guangxi. After D.I. Renjie passed away, his 3 sons all left their posts and went home to observe filial piety. It would be 3 years before they could be reinstated. The current Minister of Revenue was called Cao Han. Although his rank was slightly lower than Young Fan's, he held great power, so when he saw Young Fan, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Hearing Young Fan's reason for coming, Minister Cao only smiled faintly, and said slowly, "This department is only responsible for distributing money and grain. The Ministry of Revenue has never made a budget for the 1,000 horsemen, so naturally, this department has no way of distributing them. As long as this department sees the detailed list of the Ministry of Revenue stipend, it will definitely not spare a cent for the 1,000 horsemen." Young Fan thought that the new army had just been established, so it was not good to cause trouble. Hearing that Minister Cao's words were reasonable, he politely expressed his thanks, asked for the location of the Ministry of Revenue, and then hurried over. The Ministry of Revenue's Minister of Revenue's name was Liu Nanquan, and he was from Shu. As soon as Young Fan entered his office, he smelled a strong aroma of tea. A young servant was brewing tea in the hall. Hearing Young Fan's reason for coming, Minister Liu was very enthusiastic, and immediately invited him to take a seat, and ordered the servant to serve the tea. Although the tea smelled fragrant, after adding things like ginger, garlic, orange peel, and salt croton flour, Young Fan did not have the fortune to enjoy it. Therefore, he braced himself and took a sip, then put it down, and explained his purpose for coming to Minister Liu. Minister Liu was enjoying the fragrant tea as if he was on cloud 9. After hearing Young Fan's reason for coming, he immediately said, "That's right, this budget is indeed made by this department. Everything from the fixed amount of tribute, special funds to storage, purchases, salaries of the 100 officials, gifts, and so on, are all planned out. This department needs to gather the revenue and expenditure of the various roads, synthesizing the revenue and expenditure of taxes, military and state expenditures, military supplies, and the needs of the border, and carry out a rough calculation. After reporting it to the Minister of Revenue, and then to His Majesty the Emperor for approval, only then can the department distribute it. Such a large amount of expenditure cannot be calculated at any time, so every year at the beginning of the year, a budget is carried out. 1,000 Horsemen has just been established and has already missed this year's budgeting period. It is impossible for this department to conduct a rough calculation of the various revenues and expenditures for all of you. According to the usual practice, this kind of temporary increase in expenditure will be first allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. At the end of the year, it will be reported to this department and added to this year's expenditure, and then used as a budget for next year's expenditure." Young Fan listened to his cloudy and misty explanation, but he only understood one thing. Regarding this matter, you still have to find the Ministry of Revenue to resolve it. We are only responsible for making plans. Moreover, it is only once a year. You guys don't have money, rice, and rations, so you can't stay with us. With this kind of prevarication, when would there ever be a conclusion? Young Fan was slightly angered. The Ministry of Revenue says that once your Duji branch produces a detailed report, they can distribute the rations accordingly. But your esteemed department says that the Ministry of Revenue can distribute the rations first and then make up the list at the end of the year. Both of you say that you are in the right, both of you say that you are in the right, both of you say that you are in the right, But who are the soldiers under Yang's command going to ask for rations to fill their bellies? Liu Langzhong laughed and hurriedly said, General, don't be anxious. The provisions are not in this department's hands. Even if I wanted to give them to you, I have no way. Speaking of which, this matter is indeed a matter of the Ministry of Revenue. There is no reason for you to make things difficult for this department. How about this? This official will point out a clear path for you. Liu Langzhong picked up his teacup and took a beautiful sip. Slowly and methodically, he said, General can go to the Ministry of Granaries. The Ministry of Granaries is in charge of the military reserves under heaven. It is responsible for collecting taxes, and grain. If they have a lot of money and rations, this department will temporarily increase the budget for you. That is not a big deal. Speaking to this point, Liu Langzhong stood and said to the manservant in the hall, Go, tell Squire He and Manager Zheng that there may be some official business today and will need to leave a bit later. Tell the people in this department to wait for news from this official. The other had already said this much. What could Yang Fan do? He could only stand and bid farewell, then go to the Ministry of Granaries to see that Zheng Zhongbua, Dr. Zheng. Compared to Cao Langzhong and Liu Langzhong, Dr. Zheng lacked some of the grace and grandeur of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue. His face was full of wrinkles, his cheeks were thin, and his eyebrows were inverted. He always had a worried expression. When Yang Fan arrived at the Ministry of Granaries, he had just explained the purpose of his visit when Dr. Zheng, with a worried expression on his face, poured out his grievances to him. General Yang, this official understands your purpose in coming, but this official is truly powerless. Look, this is this year's various expenditures. My treasury is completely empty. I really can't take out any money and rations. Dr. Zheng brought over an incomparably thick account book, dipped it in his saliva, and flipped it open one by one. He pointed to Yang Fan and said, Look, this is the supplies for the mausoleum, sacrifices, ceremonies, salaries, examinations, salaries, relay stations, meals, compensation, repairs, procurement, weaving, miscellaneous expenses, and here, Hebei and Longyu are plagued by frequent military disasters. The taxes cannot be paid, and the imperial court has to pay instead. This is the grain and money allocated at the beginning of the year. Look, this is the money required by the various imperial guards. This is the relief funds allocated for the Minute Anja floods. This is the debt owed by Jiannan and Qiannan roads. Yang Fan finally couldn't take it anymore and said in a deep voice, Dr. Zheng, these matters have nothing to do with this official. His Majesty has ordered me to form the 1,000 horsemen, and the Emperor cannot lack hungry soldiers. I only ask you, is there any way to pay for food and rations? Dr. Zheng placed the incomparably thick account book on the table and said with a worried frown, No money. Yang Fan was unable to restrain his anger and grabbed him by the collar. Seeing this, a few of the minor officials at the side immediately wanted to help. Dr. Zheng's thin and withered body was lifted into the air by Yang Fan. His face was flushed red, but he still calmly waved his hand at his subordinates and said to Yang Fan with a worried expression, I really don't have money. Yang Fan had encountered such a troublemaker, but he couldn't really kill him with a single punch. Yang Fan angrily threw him to the ground and walked away. Dr. Zheng staggered and steadied himself. He raised his voice and shouted, General Yang, the Inner Palace has borrowed a large sum of money from our Ministry of Revenue to build the Bright Hall, the Heavenly Hall, and the 9 cauldrons. If you can get it back for us, this lowly official will have the money to pay you for the army. Yang Fan flung his sleeve and a flower rack by the door flew up with a peng and crashed into the wall. Even the flower pot and the wooden rack were smashed into pieces. Chapter 840. Soft knives had always been the hardest to deal with. Although Yang Fan had been in a civil office, he had easily resolved the internal attacks by dealing with the censorate's external conflicts when he was in the Ministry of Justice. Later on, he became the Minister of Personnel. As the matters he was in charge of were too sensitive, the entire imperial court had their eyes on him. No one dared to stab him in the back. Before this errand was even completed, Yang Fan had already used a self-degrading method to step down from the stage. As a result, he didn't have many opportunities to truly interact with scholars. His opponents were either those scoundrels from the imperial censorate draped in the robes of civil officials, or those noble young masters from the great clans who valued their status, or the bloodthirsty kitten Turks. He had never experienced the sinister skills of these disgusting scholars. Today was the first time Yang Fan had taken action, but he had been met with a soft rebuff. He had nowhere to vent his anger, nor did he have the appropriate means to fight back. Yang Fan gloomily left the Ministry of Revenue and walked back with his head hung low. He did not walk far when he suddenly saw the Ministry of Justice's main door. The 6 ministries were adjacent to each other. Seeing that it was still early, Yang Fan decided to turn into the Ministry of Justice to visit his old friends there. Chen Dong was reading through documents in the Ministry of Revenue when he heard that Yang Fan had arrived. He immediately went out to welcome him and cupped his hands with a smile. "Erlang, what brings you here? You haven't been back in a while. I heard that you have been promoted to Guides Lieutenant General and are in charge of the Featherwood Guard's most elite 1,000 cavalry. Congratulations." Yang Fan smiled wryly and waved his hand. "Don't tease me. If this continues, I won't be able to continue as a Lieutenant General even without being told." Chen Dong was greatly astonished. "What do you mean? Do you think you can't deal with those ruffians with your abilities? Come, come, come. Quickly enter the room. Let's sit down and talk." Chen Dong led Yang Fan into the detention room. The two of them sat down and Yang Fan told Chen Dong about the soft rebuff he had received at the Ministry of Revenue. Chen Dong burst out laughing. "Haha. It turns out that the crafty and successful Erlang also has a time when he is defeated like this. It's really funny. If Sun Yuxuan heard about this, he would definitely laugh himself to death." Yang Fan said angrily, "You really are a good friend. Seeing me in such a difficult situation, you can still laugh so happily." Chen Dong said, "Why would I be unhappy? Thinking back to the beginning, the ruffian and ruthless officials of the imperial censorate, all of the civil and military officials of the court were helpless against them. Even they suffered a big setback under your hands. Today, the Ministry of Revenue's little tricks have left you helpless. What is this called again? Haha, right, this is called the elephant eats the lion eats the worm eats the jackal eats the wolf eats the dog eats the cat eats the mouse eats the elephant." Chen Dong laughed until his tears flowed out. He took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. When Yang Fan heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Dr. Chen, don't tease me. You don't know how important this matter is to me. Hearing you say this, could it be that I have a way to deal with them?" Chen Dong pointed at him with a smile and said, "The Ministry of Revenue making things difficult for you is not the only one. If it were someone else, perhaps they wouldn't be able to do anything. They could only swallow their anger, bribe everyone, and ask for help from all sides. Even so, it is not easy to make the people of the Ministry of Revenue stop making things difficult for you. But for you, this matter could not be any easier." Yang Fan seemed to understand and said, "You are saying, my 1,000 cavalry was formed by imperial edict and you want me to complain to the emperor?" Yang Fan thought about it and then shook his head. That's not appropriate. If the emperor speaks, of course this problem can be solved. But whether it is the emperor or the soldiers under him, they will certainly look down on me because of this. Furthermore, I can't even communicate with them properly on this matter and still have to ask the emperor to step forward. Let me ask you, who wouldn't be able to do this kind of general? Why did they have to entrust me with the formation of 1,000 cavalry?" Chen Dong said, "Of course it's not appropriate. Not only is it inappropriate, but, even if you go to the emperor, it will be useless." Yang Fan was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "What did you say? Going to the emperor will be useless? How is that possible?" Chen Dong said, "How is that not possible? You go to the emperor, and the emperor summons the Ministry of Revenue to inquire." "Fine. If I were the Minister of Revenue, I would not say another word and immediately agree. I would pat my chest in front of the emperor and guarantee that I would do my best to cooperate and settle this matter as soon as possible. There are no problems, right? If there are no problems, let's go back to calculate and pay the rations." Chen Dong smiled slightly and said, "When I return to the Ministry of Revenue, I will make it clear that I want to allocate money and rations. Please make a detailed list of official documents, paper, ink, brushes, inkstones, horses, fodder, rations, and all kinds of consumption. Also, report to me how much the generals are paid, how much the soldiers are paid, how much they eat, drink, and go to the toilet. There is no problem with me doing things impartially, right? Who can find fault with me? Next, you can go back and wait for the news. You have to give me time to verify the estimates. I will delay you for a few days and make you run back and forth to the Ministry of Revenue. When it's almost time to pay, I will tell you that the signature here is a mess and there is a mess there. I will send it back and list it again. Even if you work through the night to produce a satisfactory report, that is not a problem. Why did I ask you to make such a detailed list? It is to find fault with you. Our Ministry of Revenue feels that this item is not in the list. There seems to be a discrepancy in the calculation of that item. Let's wrangle. If you have the ability, then continue to find the emperor. In any case, you are a great general with 8 residences and a power that can shake an area. If you can afford to lose face, then go. It is not that we are not willing to do it, but it is against the rules and cannot be done. The emperor also cannot find fault with me, so what can you do to me? After you find the emperor a few more times, you will leave the impression of incompetence in front of the emperor. If you don't find the emperor, then we will drag this out. By this time, it will be long past the day of pay. At that time, let's see who will be angry at both ends and have smoke coming out of their head. When Yang Fan heard this, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was cold. With a smile that was not a smile, Chen Dong said, "Erlang, this is just a method that I came up with casually. If I really want to punish you, I still have a method to make you speechless. You have been in the government for a short time. You don't know that this soft knife to kill people does not see blood." Yang Fan sucked in a breath and stood up to solemnly bow to Chen Dong. He said, "Yes. Yang Fan's skills are still a little shallow. I still need Brother Chen to give me some pointers." Chen Dong hurriedly stood up to return the bow. He helped Yang Fan up and said, "You can't do that, you can't do that. I, Chen, cannot accept such a big bow from Erlang. Actually, you, Beta Percy, can deal with things that are more tricky than the Ministry of Revenue's methods. This time, you are really confused because you are closely involved." Yang Fan asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Dong said, "That's because the people you've faced in the past were either high and mighty bigwigs who disdained using such despicable methods, or they were straightforward, ruthless officials and robbers. You know how to deal with them. Now, you really think of them as refined and respectable officials. You only want to reason with them, but you don't know that when this group of people turns black, they are even more despicable than ruffians. How can you win against them?" Yang Fan seemed to understand something and said hesitantly, "Then, what should I do?" Chen Dong said resentfully, "My Erlang, why don't you understand? You are a soldier now. When a scholar meets a soldier, you can't reason with them. You are a soldier. You don't want to use your fists with them. You insist on following their rules to reason with them. Aren't you asking for trouble? Haha. I understand now." Yang Fan's fists and palms intersected, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. This time, Yang Fan really didn't reflect on himself because he was in the middle of the situation. This was the first time he was dealing with these scheming civil officials as a general in the army. He was on their home ground, according to the rules they had set, and following the trap they had laid for him to compete. How could he not lose? He would be in the right to bring this case to the emperor. The problem was that if he went to the emperor to complain, he would be at a disadvantage. The other party had probably already made preparations for this. At that time, even if he had 10,000 reasons, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Since the Ministry of Revenue was clearly making things difficult for him, there was no harm in making a big fuss. If he really wanted to bring this matter to the emperor, he would let the other party do it. Only then would he have the initiative. Yang Fan was suddenly enlightened. He laughed loudly and said, "Dr. Chen's words have enlightened me. I know what to do now. I will go back and make arrangements. I will hold a banquet at the 1,000 Gold Drunk to thank you. I will definitely find 2 beautiful huji to drink with you. Haha, I will leave first. Chen Dong was overjoyed. The wine at the 1,000 gold drunk was good, and the huji there were even better. Unfortunately, the wine at the 1,000 gold drunk was expensive, and the beautiful and enchanting huji there were even more expensive. With his salary, he usually couldn't bear to go there. Chen Dong hurriedly ran out of the door and waved at Yang Fan reluctantly. He said, Erlang, it's a deal. It's a deal. The food in the public kitchen was recognized as the best among the 6 ministries by the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money and grain. It was the richest among the 6 ministries. The food of the Minister of Revenue and the Assistant Minister was no worse than that of the Prime Ministers of the Political Affairs Hall. As for the food of the Yamen servants, it was also comparable to the food of the other Yamen officials. That afternoon, the aroma of food wafted out from the public kitchen early in the morning. There were fish and chicken being stewed. The aroma of meat assailed the nostrils. As soon as the Yamen bell rang, the officials of the various ministries rushed to the public kitchen. The officials walked slowly and very politely. They weren't afraid that the food would be emptied. Their portion had already been served by the chef. The Yamen servants, on the other hand, were in a hurry. They were afraid that if they were late, they would only be left with fish heads and chicken feet. The Yamen servants, who were the first to rush to the public kitchen, were about to enter the kitchen when they suddenly heard a shout from afar. Everyone stopped and looked into the distance. This was the Yamen. Who dared to make a ruckus here and speak so rudely? In the Ministry of Revenue, not to mention the scribes, historians, Diensha, and Zhanggu, even the Yamen servants were all educated and polite people. Naturally, they wouldn't care. Everyone stretched their necks to look at the source of the noise. They saw a Yamen servant who was guarding the door stagger in from the Yamen. He shouted, "Not good. Military slaves breaking into the Yamen, ouch." Before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground. A group of soldiers ran in like mad bulls. Swinging their large feet, they trampled over his body. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the Ministry of Revenue officials, the group of soldiers ran in front of them, swearing and swearing. Swinging their arms, they shoved them to the side and swarmed into the kitchen. What was left in their noses was a strong stench of sweat and sour sweat. Chapter 841. This group of soldiers, who had horses on their arms and people on their fists, barged into the public kitchen while swearing. They first went to the kitchen, lifted the rice buckets, snatched the vegetable pots, and walked out under the dumbfounded gazes of the fat chefs. They sat down on the seats of the officials and petty officials. These soldiers all had big bellies, and their table manners were very ugly. They didn't even use bowls and directly used spoons to scoop rice from the rice buckets. They held plates of vegetables and drank soup. When the officials and bailiffs of the Ministry of Revenue saw this group of rough men, each with fists the size of a bowl and could break them with one punch, they didn't dare to step forward. At this time, the Minister of Revenue and 2 assistant ministers, who had arrived late, heard the news and quickened their steps. When they arrived at the dining hall, they saw dozens of burly men scattered in the public kitchen, splashing soup and rice grains flying. They couldn't help but fly into a rage. The Minister of Revenue relied on the fact that he was a third-rank official in the court, so these soldiers didn't dare to be impudent to him. He shouted, "How dare you? Do you still have the law? You dare to trespass the Ministry of Revenue and rob the public kitchen? Such audacity! This official will not let you off lightly. Where are you old soldiers? Quickly report your identities and origins." An old soldier's table manners were ugly. It was obvious that he had swallowed the chicken drumstick. He burped and gulped down a mouthful of vegetable soup to calm his breath. Then he looked at him and said, "You talk big. Who are you?" The Minister of Revenue puffed out his chest and said, "This official's surname is An. I am the Minister of the Prefectural Yamen. You are An Lingyu." The old soldier glared at him and pointed his half-eaten chicken drumstick at Minister An's face. He roared, "The person I'm looking for is you. An Lingyu. He's that dog official. Beat him up, son of a B***tch. The soldiers were in an uproar. For a moment, chicken bones, fish tails, vegetable soup and empty rice buckets were smashed towards Minister An like a torrential rain. Minister and turned pale with fright, he covered his face with his sleeves and broke into a run. A pile of rubbish chased after him and smashed out. A few minor officials who were loyal and sincere in protecting their master rushed forward to protect An Lingyu. Everyone was splashed with vegetable soup. Minister An had never suffered such great humiliation before. The vegetable soup flowed down his neck and spread to his back. There was a piece of spinach stuck to his forehead, and a complete fishbone stuck to his head. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! You dare to beat up an official of the imperial court, this official and you. One of the soldiers shifted his huge buttocks, scaring Minister An into running away again before he could finish speaking. The soldier let out a loud fart and picked up a chicken butt to chew on. Minister An was relieved to see that he was not being chased. The right assistant minister Liu Qing did not participate in the operation to make things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen. By this time, he had already guessed who had come. He hurriedly suppressed his laughter and pretended to be worried. Minister, are you all right? These old soldiers are clearly, cough, cough, what do you think we should do now? Minister An trembled as he pointed at the kitchen and ordered, call more bailiffs over and tie them up for me. The left assistant minister Qiu Lingji covered his mouth and coughed. Minister An immediately came to his senses. The cause was because they were making things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen. If this matter was blown up, it would definitely reach the imperial court. Even if they had to go, they would have to let Yang Fan complain. If the matter was blown up now, the Ministry of Revenue would lose the initiative. Minister An immediately changed his words. Beat them out. Beat them out. Minister An gave the order, but which of the bailiffs and bailiffs had the courage to charge into the kitchen? The soldiers of the imperial army were all tall and sturdy. One of them could easily take on 10. The 1,000 horsemen were the most outstanding group of soldiers selected from the imperial army. Each of them was tall and sturdy, their muscles bulging like hills. It was nearing the beginning of summer. Coupled with the fact that they were eating, their bodies were hot. These large men had taken off their robes and wrapped them around their waists. Their arms were bulging with muscles that were thicker than the thighs of the average person. Their chest muscles were so broad that it seemed as if 2 boulders were stuck to it. The muscles on their shoulders were twisted like dragons. It seemed like they could tear a cow in half. Fight with them? Wasn't that playing with their lives? The group of bailiffs and bailiffs only cared about crowding at the door and making a ruckus. Their buttocks were arched back, and their feet did not move. The soldiers saw that they did not dare to enter and did not speak. They only cared about eating and drinking. Minister An froze there, not knowing what to do. The left assistant minister Qiu Lingji advised in a low voice, Minister, there is no need to pay attention to these rough soldiers. Let them be arrogant for now. When they leave, we can ask them about their origins and directly question their generals. Minister An had no choice but to nod his head. The soldiers ate everything in the kitchen and walked out one by one, burping. As they walked out, the Ministry of Revenue officials who were watching suddenly scattered to the left and right. These soldiers also took out a stalk of grass from somewhere. As they picked their teeth, they swayed their arms lazily as they walked out. These people did not leave the kitchen after they left. They actually went to the door of the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue. They sat on the stone steps and basked in the sun. Minister An was dumbfounded. He said in surprise, what else do they want to do? Assistant Minister Qiu's eyes turned and he said to Minister An in a low voice, Minister, I'm afraid we can't pretend to be confused anymore. Quickly send someone to question that Yang Fan. If he dares to sit and do nothing, then he is condoning the soldiers to disturb the Ministry of Revenue. Even if we go to the Emperor to complain, we will still be in the right. Minister An gritted his teeth hatefully and said, you go. Immediately go to the 1,000 cavalry camp and tell that Yang Fan to come and restrain his subordinate. Assistant Minister Qiu said in shock, this official is going? And Shangshu glared at him and said, if you don't go, am I supposed to go? Minister An waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Assistant Minister Qiu thought about going to the barracks to see that group of rough men and was also afraid. When he turned his head, he just happened to see Minister of Granary Zheng Zhongbua standing to the side with a distressed expression. Assistant Minister Chiu was overjoyed and quickly pointed at him. He said, "Minister Zheng, quickly whip the horse and go to the 1,000 cavalry camp to explain the situation. Tell that Yang Fan must restrain his troops. Otherwise, we will go to the emperor to report him for condoning his subordinates and disturbing the Ministry of Revenue." Minister Zheng was starving. He did not expect that disaster would fall from the sky and that he would have to deal with those rough men in the army. His face immediately twisted into the shape of a steamed bun. With a distressed expression, he said, "Assistant Minister Chiu, this official, go." Chiu Lingji waved his large sleeve and imitated Minister An as he swaggered off. Zheng Zhongbua stared dumbly at Assistant Minister Chiu's back. With a distressed expression, he turned his head. The officials and Yamen Laboris beside him all ran far away. They shouted to each other, let's go to the Luo River's embankment and eat something." The group of people immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Minister Zheng sighed with a distressed expression and unhappily went to prepare the horses. When the Ministry of Revenue officials who had a careless lunch at the food stalls by the Luo River's embankment returned to the Yamen, they found that the soldiers were still sitting on the steps and basking in the sun. Fortunately, they did not cause any trouble, so the officials were slightly relieved. Very quickly, the lunch break was over. The bell rang and the Yamen went to work. The officials from the various prefectures and other Yamens that had come to the Ministry of Revenue to handle affairs walked in one after another. The soldiers who had rested for a day and had already digested their lunch saw the people from the various departments and Yamens enter the Ministry of Revenue and immediately became spirited. A large man pointed at the scars on his body and painfully complained, "Everyone, come and see, I am a member of the Imperial Army. I have fought for the court, killed enemies, and performed meritorious deeds. But now, I can't even pay my salary. If the Imperial Army can't pay their salary, I'm afraid this court is finished." Another soldier took out a black bread from his bosom and held it in his hand. He complained in grief and indignation, Look, it's right and proper to be a soldier and eat their salary. But my whole family can only eat this to survive. I pity my 80-year-old mother and my 3-month-old child. They have no way to survive. My family can't even eat this kind of bread. The Ministry of Revenue says we don't have money or food. Everyone, look, this is the food the Ministry of Revenue's people prepared for lunch today. Look, there's chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Even a petty official eats better than what my family ate during the New Year. It was unknown who brought out a few cold dishes of leftover soup as if performing a magic trick. A gathering of grievances was held in front of the Ministry of Revenue. The people from the other Yamens who had come to handle affairs wanted the Ministry of Revenue to be as lively as possible. Besides, the food the soldiers brought out was truly unbelievably good. People didn't worry about scarcity, but they worried about inequality. How could they feel that it was fair? Even those who had requests from the Ministry of Revenue and couldn't openly express sympathy for these soldiers could only shake their heads and sigh with a sad expression. Everything was said without words. This made the minister, who was hiding in the great hall and peeking out through a crack in the door, feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't dare to go out because these soldiers would really dare to cause trouble and beat him up. If the dignified Minister of Revenue was beaten up by a group of soldiers in front of his own Yamen, he would lose a lot of face. Minister and didn't dare go out, but he couldn't stand the soldiers causing trouble. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Right now, he could only hope that Yang Fan would quickly come to the Ministry of Revenue and take the troublemaking soldiers back. As Minister and raised his head in anticipation, Yang Fan finally arrived. Minister Zheng's cheeks were swollen, his clothes were in disarray, and his hair was disheveled. It was as if he had been raped as he led Yang Fan in. When Minister Zheng arrived at the 1,000 Riders camp, he had someone report in. When the soldiers heard he was from the Ministry of Revenue, they immediately turned hostile. A group of soldiers pounced on him and slapped his face a few times. Minister Zheng became dizzy and didn't know what to do. Following that, he suffered a number of punches and kicks and was ravaged by a group of soldiers like a bundle of crop stalks for a while. Only then did Yang Fan arrive. Fortunately, these soldiers remembered General Yang's warnings and didn't act too harshly. Although Minister Zheng was in a sorry state, his injuries weren't serious. Minister Zheng angrily and hatefully told Yang Fan why he had come. Yang Fan immediately flew into a rage and immediately ordered people to drag away all the soldiers who had beaten the court officials and give them military beatings. It was a pity that Minister Zheng didn't see the scene of those crude soldiers being spanked, because Yang Fan had already impatiently led his horse over and was about to go with him to the Ministry of Revenue to recall those daring soldiers. Minister Zheng could only lead Yang Fan back to the Ministry of Revenue at top speed. As for his sorry state, he intentionally didn't tidy it up along the way. He wanted to let his superior see just how much he had suffered for the Ministry of Revenue. Who is it? Who is it? Who has the audacity to disturb the Ministry of Revenue? Yang Fan raised his horsewhip and angrily charged into the Ministry of Revenue. Minister An, who had been hiding in the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue and didn't even dare to open the door, saw Yang Fan arrive and immediately acted as if he had seen his savior. He quickly made his clothes even more disheveled and hurriedly opened the door. With quick steps, he walked out and said without a word, "General Yang, you have finally arrived." Chapter 842. Did Minister An not know that these people had been sent by Yang Fan? Of course he knew. But he thought that since Yang Fan had arrived, this farce should end. These people had broken into the Ministry of Revenue, stirred up the kitchen, beat up the minister, and caused such a ruckus in front of the officials from the various ministries. Was Yang Fan not worried that the Ministry of Revenue would retaliate? Since he had come, it was clear that he felt that the matter had been stirred up. He did not want it to end badly. It would be fine as long as this embarrassing farce ended immediately. These soldiers were ruffians and did not care about their face. He was a two-ranked jinsha and the current minister of the court, so he still cared about his face. Once he sent these ruffians away, he could slowly deal with them. Yang Fan saw Minister An's enthusiastic expression and hurriedly grasped his hand. He affectionately asked, "You are?" The disheveled Dr. Zheng quickly came over and said, "This is Minister An of the Ministry of Revenue." Minister An looked at Dr. Zheng's appearance and couldn't help but jump in fright. He cried out, "Dr. Zheng, what's wrong?" Dr. Zheng was overcome with sorrow and said with a distressed face, "Minister An, this lowly official was beaten by those soldiers who don't know etiquette. Minister, when has our Ministry of Revenue ever suffered such a big loss? Those soldiers really don't care about us." When this lowly official arrived at the 1,000 cavalry camp, Yang Fan hurriedly stopped him. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This general and Dr. Zheng have already talked it over. There's no need for Minister to worry. These soldiers are crude and uncultured. This general will order them back and strictly discipline them. Minister, please don't be angry." After Yang Fan finished speaking, he immediately turned to the group of soldiers and sternly shouted, "Who allowed you to leave the camp and come to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for pay? Didn't this general already say that the pay will be delayed for a month or two at most? Do you still have any military discipline or laws?" Xiao Yuka, who was also from the Showan workshop, said in a mystifying tone, "General Yang, you own a shop, so of course you don't have to worry about food and drink. However, my entire family relies on this lowly one's share of the army's pay to get by. You may be able to wait for a month or two, but this lowly one's family cannot. In a month or two, our whole family will starve to death. What's the use of paying the soldiers then? How dare you? Disrupting the Ministry of Revenue and even contradicting your superior. Men, take him down." Yang Fan's face turned ashen as he shouted sternly. Ren Wei and the other bodyguards immediately pounced towards Xiao Yuka like wolves and tigers. "Who dares to come over?" Before Xiao Yuka could speak, the ruffians beside him who had run to the Ministry of Revenue to cause trouble had already flown into a rage. One after another, they blocked Xiao Yuka's path. Someone said, "The emperor doesn't need hungry soldiers. It's only right and proper for soldiers to eat their pay. General Yang, do you think you're fit to be a general? They're intentionally making things difficult for you and deducting your rations and pay, yet you're still groveling and wagging your tail to beg for pity. There's a saying that a soldier is one and a general is one. It's true. If it weren't for an incompetent general like you, how could our brothers' rations and pay have been cut off? You still want to show your might to your own brothers? I don't recognize you as a general. They shouted fiercely, but young Fan was even fiercer. He stomped his feet and cursed, him and him, take them down as well. First, give them 20 strokes of the stick. You're rebelling. Military law is like the heavens. Do you think this general can't punish you? Ren Wei and the others pounced on the ruffians. The ruffians immediately broke out in curses. We don't have food to eat. You can't make the decision. We only came to the Ministry of Revenue to eat leftovers and cry out our grievances to the masters of the various yamens and departments. You, a dog official, are abusing military law. We don't accept it, we don't accept it, we don't accept it. Dozens of people said we don't accept it in unison. Their voices shook the roof tiles. Both sides began to fight. Looking at the situation, Minister An thought that young Fan really did not know about the situation and actually fought with his own people. At first he was very surprised, but then he was not surprised at all. As soon as the two sides began to fight, they grabbed and smashed anything they could find. All around, there were some bailiffs holding water and fire rods on guard. The rods in their hands were all snatched away. Both sides began to fight with full force in front of the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue. Ren Wei and the others were weak hands and weak feet. They only knew how to bluff. They were not the ruffians' match at all. They suffered several punches in succession. In a sorry state, they fled to young Fan's side and anxiously called out, "The soldiers are in a mutiny, we can't block them head on. General, quickly run." Young Fan turned pale with fright. He turned around and ran toward the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue. He had the spirit of loyalty. Before he left, he did not forget to pick up Minister, and Minister Zheng had been beaten by those ruffians for a long time. As soon as he saw these ruffians were running wild and leading their own officers to beat them up, he screamed in fright and crouched down next to a pillar. Those ruffian soldiers brandished their whistles and fought their way into the main hall, as if they were chasing after young Fan, this dog official. But clatter clatter they smashed everything they saw, and snatched anything valuable they saw along the way. Carrying Minister An on his back, young Fan ran like a wolf, circling around the pillars, dodging in all directions, looking extremely battered and exhausted. The officials from the various government departments who came to handle affairs one by one revealed their identities to the soldiers to avoid being caught in the crossfire. They then stood in the middle of the courtyard, looking around, their eyebrows dancing with joy. With a boom sound, the 9-style classic state plaque hanging in the main hall of the Ministry of Revenue was also smashed down by those crazed soldiers. It fell heavily to the ground, making Minister An's heart jump with fear and trepidation. Young Fan carried him and escaped through the back door. He said, "The Imperial Army's soldiers have always been stubborn and arrogant. This time the Ministry of Revenue is in arrears. Ben General understands the difficulties of the Ministry of Revenue, but these rough fellows do not understand the difficulties of the Wei Guo Jingbian state. They only care about their own food and do whatever they want. It is really annoying. Right now, Ben General is outnumbered and has no other choice. Wait until I go back and mobilize the troops, then we can catch them and punish them severely." General Yang, before Minister An could finish his sentence, he saw young Fan abandon him and lead his personal guards to escape without a trace. Minister An was very speechless. This young Fan's pretense is really good. Isn't it obvious that he is playing with me? But young Fan was obviously playing with him. By going through this suppressing procedure, he was not afraid that Minister An would report this to the imperial court. Just as Minister An was feeling hate and annoyed, Dr. Zheng with disheveled hair appeared out of nowhere. In a panic, he said, "Minister, it's not good. Those slave soldiers broke the lock of the storehouse. They say that if the Ministry of Revenue does not pay, they will take the items in the storehouse to pay the debt. Paper, ink, brushes, inkstones, firewood, and candles have all been stolen by them." Hearing this, Minister An was unable to restrain his anger. Thumping his chest and stamping his feet, he said, "Preposterous, preposterous. Young Fan, this official and you cannot exist under the same sky." Minister An had just made his oath when the Right Assistant Minister Liu Qing ordered 2 scribes to carry a ladder and hurriedly ran over. He ordered someone to erect the ladder to the top of the wall. Lifting his robe, he climbed up. When Minister An saw this, he shouted, "Assistant Minister Liu, where are you going?" Liu Qing turned his head and saw that it was Minister An. He hurriedly said, "Minister, leave quickly. Those ruffian soldiers have gone crazy. They are robbing and smashing everything in the yamen. They are beating anyone they see. I can't stay any longer, I can't stay any longer. Aya, they are coming. Minister, leave quickly." Minister An turned his head and saw that several imperial soldiers were fighting fiercely. They were rushing over from the distance like charging bulls, their feet stomping on the ground. Minister An was shocked. At this time, he no longer dared to maintain his status. If he really took a punch, even if the emperor killed that slave soldier, he would not be able to get his body back in one piece. Minister An hurriedly chased after Assistant Minister Liu and climbed up the ladder. When Dr. Zheng saw this, he quickly hid behind the lotus vase by the wall. Minister An usually lived like a prince and never ran, much less climbed a ladder. In his anxiety, he actually climbed very quickly. In a flash, he caught up to Assistant Minister Liu and climbed up the high wall. The two imperial soldiers, one carrying a box of candles and the other a box of inkstones, ran to the bottom of the wall. When they saw the ladder, they kicked it, causing the ladder to fall to the side. With a bang sound, it shattered the large vase. The water in the vase flowed out and drenched Dr. Zheng, who was squatting behind the vase. Minister An and Assistant Minister Liu were standing on the top of the wall. The wall was at least 2 zhong high. Standing on top and looking down made them dizzy. In addition, the top of the wall was tiled, so their feet were slippery. The two quickly sat down on the top of the wall, afraid that if they were not careful, they would fall half to death. Several officials on the other side of the wall had already seen this and shouted, "Who is on the wall? How dare you cross the Ministry of Appointment?" Assistant Minister Liu hurriedly said, "Don't make a sound. I am Assistant Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue. This is our Minister An." Minister An's old face was red with embarrassment. Holding on to the top of the wall, he turned his face and scolded Dr. Zheng, who was squatting at the foot of the wall, "Idiot! Why aren't you lifting the ladder?" Dr. Zheng wiped the water off his face and stood up, wanting to lift the ladder. But the ladder was stuck in the cracked vase and couldn't be pulled out at all. At this time, the Ministry of Appointments was running around to spread the news. The scribes, officials, and yamen servants of the various departments all ran out to see what was going on. Seeing the Minister of Revenue and the Assistant Minister of Revenue on the wall, everyone laughed and laughed. Not long after, the heavenly official Yang Qi of the Ministry of Appointments also heard the news and rushed over. Seeing Minister An on the wall, he couldn't help but throw his beard and laugh. He cupped his hands at the bottom of the wall and winked at him, saying, "Minister An, you really are in a good mood. In broad daylight, what do you want to reward by climbing up the high wall?" Minister An cupped his hands at the wall to return the greeting. With a bitter smile, he said, "Heavenly official Yang, don't make fun of me. That group of ruffian soldiers, that group of scoundrels, that Yang Fan," and Shangshu suddenly turned his head and roared furiously at Dr. Zheng, who was still hugging the ladder and struggling against the wall, "You idiot! Don't you know how to pick up a rock and smash the vase?" The Ministry of Revenue Yamen was a mess. Minister An stood in the midst of the mess, gritting his teeth and laughing coldly, like a winter plum on a branch. Left Assistant Minister Qiu Lingji said hatefully, "The 1,000 riders are so reckless. Minister should report them to the emperor and see how he explains it." Minister An rolled his eyes at him and said, "If the emperor asks why the 1,000 riders are making a ruckus at the Ministry of Revenue, what should he say? It's not like you don't know what the emperor's attitude is toward people who are close and distant." Assistant Minister Qiu said, "But you and I are 3rd or 4th rank officials of the court. Our Ministry of Revenue is the yamen of the 6 ministries. How can we allow these ruffian soldiers to make a ruckus? Right now, our Ministry of Revenue has become the laughingstock of the 6 ministries. Where is the face of the court? Where is the dignity of the minister? Minister An raised his hand to stop him from speaking. He said coldly, "Go and tell General Wu what happened here. Just say that if he doesn't come out to resolve this matter, when those ruffian soldiers come again, I will have no choice but to submit." Assistant Minister Qiu exclaimed in shock, "Minister An, And Lingyu flung her sleeves and said with an ashen face, if Yang Fan was like how he dealt with the Supreme Court when he was in charge of the Ministry of Justice, trying to find the opponent's weaknesses and use them as leverage, it would be easy for this official to deal with him. But this official really didn't expect that Yang Fan would put on such a ruffian face. That group of slave soldiers have nothing to lose. If this matter were to be brought to the emperor, this official would be the one who would lose all face. You took responsibility for this matter, so deal with it as you see fit. Finished speaking, and Lingyu flicked his sleeve and left. Assistant Minister Chiu muttered a few times and could only stamp his feet and hurriedly leave the Fu to find General Wu. Chapter 843. When Wu Yizong received the news from Assistant Minister Chiu, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. He hadn't thought that Yang Fan would dare to use this kind of method to deal with the Ministry of Revenue. Wu Yizong smiled coldly at Assistant Minister Chiu. Go back and tell Minister and that this general will take troops to the Ministry of Revenue tomorrow morning. It's fine if those ruffian soldiers don't come, but if they do, I will use their heads to wash away the humiliation your Ministry of Revenue has suffered. Assistant Minister Chiu worriedly asked, won't this cause too much of a commotion? Wu Yizong smiled brightly. It's just the death of a few small soldiers, what's the big deal? Even if they cause a commotion in front of the emperor, they will only receive a single reprimand from the emperor. Don't forget what the Jinwu guards do. We guard the capital day and night. If they dare to attack the Ministry of Revenue, this general will execute them. What can Yang Fan say? Assistant Minister Chiu nodded repeatedly. That's good. Then I will reply to Minister and accordingly. I won't hide it from Wang Yi. If you still don't appear, Minister and really won't be able to hold out. The Ministry of Revenue has already become the laughingstock of the 6 ministries, but this matter can't be publicized. Then I'll leave it to Wang Yi. This Chiu will take his leave. Assistant Minister Chiu hurried back to report to Minister An. When Minister An heard that Wu Yizong was coming with troops to uphold justice for him, he finally calmed down. The next morning, the ruffian soldiers came again. The officials guarding the gate had learned their lesson. These soldiers had even dared to beat up the minister, so who would dare stop them? Under the fawning smiles of the officials guarding the gate, the ruffian soldiers charged into the Ministry of Revenue and split up to take action. Someone charged into the public kitchen and ordered the chefs to make more delicious food and increase the amount. There was still a group of brothers who didn't have anything to eat at noon and would be beaten if they didn't listen. Someone charged into the public houses and took everything that could be exchanged for money. They said they were going to sell it to pay for the soldiers' pay. Anyone who dared to stop them would be beaten. These people were clearly robbing, but Minister An was in the wrong and didn't dare to take it seriously. They weren't a match for them, so there was only one place to go. Because this army was too special, whether it was the Minister of War or the Prime Ministers of the Political Affairs Hall, none of them could control the 1,000 horsemen. If they wanted to fight this lawsuit, they could only argue it in front of the emperor. Regardless of whether it was in the Ministry of War or the Political Affairs Hall, with his status and experience, Minister An would be able to speak with reason. However, in front of the emperor, he lacked the confidence. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yizong was the one who invited him, he wouldn't have found such a troublesome opponent. Dr. Zhang was in the room reading documents when 2 soldiers barged in. Dr. Zhang took a look and immediately took out the key from his waist. With a frown, he said, "There aren't many valuable things in this room. There is a stack of blank paper over there. You 2 can take it and exchange it for some money." "Oh, this is the key to the storeroom." The 2 soldiers chuckled and said, "At least you're sensible." One of them boldly walked over to pick up the paper, the other walked over to the table and picked up the key. Seeing that there was still an inkstone and a box of ink pad in front of Dr. Zheng, he quickly grabbed them as well. Looking around, he snatched the writing brush from Dr. Zheng's hand, which was still hanging in the air, and then he boldly walked out. Bang! Dr. Zheng slammed the table and angrily roared, "I can't do this job anymore." Chem! One of the soldiers who had just walked to the door stopped in his tracks and furrowed his thick eyebrows to look back at him. Dr. Zheng quickly smiled and said, "This official isn't talking to you." The soldier arrogantly left. Dr. Zheng hatefully stood up and said with grief and indignation, This job that Assistant Minister Cho took, that 1,000 horsemen is the emperor's personal army. How can they be manipulated as they please? Right now, our Ministry of Revenue allows people to come and go as they please, and we're helpless. That king of Hanoi doesn't keep his word and isn't willing to come out. I'll go find Minister and Dr. Zheng waved his sleeve and walked out angrily. A moment later, Dr. Zheng's voice came from outside. It was elegant, gentle, and very refined. Everyone, the storeroom is over there. You have to be reasonable, you can't make a move against this official. Wu Yizong didn't keep his appointment because he had no other choice. In reality, he had brought his men and horses early in the morning and was prepared to rush to the Ministry of Revenue to put up a front. But when he mounted his horse and rushed out of the camp with his knife in hand, he was shocked to see Wu Sanxi standing outside the camp, glaring at him. Wu Yizong was very surprised and quickly went forward to ask about his cousin's background. Wu Sanxi brought him back to the Jin Wu guards camp and asked directly, "Let me ask you, was it your idea for the Ministry of Revenue to deliberately make things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen?" Wu Yizong was somewhat surprised. Seeing his cousin's expression, he seemed to be very unhappy. Could it be that he should not stand up for his son? Wu Sanxi saw his hesitation and coldly snorted, "The son of the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Qiu Lingji, married your daughter, Wu Yizong. The Ministry of Revenue has no reason to make things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen. If it wasn't for you, I can't think of a reason for the Ministry of Revenue to make things difficult for the 1,000 horsemen." Wu Yizong smiled awkwardly and said, "Cousin is wise. Hihi, this matter was indeed my idea." Wu Sanxi asked, "What grudge do you have with the 1,000 horsemen? Why are you making things difficult for young Fan?" Wu Yizong cried out, "Cousin, you have wronged me. What grudge do I have with young Fan? Am I not doing this to stand up for your precious son?" Wu Sanxi was stunned and quickly understood. His face darkened. "It was Chongzun who found you?" Wu Sanxi slammed the table heavily and scolded, "This useless thing, it's a waste of my painstaking teachings." Wu Yizong disapprovingly said, "Cousin, who hasn't been young before? How can a young man endure having the love of his life taken away by someone else? I don't see anything wrong with Chongzun's actions." Wu Sanxi angrily said, I think you are regressing as you live. Chongzun is insensible and you, as his uncle, are messing around. Don't you know what the 1,000 horsemen is? If the 1,000 horsemen can't pay their soldiers, won't they become a big joke if this matter is brought to the emperor? Do you think this is some roadside army 1,000 miles away? No matter how you beat them up, they can't do anything to you. The people who often walk in front of the emperor are the most important and trusted soldiers of the emperor. Your Ministry of Revenue says that they can't pay their soldiers. Can such a stupid reason do anything to him? Even if Yang Fan sent his troops to cause trouble in the Ministry of Revenue, what can the Ministry of Revenue do? They don't have a legitimate reason, they don't have a strong voice. In the end, they can only let others bully them and can't even let out a fart. Wu Yizong scratched his head and did not know what to say. Wu Sanxi said, "The joke from the Ministry of Revenue has already spread all over the city. Apart from that aunt of ours, there's no one who doesn't know about it. I think in a day or two, once the news reaches Second Zhong's ears, even aunt will know. At that time, the unlucky ones might not be the imperial army." Wu Sanxi talked non-stop. Seeing that Wu Yizong was showing his pig-riding general character and was silent, Wu Sanxi softened his tone and said, "Yizong, looking at the current situation, aunt has made up her mind to pass the throne to you. The imperial army in the capital is mostly in the hands of the Wu clansmen. Isn't it obvious what aunt's motive is by increasing the number of horsemen to 1,000? At night, only the Yulin forest guards the palace and the 1,000 horsemen are the most important. Although the imperial army is in the hands of the Wu clansmen, the border army, the prefectural army, and the hearts of the people are in the hands of the Li clan. If aunt passes away and the Wu clan wants to do something, these 1,000 horsemen will be the key. The Li family has 1,000 horsemen in their hands. They can rely on the strength of the palace to defend. They can rely on the success of the 1,000 horsemen to retreat. They can defend and wait for the troops that come to rescue the king. If they retreat, they can escape from our hands. Then, They can summon the troops from all over the world to rescue the king. If you want to conquer the world, these 1,000 horsemen are very important. At this time, I'm afraid it's not enough for me to offer favors to recruit him. Aren't you forcing him to turn to the Li family? How could Wu Yizhong's pig head have thought of all these things? Listening to Wu Sance's analysis, he couldn't help but mumble, how would I know cousin had such plans? I haven't heard that you two are in contact with each other these days, and that cousin Chen Chi Cheng hasn't interfered either. I thought cousin had already broken off relations with young Fan. What a pig head. Wu Sanci glared at him in exasperation and said, interfere with 1,000 cavalry? The 1,000 horsemen is my aunt's closest armed force. What are you trying to do by interfering? Look at the Chen Chi, there are still 2 empty positions. Among all the civil and military officials in the imperial court and the relatives of the emperor, is there anyone who has come to young Fan and tried to make a plan for his descendants? Everyone let him do whatever he wanted, and no one dared to get involved. But it's you, this scoundrel. Wu Sanci let out a breath and smiled contentedly. Fortunately, Aunt still thinks that I am deeply resentful because young Fan escorted Luling back to the capital. Aunt doesn't want young Fan, who is in charge of the army for her, to lean to any side, but she also doesn't want young Fan to completely fall out with any side. This palm is really hard on Aunt. In 2 days, I will hold a family banquet. This was specially suggested by my aunt. I can openly rope in young Fan. Of course, on the surface, I can't appear too close to him. When the time comes, you will also be there. I will mediate between the 2 of you and resolve the grudge between you 2. Wu Yizhong hesitated. Wu Sanci said, today, I'm afraid you are going to the Ministry of Revenue to find trouble with young Fan. You can't go. This matter will end here, and you will not make things difficult for young Fan again. Minister and had been tormented twice by that group of soldiers and had already lost all face. Furthermore, the Prince of Hanoi, Wu Yizhong, who had promised to appear and help, had not come. In a rage, Minister and immediately ordered the Minister of Revenue, Cao Han, to allocate the funds in full and was not allowed to deduct a single when from the Chen Chi. Assistant Minister Chiu still wanted to put in some effort for his in-laws, but the Ministry of Revenue, which had suffered greatly, treated him coldly and completely ignored his ideas. Assistant Minister Chiu immediately became the target of tens of thousands of people. When the news reached the Chen Chi, those soldiers who were in charge of pretending to be soldiers and causing trouble at the Ministry of Revenue were deeply regretful. These 2 days, they had eaten well, played well, and were very refreshed. Now that the Ministry of Revenue had given in, without this reason, how would they have the chance to strut around the Ministry of Revenue, roar at the deputy ministers and assistant ministers, and punch those Yamen laborious? How nostalgic. Young Fan knew that the grudge between him and the Ministry of Revenue was set in stone, but the wonderful thing was that he was a soldier, and minister and could not control him. The only thing minister and could control was the provisions, but as the emperor's personal army, young Fan had already demonstrated that they had nothing to fear. On this point, the Ministry of Revenue could not be casually manipulated like they did with normal troops. Unless Minister and was transferred to be the Minister of War and young Fan sent out 1,000 cavalry, Minister and would not have a chance of getting revenge. But the chances of young Fan sending out 1,000 cavalry was not high. If he really did send out 1,000 cavalry, he would probably have already risen to the level of a great general that even the Minister of War could not act rashly against. Furthermore, the possibility of minister and being transferred from a minister in charge of money and grain to a minister in charge of troops and horses was minuscule. He probably would not be able to get revenge for this. Chapter 844. After young Fan resolved the Ministry of Revenue matter, he also inquired about the relationship between Assistant Minister Chiu and Wu Yizhong. In reality, even if he did not inquire, he would have quickly found out about this matter. This was because Minister An, who had lost all face, was not willing to carry this joke. He had already sent people to secretly leak the news and let the entire court know that this time, it was Assistant Minister Chiu of the Ministry of Revenue who had been asked by his in-law, Wu Yizhong. Who was Wu Yizhong? It was the king of Hanoi. It was the great generals Wu Jinwu. It was a member of the Wu clan. With this, The ridicule of the court was immediately directed to Wu Yizong. From beginning to end, this great general Wu had not shown himself, had he? Yang Fan had smashed the signboard of the Ministry of Revenue, stolen the 4 treasures of the study, occupied the kitchen of the Ministry of Revenue, and forced the minister and assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue to sit on the fence. Where was this prince of the Wu clan, the great general of the Jin Wu guards? Minister An's reputation and status could not be compared to Wu Yizong's. Since there was an even more important person behind Minister An, then people naturally would not ridicule Minister An, but instead turned to ridicule Wu Yizong. Yang Fan did not know the true reason why Wu Yizong was opposing him, but he secretly raised his guard. Coincidentally, Wu Sanxi had sent someone to invite him to the banquet. Yang Fan wanted to use this opportunity to dissolve the enmity of the Wu clan as much as possible. Wu Zetian did not look like she was about to die, and this was not the time to publicly break off relations with the Wu clan. However, he did not expect that after being taught a lesson by Wu Sanxi, Wu Yizong, who had already decided to give up, would bear a grudge against him again because of the ridicule of the rumors. Wu Yizong did not reflect that he had taken the initiative to find trouble with Yang Fan, nor did he consider that the ridicule of the rumors had nothing to do with Yang Fan. He only felt that because Yang Fan had made him lose face, he could only find Yang Fan to get it back. Originally, he wanted to vent his anger on Yang Fan for Wu Chengxuan, but this time, he wanted to save his face. Yang Fan didn't know that because of the rumors, he had first offended Wu Chengxuan, and now he had offended Wu Yizong. On this day, when he was preparing to go to the Marshall House's banquet, he was still discussing the next step with Xu Liang. Xu Liang said, "Clothing and rations, the Ministry of Revenue will no longer make things difficult for us, but sabers, spears, bows, arrows, armor, weapons, and horses will still need to be requested from the Department of Ordnance and Imperial Servant Temple." Currently, other than the original 100 cavalry soldiers who had war horses, weapons, and armor, the newly recruited soldiers were all dressed in cloth clothes and were barehanded. Without weapons and war horses, there's no way to practice formations and train soldiers. Yang Fan nodded his head in agreement and said, "Previously, for some reason, Wu Yizong actually instigated the Ministry of Revenue to deliberately make things difficult for us. Fortunately, the Ministry of Revenue was in the wrong first, and that group of civil officials were the most concerned about their dignity. They sent some soldiers to make a fuss, and that minister and couldn't bear it and relented. Otherwise, even if the case was brought to the emperor and delayed the payment of wages, it would still be a problem. Now that the Ministry of Revenue has learned their lesson, they won't dare to make things difficult for us in this area. But I don't know if the Imperial Servant Temple and the Department of Ordnance were also entrusted by Wu Yizong. Seeing the Ministry of Revenue's situation, will they change their minds?" Xu Liang said, "As for the situation at the Imperial Servant Temple, I'm not very clear. However, the government has always placed the most importance on horses. Although the Imperial Servant Temple's officials aren't very prominent in the court, in front of the emperor, they are still people who can speak. And the Department of Ordnance is the most important of the 5 departments that report directly to the court: the Imperial Household Supervisor, the Department of Ordnance, the Department of Ordnance, the Department of Generals, and the Department of Water. The current Department of Ordnance is Wu Xizhong." Yang Fan was startled and said, "Wu Xizhong? That pig-riding general's brother?" Xu Liang said, "That's right, it is that pig-riding general's younger brother, the Prince of Lin Chuan, Wu Xizhong." Yang Fan's expression immediately darkened. Xu Liang said, "Against the Department of Ordnance, we definitely can't use the method we used against the Ministry of Revenue. The people we sent to the Ministry of Revenue to cause a ruckus, but in reality, we still paid attention to propriety. But if this prince of the Wu clan flared up, he really would dare to kill all the people we sent." Yang Fan said seriously, "I understand. Today, when we go to the Liang household, I will take the opportunity to find out the cause of the enmity. If it can be resolved, it would be best to resolve it. Creating enmity with the Wu clan is really not a smart move." Xu Liang said, "Fortunately, General, this matter can be resolved. If it were us, we could only be at the mercy of others." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "Don't try to console me. I think, The reason why they are making things difficult for us is because of me. If this 1,000-rider general wasn't me, the dignified emperor's personal army wouldn't have been made so difficult. About a mile away from the North Peace Gate of Luoyang, there was a temple on the east side of the Imperial Road. The temple wasn't big and didn't have a lot of incense burning. Its beauty lay in the high terrain. Below it was a watchtower. The buildings were exquisite and the bamboo and cypress trees formed a forest. It was truly a wonderful place to cleanse one's mind. If one didn't want to waste half a day going to the Golden Grain Garden, this place was also a scenic spot. At this moment, there were a few young men and women sightseeing here. Looking at their bright clothes and the servants, it was obvious that they were all noble young masters and daughters of rich families. Occasionally, there would be a few poor scholars visiting this place. Before they could shake their heads and recite a few crooked poems, peep at the beautiful ladies, and fantasize about the beautiful dream of a rich girl falling in love with a poor scholar, they would be blasted away by the servants of the rich families in green clothes and small hats like wild dogs. Under the jujube tree was a grass mat and beside it was a small table with cups and plates. Fresh fruits and fine wine were all prepared. The green and white jujube blossoms on the tree would fall from time to time, scattering all over the ground. Not far away, there was a thicket of lilacs. The fragrance was refreshing. There was an old locust tree with a swing tied to it. A few women's clothes fluttered in the wind, swinging the swing high into the air. There were endless exclamations of joy and laughter. There were also some ruffians who pretended to go for a walk and wandered around. Unfortunately, the girls were holding their skirts so tightly that they couldn't see the spring scenery under their skirts. A few kites were flying in the deep blue sky. On a flat patch of grass, a few young men were playing kuju. Some of them had feelings for each other, and unwittingly they got together. The young man threw her a petal of a flower, and the young lady glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. It was a very interesting scene. Today's outing was hosted by the noble princess. Her Royal Highness, who was becoming more and more timid as she grew older, persistently acting as a matchmaker. Today, not only were the beautiful ladies and daughters invited, there were also many young masters from rich families. The young men and women were traveling together. It was only because of this old princess that no one would gossip. In fact, everything she did was mainly to facilitate the marriage between the Wu and Li families. Not everyone was qualified enough for the old princess to act as a matchmaker. The grass was like a carpet, the flowers were like embroidery, the bridge was painted with flowing water, it was like a poem or a painting. Li Guo was like a fish in water in this kind of environment. She became more and more beautiful. The girls from the other families were either sitting at the table, drinking a glass of grape wine, reciting a poem or two, exchanging flirtatious glances with the rich-dressed youths. Or they were not in the mood to talk to the men at all. A few of the girls were playing on the swing, flying kites, having a great time. Li Guo could not play with them at all. Here, everyone was very relaxed and she did not need to pretend to be a little lady. She was chasing butterflies among the flowers for a while. When she saw the fish in the stream, Li Guo was immediately interested. She took off her shoes and pulled up her skirt and went into the water to catch the fish. Wu Chongxuan stood at the end of the bridge and stared at Li Guo, who was laughing and catching fish in the stream. He was already scared out of his wits. Although his father Wu Sanxi did not send anyone to the Li family to reject the marriage because of Wu Chongxuan's death remonstrance, the matter of the engagement was delayed indefinitely and Wu Chongxuan did not dare to push too hard. But towards that fairy-like beauty, it was as if he was suffering from lovesickness. He did not want to eat or drink, he only wanted to see her. Today, he specially created this opportunity for them. It was arranged by the noble princess after she accepted his generous gift. Li Guo's red skirt was tied at her waist, exposing her two beautiful calves. The clear water flowed past, stirring up two white waves on her calves. Her delicate and beautiful jade feet in the water looked like two pieces of beautiful jade sinking to the bottom of the water. Wu Chongxuan unknowingly walked down the bridge. He was still staring at the girl in the stream, intoxicated and infatuated. Li Guo had actually noticed him a long time ago. It was just that her parents had not told her about her marriage arrangements because the other party had not made it clear. She did not know that her parents had already made arrangements for her. She thought that because she was young, her parents did not want her to marry. Therefore, she did not have any special thoughts about today's gathering. However, she had heard from the noble princess that the person standing at the end of the bridge was the son of Wu Sanxi. Li Guo knew that he was the son of the Prince of Liang, Wu Sanxi. On one hand, the Wu family had persecuted the Luling family. There was hatred in her heart. On the other hand, the Luling family could not even defend against the Wu family's persecution. For Li Guo, who worshipped power and strength, she instinctively wanted to get close to them. Therefore, she deliberately raised her buttocks and chest in the water, making all kinds of enchanting movements. Seeing that the Wu family's little prince was intoxicated, she was secretly proud. After pretending for a while, it was not good to stay in the water, so Li Guo turned and walked to the shore. It seemed that she had just seen Wu Chongxuan. Li Guo exclaimed and showed a trace of shyness on her face. She quickly put down her skirt, but the water wet the skirt again. The red skirt wrapped around her beautiful legs, making her even more beautiful. Seeing this, Wu Chongxuan quickly saluted and apologized. This little prince was rude. I saw the princess catching fish here and scared the fish away, so I did not dare to speak. I didn't mean to peep. Forgive me, little prince is too polite. I was just startled to see someone on the shore. I didn't mean to blame you. Li Guo pursed her lips and smiled. Her small hand patted her chest. Her appearance made Wu Chongxuan even more infatuated. He quickly said, "The princess's skirt has been splashed by the stream. Please come ashore." Li Guo complied and walked to the shore in an extremely graceful manner. Suddenly, she cried out and fell into Wu Chongxuan's arms. Wu Chongxuan was shocked into a daze when the fragrant, soft, and lithe figure entered his embrace. He didn't even dare to think about such fortune, but it actually came. Chapter 845. Wu Chongxuan was pleasantly surprised. His soul almost flew out of his body. By the time he regained his senses, he wanted to stretch out his hand to support the girl and be a considerate protector, but Li Guo had already left his embrace. She lowered her head shyly and said, "I'm really sorry, your servant's feet were wet and I couldn't stand properly." It's okay. Wu Chongxuan's face flushed red. Looking at the pretty face that was splashed with a few drops of sparkling and translucent water droplets in front of him, he really couldn't restrain himself. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged her, bending down to kiss her tender and beautiful cheeks. "Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me. Don't be presumptuous." Li Guo was half serious and half fake. She hurriedly struggled and dodged left and right to prevent him from giving in. Her tone gradually became stern and she scolded, "Little prince is being rude. I'm going to shout for help. Please don't." Wu Chongxuan hurriedly let go. He saw that Li Guo was embarrassed and angry. Her face was as beautiful as a blossoming peach blossom. His chest was agitated. He did not care about the soft soil under his feet and knelt down. He repeatedly kowtowed and said, "Princess, please forgive me. Princess, you're as beautiful as a fairy. It's really hard for me. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me." Li Guo saw him kneeling down and was stunned. In her heart, the Wu family was a powerful existence that even an imperial princess like her could not offend. The person in front of her was the eldest son of Wu Sanxi, one of the two leaders of the Wu family. How could he? Could it be that he was so infatuated with her? Li Guo was bewildered, but she did not ask him to get up. She only probed, "I am an unmarried girl. Little Wang Ye molested me like this and sullied my innocence. Isn't this destroying my reputation? You must not commit such an act again." Wu Chongxuan heard that she was forgiving him. He was overjoyed. He kowtowed again and said, "I won't do it again, but if you change your mind and stop being angry with me, I'll do it even if I have to sacrifice my life for you." This Wu Chongxuan kowtowed sincerely, not caring about the dirt on his forehead. Li Guo saw this and couldn't help but laugh. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, her small hand that was like an orchid covered her mouth, her eyes curved into crescent moons, extremely mesmerizing. When Wu Chongxuan saw that he had made her laugh, he couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh as well. Looking down, he saw a pair of snow-white feet stepping on the ground, her toes like reclining silkworms, extremely cute. There were a few stalks of grass on her feet, and the black soil under her feet made her feet look even more like beautiful jade. She couldn't help but be even more infatuated. When Li Guo'er saw him like this, she gradually confirmed that this person was infatuated with her to the extreme. How could there be such a fool in this world? Li Guo'er was surprised and delighted. She blurted out, "Is what you said true?" Wu Chengxuan said, "Absolutely true. I am willing to do anything for you. As long as I can make you smile, I will die without regrets." Li Guo'er thought to herself, "Are there really men in this world as stupid as King Yu of Ju?" Thinking about this, Li Guo'er said, "You men are used to sweet talk, who would believe you?" Wu Chengxuan was so excited that his face turned red. He raised 3 fingers and said, "I dare to swear to heaven and earth that I will be honest." Li Guo'er rolled her eyes and said half-truthfully, "Who wants you to swear? I don't believe you. If you are not lying to me, then, you can lick my feet clean." Wu Chengxuan was stunned. As the son of Prince Liang, when did he do such a despicable thing? Li Guo'er was originally speaking in a half-joking tone, afraid that she would really anger this Wu family's little prince. When she saw him stunned, she was afraid and quickly said, all right, I was just joking with you. Quickly get up." Hearing her tone, Wu Chengxuan was afraid that she would not believe his sincerity. He lowered his head and looked at her little feet. They were snow-white, as smooth as jade and as soft as satin. The black soil on her feet did not seem dirty at all. Instead, it made her feet look like a pair of snow lotuses that grew out of the soil. Then he looked at Li Guo'er's dress, which was wet and stuck to her legs. The red dress slightly reflected the shape of her strong and beautiful legs. Her skin color was alluring. His heart immediately warmed up. In his eyes, there was nothing dirty about this fairy-like person. If he was asked to do anything for such a beauty, he would be willing to do it. Wu Chengxuan said, "All right, I will lick your feet clean." As he said this, he stretched out his hands and held one of Li Guo'er's feet. When his fingers touched Li Guo'er's soft and delicate ankle, his heart swayed. Without hesitation, he stuck out his tongue and licked the sole of her foot. "Ah!" Li Guo'er cried out in surprise. She could not believe that a dignified Jun Wang would actually do such a thing for her. Her entire body froze in shock. When she came back to her senses, she saw Wu Chengxuan sucking her toes with an infatuated look on his face. He did not care about the soil and grass on her toes at all. Wu Chengxuan sucked clean Li Guo'er's toes and reluctantly moved towards the soles of her feet. Li Guo'er was like when her family's big dog licked her toes when she was young. She felt an unbearable itch and could not help but giggle. She quickly struggled free and said, all right, don't lick anymore. I believe you." Li Guo'er withdrew her feet. Wu Chengxuan spat out a mouthful of soil and still had the taste of wanting more. "Quickly get up. If other people see you kneeling in front of me, it would be unseemly. Quickly get up." By now, Li Guo'er was convinced that this little prince was extremely infatuated with her. Her fear disappeared, and when she spoke again, she was no longer polite. There was a faint hint of a commanding tone in her voice. Wu Chengxuan obeyed and stood up. He stood there obediently. He felt that he and the fairy in his heart were even skin to skin. It was incomparably sweet, and he could not help but giggle foolishly. Li Guo'er was annoyed and amused at the same time. She pouted and said, "All right, today is a tour. The little prince should be with those noble young masters. What's the point of being alone with a girl like me? Quickly go." Wu Chengxuan said, "What's there to associate with those people? Princess has just returned to Luoyang not long ago and is not familiar with this place. I am willing to be your tour guide and let you enjoy yourself." Li Guo'er shook her skirt and said, "It's up to you. Don't come too close to me in case people start gossiping." Wu Chengxuan had never been so obedient to his father. He followed behind Li Guo'er obediently. There was a distance of 3 feet between them. If Li Guo'er went east, he would go east. If Li Guo'er went west, he would go west. He was even more obedient than an old dog. "Ah, Your Highness, have you heard the recent rumors? Wu Chengxuan played with Li Guo for a while and gradually became familiar with her. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the question that had been stuck in his heart like a thorn. When Li Guo tried to kiss young Fan on the street that day, she was seen by many people. She could not help but feel guilty. After that, she secretly inquired about it. She knew that this matter had already spread like wildfire. Fortunately, her parents did not know about it. Now that Wu Chengxuan asked hesitantly, Li Guo knew what he was going to say. Her heart tightened, but she pretended to be ignorant and asked, "What rumors?" Wu Chengxuan hurriedly told her about the matter. Halfway through, he saw that Li Guo's face was getting uglier and uglier. He could not help but timidly shut his mouth. Li Guo's tears were like a broken string of pearls. She sobbed and said, "How can the people of Luoyang be so dirty? Is it fun to humiliate an innocent girl's reputation?" When Wu Chengxuan saw Li Guo crying, his heart ached as if it was something. He repeatedly apologized, "Princess, don't be sad. I absolutely do not believe this. Princess, don't cry anymore." Li Guo took advantage of the situation and said, "You say you don't believe it, but you obviously believe it in your heart. I followed my father back to the capital. There were many dangers along the way and I risked my life several times. It was young Xiaowei who saved my life. This is a life-saving grace. I see young Xiaowei as my own brother. There were times when I met him by chance on the street. There were also times when I invited him to ride in the same carriage. When I saw my brother, I invited him to ride in the same carriage to reminisce about their sibling friendship. What's wrong with that? Yet, there are those who gossip." Li Guo choked and said, "What kissing on the street? Not only has it tarnished my reputation, it has also shamed my benefactor. How can Guo bear it?" Wu Chengxuan thought, her reaction is so intense. It shows how much she cherishes her innocence. I have really misunderstood her. At this time, she still feels guilty for implicating her benefactor. How kind of a person she is. The more Wu Chengxuan thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. Li Guo continued, "What kissing on the street? I see young Xiaowei as my own big brother. The younger sister is acting coquettishly in front of her brother. Her words are a little coquettish. When she pouted, those filthy people saw it and started to talk nonsense. Just now I even fell into the young prince's arms. Luckily no one saw it. If someone saw it, they would definitely say that I am shameless and threw myself into the young prince's arms." The more Li Guo said, the sadder she became. She could not help but said angrily, "This kind of thing is getting worse. How can I refute it? Forget it. I can only die to prove my sincerity." As Li Guo said this, she was about to rush to the small bridge and jump into the water. Even though the water was only up to her knees. "You must not." Wu Chengxuan rushed forward like an arrow. He once again displayed the kneeling down skill that he used in front of his father. He hugged Li Guo's legs and knelt down in front of her. He begged, "It is my fault. I believed the rumors and hurt Princess's heart. It is all my fault. Princess, please do not commit suicide." As Wu Chengxuan said this, he was still afraid that Li Guo's anger was not appeased. He raised his hands and slapped himself hard. Li Guo covered her face and sobbed. She said, "Quickly get up. You are the young prince of the Liang Palace. How can you behave like this? If others see you, I don't know what kind of rumors will spread." Wu Chengxuan saw this and became obedient. "Princess, if I get up, I must not be angry anymore." Li Guo said, "I am not angry anymore. Why don't you get up?" Wu Chengxuan stood up and said regretfully, "In the future, if someone spreads such rumors and slandered Princess's reputation, I will definitely not let him off easily if I hear it." Li Guo's forte was to read people's minds. At this moment, she had already seen through this Wu Chengxuan's thoughts. She did not expect that the heir of the Liang household, which she feared the most, would actually be so servile in front of her. Li Guo was both surprised and delighted, secretly pleased with herself. However, she kept a straight face and deliberately said coldly, "The innocent will know their innocence. I dare not trouble little prince. Otherwise, who knows what kind of ambiguous relationship this servant has with little prince." There were still 2 lines of tears on her cheeks. She raised her pretty face and said, "It is really not good for me to show my face in front of others. I will be going back now. I will have to trouble little prince to help me inform Her Royal Highness. Then, call my carriage out. I will be waiting at the intersection ahead." Wu Chongshuan was panicking. He quickly said, "Little prince will send princess back to the city." Li Guo'er said this because she wanted to create an opportunity to be alone with him. She had already realized that if she could have this Liang Palace's heir in her hands, it would be very important to her and her father. Listening to Wu Chongshuan's words, she did not comment. She only snorted coldly and walked away with a flick of her sleeve. Chapter 846. The purpose of the princess's trip was to bring Wu Chongshuan and Li Guo'er together. When she saw that Wu Chongshuan had come to bid farewell to her on Li Guo'er's behalf, she smiled knowingly. She thought that the 2 of them had already fallen in love with each other, so she was naturally happy to see it happen. Wu Chongshuan hurriedly summoned Li Guo'er's carriage and his own guards. He rushed to the side of the road and saw Li Guo'er standing there like a blooming spring flower. Wu Chongshuan hurriedly dismounted and courteously invited Princess Anli to board. He automatically became her escort, escorting Li Guo'er's carriage to the Imperial Road. Li Guo'er lowered the curtain and secretly observed Wu Chongshuan, who was in high spirits on horseback. She subconsciously bit her pinky again. Everything that had happened today was like a strange dream. She still needed some time to digest it. The carriages reached the Imperial Road and turned in the direction of the Imperial Palace. At this moment, Yang Fan arrived with Ren Wei and a few other guards. Even though Yang Fan wasn't familiar with Wu Chongshuan, he recognized him. Yang Fan had visited the Liang estate several times in the past, and he had seen this heir before. As he followed the Imperial Road, he saw the banner of King Liang's heir from afar. Yang Fan was a bit surprised. King Liang's family banquet? Why is the heir so ostentatious? Is he not participating in the clan's banquet? Yang Fan slowed down his horse. When he got closer, he saw that King Liang's heir was indeed there. He cupped his fists and said, "Heir." Wu Chongshuan hadn't expected to see Yang Fan here. His expression and mood immediately became extremely strange. Just a moment ago, he had viewed Yang Fan as a rival in love. However, after Li Guo'er's tearful complaints on the small bridge in the temple's backyard, he couldn't bring himself to make things difficult for Yang Fan anymore. In particular, he remembered every word that Princess Anli had said. Princess Anli had said that she regarded Yang Fan as her elder brother. If he offended her elder brother, what would he do if the beauty no longer cared about him? But for Wu Chongshuan to let go of the knot in his heart and treat Yang Fan as his own big brother, Wu Chongshuan could not adapt to this drastic change. Just as he was feeling awkward, Li Guo'er lifted the curtain and called out to Yang Fan cheerfully, "Brother Yang." Li Guo'er thought for a long time in the carriage. That dreamlike feeling finally settled into reality. She knew that she had used her beauty to conquer a subject, and it was the most loyal one at that. The great heir of King Liang was actually willing to lick her toes. This person could forget about escaping from her clutches. Just as she was feeling pleased with herself, Yang Fan arrived. Li Guo'er was also quite surprised. She did not expect to meet Yang Fan here. She changed her mind and happily went out to greet him. She had already told Wu Chongshuan that she regarded Yang Fan as her benefactor, as her biological brother. If she did not act naturally and gracefully at this time, Wu Chongshuan would be suspicious. "Brother Yang, where are you going?" Yang Fan looked at Li Guo'er, then looked at Wu Chongshuan. He smiled and said, "I was just about to attend the banquet at the Liang Palace. Is the Crown Prince and the Princess traveling together?" Li Guo'er said, "At the invitation of the princess, today I'm traveling with many noble young masters and the minister's daughter to the northern outskirts of Luo City. I don't like the tricks of those nobles, so I'm going to trouble Xiao Wangye to send me back to the city. Brother Yang is going the same way as me. Quickly get in the carriage, I want to have a chat with you." Li Guo'er's move was very clever. The more natural and unrestrained she was in front of Wu Chongshuan, the less suspicious Wu Chongshuan was. It's just that, although Enla regarded Yang Fan as her brother, they were not biological brothers. The woman's carriage was not very wide, so the two of them sat side by side. Wu Chongshuan thought, I am Enla's future husband, but I have never sat side by side with her. Letting Yang Fan go up, it's not nice. Wu Chongshuan smiled and said, General Yang and I are old acquaintances. We haven't seen each other for a long time and I want to catch up. Why don't you and I walk side by side and talk as we walk? Yang Fan felt that Li Guo'er was too daring. When he heard Wu Chongshuan's words, he felt relieved and immediately nodded happily. That's exactly what I want. Li Guo'er had already figured out Wu Chongshuan's thoughts. How could she still care about this Crown Prince Liang whom she respected and feared before today? Her pretty face immediately turned serious and she looked at Wu Chongshuan and said, Brother Yang is going to the Liang Palace for a banquet. If Xiao Wangye wants to chat with Brother Yang, it's fine even if we talk until late at night. My family lives in the palace and it's rare for me to see Brother Yang. Xiao Wangye, will you allow me to catch up? Wu Chongshuan was already enchanted. How could he dare to object to Li Guo'er's words? He immediately said awkwardly, Princess is right. If that's the case, please board the carriage. Yang Fan always felt that there was a strange atmosphere between the three of them. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what it was. In fact, since the last encounter on the street, he gradually felt that this Li Guo'er was not so simple. But now that Wu Chongshuan was next to him, if he didn't board the carriage, it would seem that he had a guilty conscience. In desperation, he abandoned his horse and boarded the carriage. As soon as Yang Fan boarded the carriage, Li Guo'er raised her hand and let down the curtain. When she let down the curtain, a pair of extremely charming eyes even glanced at Wu Chongshuan provocatively. Wu Chongshuan secretly comforted himself, it's my fault. I spoke rudely just now and made Enla unhappy. She's deliberately angering me. That must be it. Although the curtain was let down, the movements inside could be seen from the outside. Yang Fan was not worried that Enla would dare to harass him. So as soon as the curtain was let down, Yang Fan's face sank and he said in a low voice, What do you want to do now? Do you really not care about your reputation? Li Guo'er said with grievance, Brother, why are you more and more rude to me? You've saved my life and my father's life. You're my family's great benefactor. You and I have been husband and wife. Why are you being so cold to me? What did I do wrong? As soon as Yang Fan heard her mention this, he was somewhat discouraged. He couldn't argue with Li Guo'er because he always felt that she was not telling the truth. The scene in the wisteria cave on the yellow bamboo ridge was like a thorn in his heart. Thinking about it later, he felt that she was not a young girl who had just experienced the world. Yang Fan could only ease his tone and said, Junju, in the past, I didn't know your identity and made a big mistake. Now that your father is about to become the crown prince, Junju will soon become the princess of the Tang dynasty. I already have a family. It's impossible for me to have any relationship with the princess. Since it's like this, Junju is extremely intelligent. I believe I don't have to explain it too clearly. Li Guo'er wept sadly and said, What you said makes sense. Of course I understand, I couldn't help it. Li Guo'er spoke in a melancholy and sorrowful tone. Her beautiful countenance was brimming with tears. If any other man heard this, he would be moved. Immediately, the small head commanded the big head. He felt the beauty's great kindness. He would be willing to sacrifice his life for this woman. From then on, he would be like Wu Chongshuan, obediently a slave under her skirt. However, Yang Fan was different. Although Guo'er was beautiful, he would not be captivated by her beauty. The cloud of doubt in his heart lowered Guo'er's pretentious charm. Yang Fan could not question her too harshly, so he advised, if you take one step further, you will harm others and yourself. If you take one step back, everyone will be happy. Junju suffered for 16 years at the yellow bamboo ridge. It's not easy for you to return to the palace. Don't make a mistake. How could Li Guo'er listen to Yang Fan's words? She loved this kind of adventure, the thrill of playing with fire. She loved the feeling of having a man in the palm of her hand. It was like a kind of power that made one feel as if they were floating in the clouds. It was fascinating. The Crown Prince Liang, Wu Chongshuan, prostrated himself at her feet. He was willing to live as a slave. This further fueled her wild ambition. The more young Fan kept a respectful distance from her, the stronger her desire to conquer. If she could not conquer young Fan and make him obediently follow her orders, she would not be satisfied. This feeling was very complicated. Perhaps she really liked young Fan. Perhaps it was just like the cat that she had raised in the beginning. She felt that she had paid the price, so she must get it back. Or perhaps, Wu Chongshuan's conquest had made this royal country maiden, who grew up in a small mountain village and had ascended to the highest echelons of the empire, uncertain about her own position. Her wild ambition had expanded too quickly. She did not have the breadth of mind and wisdom that had matured in the process of climbing up step by step. That was why she had lost herself. However, she enjoyed playing with fire. She bit her lip. She was very unwilling to accept her own failure. She thought in her heart, my beauty can make the great crown prince Liang willingly become a slave. Why can't I conquer you? Hence, a soft hand that was placed on the couch quietly stretched out and held young Fan's hand. She grabbed young Fan's hand and gently placed it on her youthful and supple thigh. Young Fan was startled. He raised his eyes and looked at her. He scolded in a low voice, "Are you crazy?" Li Guo'er said sweetly, "I can't see clearly from the outside." The tips of her brows and the corners of her eyes were full of lust. Her eyes were as moist as spring water. She stared fixedly at young Fan. Using an extremely seductive and charming voice, she said, "There are so many royal sisters, aunts, and even grandaunt. They can all live freely. Why are they so demanding of me? Compared to them, do you think I have suffered less? Young Lang, I am your woman. You can't deny this, can you?" As Li Guo'er spoke, she gently grabbed young Fan's hand and moved it along her supple thigh toward her own peach blossom bud. Young Fan did not expect her to be so shameless. The disgust in his heart deepened. His palm tightened and grabbed her thigh. It was like an iron pincer, making it difficult for him to move. It was so painful that Li Guo'er was about to cry. Young Fan's face was as cold as ice. He coldly said, in the gentleness Fang, "There are countless men who spend the night there. If every man who spends the night there has slept with a woman and treated her as his, then wouldn't the man be as stupid as a pig?" Li Guo'er already knew what kind of place the gentleness Fang was. Her face immediately changed. She hatefully said, "What do you treat me as?" Young Fan coldly said, "It's not what I treat you as, but what do you treat yourself as?" Li Guo'er hatefully stared at young Fan. Her expression changed several times. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, her expression relaxed. She suddenly smiled sweetly at young Fan. She gently lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "What do I treat myself as? Of course I treat myself as your woman, your slave. As long as you like me, I will do anything for you. I am willing." Wu Chongshuan rode his horse beside the carriage. He did not want Li Guo'er to look down on him. He was afraid that she would hate him for not trusting her. So he did not dare to stare at the carriage. He could only use the corner of his eyes to look. Although the gauze was thin, he could not see anything. He pricked up his ears to listen carefully, but he still could not hear anything. He thought about it carefully and laughed at himself. How can I use dirty thoughts to measure her? That would be blasphemy against a fairy. Besides, what can happen in public? I have to be open-minded. I must not let her think that I am narrow-minded. But if I can make a beauty happy, then anything for her is worth it. Chapter 847. After entering the city from the north gate, they would enter the imperial palace from the Black Tortoise Gate. Wu Chongshuan naturally had no excuse to continue protecting the flower. He had previously said that he wanted to reminisce with young Fan, so he could only watch Li Guo'er's guard of honor drive towards the majestic and solemn palace in the distance. Young Fan stood beside the horse and also watched the carriage go far away. Under the tall city wall, the wind blew slowly from a distance and just happened to rub the mist-like gauze curtain. In the carriage, there was a beautiful and graceful figure. It was difficult to see clearly, just like the ever-changing thoughts of the person in the carriage. No one was born the same. Some things of nature gradually formed as they grew up and eventually became the most essential thing that distinguished them from others. If young Fan had not experienced a great disaster when he was young, wandered from place to place, and had a fortuitous encounter, would he be today's young Fan? Perhaps he was still living in Shaoju, going to the market every half a month and going to the city every 3 months. Most of the time, he lived in that small valley with his wife and children, who were as simple and inarticulate as him. His sky was only so big, his land was only so wide, and in his heart, there was only such a small home. Xiao Man was used to a hard life since she was young. A beggar had finally changed her fate, but some things that had been deeply engraved in her bones would not change. Until now, she still liked to make money. She would use the money she earned to make more money, or exchange it for land and real money, hiding it in the place that she thought was the safest. Originally, Anu had a happy family, but after a great drought, everything changed. She was pushed into a dry well by her biological father. For her father, that was the most helpless action. Perhaps he was already numb from hunger at that time, but if he was still alive, that scene of the past would definitely be a nightmare that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. For Anu, who was still very young at that time, she could not understand these things. When that skinny girl who was only 6 years old crawled out of the dry well step by step with her face covered in blood, the wound could no longer be healed. From then on, she sealed her heart, until that winter desert, when young Fan used his own blood and life to open the lock on her heart. Wana had been confined to the palace since she was a child. Her greatest joy was when she accompanied the emperor to the Dragon Gate. She dismissed her attendants and ran alone in the uninhabited forest to release the emotions she had been suppressing for a long time. Her country was burdened with peace. Most of the time, she was like a politician. She had no time to think about how to be a wife, a mother, or a woman. Every adult had traces left on their bodies by fate since their childhood, as if they had been chopped out by an axe and a chisel. The current Li Guiyue couldn't have become like this overnight. What exactly did she experience? What had she become? The wind from afar swept over, brushing past the curtains of the carriage. The curtains then turned into a ball of misty surging fog, brushing past Wu Chongshuan's eyes. His eyes still lingered on that jade-like dimple, brushing past the tip of young Fan's hair. His thoughts were in a mess, full of confusion. Oh, it's a pink skeleton? There were clearly more people attending Wu Sance's family banquet this time. Wu Chengxi's health was deteriorating by the day, and everyone in the Wu clan was well aware of this. Even those who were still watching from the sidelines and hadn't decided to rely on Wu Sanci didn't want to give him any face at a family banquet where they couldn't clearly choose a side. As usual, there would be some people who weren't treated as outsiders at the banquet. The greater the clan, the more so, unless you wanted to show that you didn't have many friends and connections. However, there weren't many people who were fortunate enough to be invited by Wu Sanci today. Apart from the Sanci 5 hounds, there were only 4 people in total: Zhong Yizhi, Zhong Changzong, Li Zhongruan, and Yang Fan. Song Jishuan and Li Jun, who were jokingly referred to as King Liang's 5 great hounds, had to come. Otherwise, how could they be considered trusted aides? Moreover, it was unavoidable for them to recite poems to match the scenery. These people were all scholars, and they could help the host flatter himself. Li Zhongruan was the Prince of Luling's eldest son, and he had been invited to witness the friendship between Yang Fan and Wu Sanci. The Zhong brothers were both a cover and a way to keep an eye on Li Zhongruan. Li Guiyue was a young girl, so she wouldn't attract much attention if she left the palace to enjoy the sights and socialize. The Prince of Luling's heir could represent his father to a large extent, so it would be difficult for him to casually leave the palace to interact with others. Since the 2 Zhong brothers had arrived, the Empress and Imperial Consort were naturally seated at the head of the table. The host of the banquet, Wu Sanci, was also seated below them. The Prince of Luling's heir, Li Zhongruan, and the Prince of Liang's heir, Wu Chongshuan, who had rushed back in time, were seated across from Wu Sanci. Surprisingly, the one seated below Wu Sanci was Yang Fan. From the looks of it, the father and son were supposed to receive the 2 honored guests separately. However, the Prince of Luling's heir had come in place of his sick father, so he should have sat together with Wu Sanci. However, Wu Sanci had arranged for Yang Fan to sit beside him, leaving his son to accompany the Prince of Luling. This was very thought-provoking. It must be understood that in the officialdom, seating arrangement was also a form of knowledge. Other than flattering Zhong, Wu Sansi only chatted cheerfully with young Fan. Because Wu Yizong, Wu Yuyi, and other members of the Wu clan were also flattering Zhong, Wu Sansi spent most of his time chatting and laughing with young Fan. Because the banquet was too noisy, the two would often whisper in each other's ears, and all of this was seen by Li Zhongruan. This prince of Luling's was 19 years old, and he was Li Xian's second son. The eldest concubine's son, Li Zhongfu, was 2 years older than him. Because the prince of Luling's 4 sons and 7 daughters, actually, there were 8 daughters, but one of them died at a young age, were born to different imperial concubines, their ages weren't all that different, and there were quite a few siblings born in the same year. The 19-year-old Li Zhongruan had been banished from Luoyang when he was only 3 years old, and had been trapped deep in the mountains. His mind was pure, and he didn't understand the ways of the world. He didn't notice young Fan's smile and response at all, and was just acting reluctantly. The so-called intimate scene between him and King Liang was completely a result of Wu Sansi's enthusiasm. The 2 Zhong brothers were good at singing and dancing, so how could everyone at the banquet not please them? After about 30 minutes of drinking, Zhong Yizhi walked up to the banquet and began to sing a song. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, Wu Chongshuan received his father's signal and stepped forward to invite Zhong Changzong to join the singing. The Wu clansmen, Sansi, the 5 dogs, and even the 2 Zhong brothers all began to sing and dance. Li Zhongruan wasn't good at singing and dancing, so he was forcefully dragged out by Wu Chongshuan. He clumsily began to dance along with everyone else. As he turned around, he suddenly noticed that Wu Sansi and young Fan's seats were empty. His eyes darted around, and he happened to see Wu Sansi and young Fan walking side by side, talking as they walked. They were slowly strolling toward the winding corridor in the distance. Young Fan was half a step behind Wu Sansi, following half a step behind. Wu Sansi said, "Erlang was ordered by the emperor to establish the 1,000 horsemen, and everything is still in the process of being organized. This prince heard that the Ministry of Revenue has been making things difficult for you regarding the army's provisions." Young Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he replied with a smile, "I didn't expect this matter to even alarm your highness. There were indeed some Ministry of Revenue officials who put on airs and deliberately made things difficult, but this matter has been resolved." Wu Sansi chuckled and said, Erlang used the soldiers' unreasonableness to deal with the Ministry of Revenue officials' sophistry. It was a brilliant move. You can be unreasonable, but they can't. They dared to make things difficult for the emperor's personal army. Minister and must have lost his head a little, thinking that Erlang, you are easy to bully. As they talked and walked, they saw a pavilion in front of them. The window was open, and there was a round table in the middle of the hall. Someone was already sitting there. Seeing the 2 of them coming, that person stood up. It was the Prince of Hanoi, Wu Yizong. No one knew when he had quietly left the family banquet and came here alone. Wu Sansi pointed to Wu Yizong with a smile and said, "This is the Prince of Hanoi, my cousin Yizong. Erlang must have met him before." Young Fan smiled and cupped his fists to Wu Yizong, saying, "Young Fan pays his respects to the Prince of Hanoi." But in his heart he was secretly puzzled. Why did Wu Sansi put on such a show? Could it be that he wants to mediate between us? The corners of Wu Yizong's mouth twitched and he forced a smile. Wu Sansi secretly glared at Wu Yizong, then said to young Fan, "I want Erlang to know that when the Ministry of Revenue made things difficult for you for no reason, it was actually my brother who caused trouble." Young Fan already knew, but hearing this, he put on a surprised expression and cried out involuntarily, "Is that so? How did this young offend your highness to cause your highness to be unhappy? This young is frightened and really does not know. I hope your highness can enlighten me." Wu Sansi said, "Isn't it because you protected the Prince of Luling back to the capital? Yizong thought that you wanted to make an enemy of my Wu clan, so he deliberately made things difficult for you. It is also this prince's fault for not telling him your difficulties. After learning of this matter, I have already taught him a lesson. Today, I specially invited the 2 of you together so that Yizong can apologize to you in person." As Wu Sansi spoke, Wu Yizong made a gesture of bowing, but his back was very stiff. It seemed that he would not be able to bend down without the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Young Fan rushed forward to support him, saying repeatedly, you can't. This is really too much for this lowly official. In fact, to be able to resolve this misunderstanding and not make an enemy of the Prince of Hanoi, this lowly official is already very lucky. Wu Sanxi said with a smile, if Erlang no longer blame this prince's impetuous brother, then please take a seat. Let us drink a cup of wine together and forget the grudge with a smile. As Wu Sanxi said this, he first sat down behind the table. Glancing at young Fan, he casually said, don't take what happened back then to heart. Now that my son has taken a liking to Princess Anli, this prince will soon propose to the Prince of Luling. At that time, the two families will become one, and the grudge of the past will naturally disappear like smoke. The front hall was very lively. Wu Sanxi, Wu Yizong, and young Fan had left, but no one seemed to notice them. After the dance, everyone returned to their seats and continued drinking. Li Zhongruan took this opportunity to ask Wu Chongshuan, I see that General Yang seems to be very familiar with the old prince. After returning to the residence, Wu Chongshuan had already received his father's instructions and knew the purpose of this family banquet. Hearing this, he replied, yes, my father has always favored General Yang. It can be said that General Yang was able to embark on an official career because of my father's strong recommendation. In the past, when General Yang was framed by Lai Junchen and imprisoned, it was also my father who appeared to save his life. When General Yang got married, my father, as a prince, condescended to attend the wedding and gave the couple a generous gift. My father has always treated General Yang like a nephew, and General Yang is also deeply indebted to my father. Hearing this, Li Zhongruan could not help but be secretly alarmed. After learning that Yang Fan had established the 1,000 cavalry, the Prince of Luling, Consort Wei, and Li Zhongruan had privately discussed to make friends with Yang Fan and secretly rope him in. At this time, hearing that Wu Chongshuan had been coaxed out of him, Li Zhongruan's heart immediately turned cold. This matter cannot be done. Chapter 848. Yang Fan felt that he had gained a lot from this trip to the Wu family's banquet. Yang Fan was very clear that this was not the time to publicly break off relations with the Wu family. If someone jumped out to be the enemy of the Wu family at this sensitive time when Wu Zetian was preparing to choose a successor and arrange the future of the empire, he would definitely be seen as an enemy by Wu Zetian and eradicated. As a new noble of the court, the unfortunate Jishu had been demoted to county lieutenant by Wu Zetian just because he had arrogantly shouted at Wu Zejong in a moment of arrogance and contempt, and had been kicked out of the capital. Moreover, Wu Yizong made a big mess in Hebei at that time, causing the establishment of the Great Zhuarong Empire, the division of the Khitan Empire, and the submission of the Xi Empire to the Turks. Under such circumstances, the female emperor still sided with him. Yang Fan fought with Minister and of the Ministry of Revenue as the Lieutenant General of 1,000 cavalries. At first, it was because he did not know who the mastermind of Minister and was, and the payment of the army could not be delayed. Later, when he learned that Assistant Minister Chiu and Wu Yizong were related by marriage, Yang Fan secretly broke out in a cold sweat and secretly regretted his carelessness. Li Duozhua was the general of the Left Feather Royal Guard and the most direct general in the Imperial Army of the Northern Yamen. But when he was in Hebei, because the generals of the Wu clan made a fool of themselves and failed again and again, the emperor ordered him to lead the army. However, Wu Yuyi and Wu Yizong still did what they wanted and tried their best to suppress him. He could do nothing about it. Yang Fan was not as important as Li Duozhua now. How could he fight against the people of the Wu family with 1,000 cavalries that had not yet formed an army? When those ruffian soldiers made trouble at the Ministry of Revenue the next day, Wu Yizong did not appear. Minister and was angry and gave in, so the matter was resolved smoothly. Yang Fan did not know that the reason why Wu Yizong did not appear was because he was intercepted by Wu Sanxi. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been like that. The people he sent would have been decapitated by Wu Yizong in public, causing a shocking massacre. Once things reached this point, Yang Fan would not let his brothers die in vain. If this lawsuit was brought before the emperor, even if he had thousands of reasons, it would only slightly dampen Wu Yizong's edge. He would be reprimanded, or symbolically demoted from his official position. The price he had to pay was to completely break off relations with the Wu clan and be abandoned by Wu Zetian. Even those ancient sages couldn't be impartial and selfless, let alone Wu Zetian, who was an old woman, who had always been biased towards the Wu clan. He could feel Wu Sanzi's sincerity towards him. With Wu Sanzi's current position, if Wu Sanzi wasn't sincerely trying to recruit him, there was no need for him to condescend to show goodwill. Through Wu Sanzi's mediation, the conflict with Wu Yizong was resolved. He believed that the following trips to the Department of Ordnance and the Imperial Servant Temple would be very smooth. As expected, Yang Fan's trips to the Department of Ordnance and the Imperial Servant Temple were very smooth. Yang Fan took less than an hour to go to the Department of Ordnance and the Imperial Servant Temple. The entire matter was successfully resolved. The Department of Ordnance, Wu Xizhong, and the Imperial Servant Temple, by Isho, both promised that the military equipment and horses needed for the 1,000 horsemen would be taken care of within 3 days. Yang Fan was overjoyed. He originally estimated that if everything went smoothly, he would need a day to finish visiting the Department of Ordnance and the Imperial Servant Temple. He didn't think that it would go so smoothly. After finishing this important matter, Yang Fan saw that there was still more than half a day left. He remembered that he had an agreement with Chen Dong of the Ministry of Justice, so he went to the Ministry of Justice. When Chen Dong heard that Yang Fan wanted to invite him to the Golden Hairpin Drunkenness for a drink, he immediately took leave and left with Yang Fan. Good wine came in one goblet after another. In any case, he wasn't the one paying, so he just drank to his heart's content. The enchanting and gorgeous Hu Ji called out 4 times in one breath. 2 of them were twisting their bodies like snakes in front of him, dancing the kind of dance that would easily make a man blush and gasp for breath. 2 huge round plates of August 15th swung back and forth under that slender water snake waist, like the moon in the water, a stone thrown into the water, creating ripples in an instant. The other 2 Hu Ji twisted around Dr. Chen's body like snakes. When Dr. Chen got drunk, the 3 of them were entangled together. All kinds of unbearable situations made Yang Fan raise his eyebrows. He never thought that Dr. Chen, who had always been cautious and serious, would be so flirtatious after getting drunk. The 4 Hu Ji quickly heard that the person who was paying today was the pretty boy next to them. This person was young and handsome. He was more popular with women than the black, fat-bearded man next to him. They were willing to throw themselves at him, not to mention that this person was young and rich. The other 2 Hu Ji, who were drenched in sweat from the dance, immediately entangled him. Yang Fan was shocked. He quickly went around the 2 beautiful snakes and said with a smile, "You 2 help Mr. Chen to the back and serve him well. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll leave the reward with the shopkeeper. Whoever can please Mr. Chen more will get an extra reward." Finished with his instructions, Yang Fan made his getaway without a trace. He could still hear Dr. Chen, who wanted nothing more than to raise his spear and mount his horse in the private room, being helped up by 2 strong and healthy women. While walking in the sky toward the back of the room, he leisurely recited, "The clouds are rolling and the clouds are unfolding," watching the birds enter and leave at the front door. Not startled by the favor or disgrace, watching the flowers bloom and wilt in the rear courtyard. Yang Fan was sweating profusely. He didn't expect that the always cold and rigid Dr. Chen Dong was actually such a man on the outside. Dr. Chen had transformed into an eloquent scholar, the king of bed, and single-handedly challenged the 4 blonde Hu Ji. Yang Fan didn't know whether he would be able to preserve some of his remains after the wheel battle in front of the Peach Blossom Cave. This was no longer within Yang Fan's consideration. After returning Dr. Chen's favor, he went home to accompany his pair of lovely children for a while, and then went to the military camp. 3 days later, as promised, the Department of Ordnance delivered the weapons and equipment. The weapons and equipment would not be directly handed to the soldiers, nor would they be sent to the military camp. Instead, they would be sent to the armory for safekeeping. They would only be handed to individuals for training, dispatching troops, and carrying out military duties. When they were first handed out, the name of the user would be engraved on each weapon. From then on, the set of weapons would belong to that person. The name of the blacksmith and the name of the user were engraved on the weapons. This practice was to prevent the weapons from being lost, and also to urge the soldiers to take good care of the weapons, so that the rate of damage to the weapons would not be too high. But after the name was engraved, the weapons would still be stored in the armory. This practice was still the same in modern times. Whether it was the army or the police, guns, ammunition, and bulletproof vests were all stored together when they were not carrying out official duties. So when Yang Fan sent ruffian soldiers to cause trouble at the Ministry of Revenue, they were unarmed. Later, when they pretended to clash with Yang Fan's bodyguards, they still snatched the water and fire sticks from the hands of the officials of the Ministry of Revenue and smashed them. At this time, Yang Fan was bowing with the soldiers on the field. His superb bowing technique won waves of cheers. When Xu Liang found out that the weapons had been delivered and that the armory had already received them, he immediately rushed over to report to Yang Fan. Seeing that he was having a good time on the field, he also smiled and stood among the crowd, watching and cheering. When the match was over, Xu Liang waved to Yang Fan. Yang Fan rushed over to the side of the field. Xu Liang excitedly said to him, "Commander, our weapons and armor have been delivered." Hearing this, Yang Fan was overjoyed. "Come, let's go take a look." Immediately, the two of them each mounted a horse and led a few bodyguards to the armory. Every garrison had an armory. The armory was built in a corner of the camp, very far from the main activity area of the camp. There were 3 layers of fire belts in the middle to ensure the safety of the armory. The soldiers guarding the armory did not belong to the guard army but were directly under the ordnance division. To receive weapons, a general of the guard army had to bring the corresponding identification. How many weapons were taken, how long it took to return them, and the general in charge had to be recorded. In this way, unless there was a mutiny in the army or a high-ranking general forged a military order, no one could take a weapon without permission. Although the soldiers guarding the armory belonged to the ordnance division, the daily management was the responsibility of the local garrison generals. Yang Fan could be considered half their superior, so the soldiers guarding the armory all recognized Yang Fan. Seeing that the commander had arrived, the platoon leader guarding the armory immediately went up to welcome him. Yang Fan beamed with joy and said, "Have the weapons and armors arrived?" The platoon leader said, "Yes, this subordinate has just finished putting them into the armory. They have been sorted out." Yang Fan said happily, "Good, quickly open the armory. This general wants to inspect it." The platoon leader registered and had Yang Fan sign it. Then, Yang Fan and Xu Liang led a few bodyguards into the armory. The armory was very large. There were layers of wooden shelves inside, and there were some moisture-proof charcoal and other materials on the ground. Compared to the humid weather in the south, Luang's climate was closer to that of the north. It was easier to store weapons, so there were not many maintenance measures. The moment Yang Fan entered the armory, he saw the racks of weapons, armor, bows, arrows, flags, gongs, drums, and tents all neatly arranged. In his delight, he said to the platoon leader guarding the armory, "You are all very diligent. Although this general does not directly command you, I have the right to evaluate you. I will record these matters into the evaluation. Many thanks, Lieutenant General." The platoon leader cupped his fists to thank him, but there was a strange expression on his face. Yang Fan was speaking to him, but his eyes were fixed on the weapons and equipment, so he did not notice. Xu Liang happily walked closer and suddenly noticed that the armors weren't of the same standard. Besides the general and soldier armors, there were also light armors, fine-scale armors, black hammer armors, leather armors, chainmail armors, and so on. He couldn't help but frown. As the imperial army, they were stationed in the capital. Usually, their main task was to guard the palace. In order to maintain law and order in the palace, armor was mostly a symbol. Even if there was a rare riot in 100 years, it was mainly urban warfare. There was no need for armor that was too heavy, or it would affect the soldiers' combat strength. Therefore, heavy armor such as light armor and fine-scale armor did not need to be prepared at all. Light armor such as leather armor and soap silk armor were what they needed the most. The 1,000 cavalry formed an army of only 1,000 people. It was impossible for the ordnance division to not be able to gather armor for 1,000 people and needed to use other types of armor to make up the numbers, right? Xu Liang walked over, puzzled. He picked up a chainmail and shook it open. Along with the clanging sound of steel colliding, a cloud of dust suddenly rose. He didn't know how long this armor had been there, but there were even a few discordant clanging sounds. The light in the warehouse was not bright enough, So Yang Fan asked someone to make way for the door. He then took a lantern from the hands of the warehouse guard and walked over to carefully illuminate the place. There were clearly a few armor pieces on the ground. Yang Fan squatted down and picked up the armor pieces in surprise. He then looked at the armor in Shu Liang's hands. He saw that a few metal threads that connected the armor pieces to the metal pieces had broken and were sticking up. Yang Fan reached out his hand to touch it. It was hard to tell how many years the metal threads had been used. They had not been replaced, nor had they been oiled and maintained. They were already rusted to the point of being brittle. Yang Fan's heart was filled with anger. He suddenly stood up and ordered with a livid face, "Check immediately to see if there are any problems with these armors and weapons." Chapter 849. The officer in charge of guarding the armory gave his men a stealthy look with a strange expression on his face. Actually, as soon as this batch of goods arrived, they realized that there was a problem. These tattered goods were probably the base of the armory of the Ordnance Department. Some of the weapons looked rusty and were probably weapons from the era of Gaozu Wuda. How could they be used like this? It was clear that someone was trying to make life difficult for this commander of 1,000 cavalry. However, they were only soldiers guarding the armory. It was fine as long as they did their part. The matters between the important figures above had nothing to do with them. At this moment, it was better for them to feign ignorance. "Commander of the 1,000 cavalry, this leather armor is rotten. This knife is rusty. If this subordinate shakes his wrist, I'm afraid it will break. What kind of military tent is this? It's tattered and can't block the wind or the rain. What's the use of it? This bow. Fuck." Ren Wei raised a bow and tested the bowstring. In the end, he only pulled it once. Twang. The bowstring broke. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and tilted his head in time. Otherwise, the broken bowstring would have bounced into his eye and he would have become a one-eyed man. "This short spear, there's no need to try anymore," Yang Fan shouted. His voice was like muffled thunder in the armory, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Everyone immediately fell silent. Everyone knew that this commander of 1,000 cavalry was truly angry. The armory immediately quieted down. Only Yang Fan's heavy breathing could be heard. Yang Fan's back was facing everyone as he rushed to a corner of the armory. One could only see his shoulders rise and fall with his breathing, as if there was a ferocious beast waiting to pounce at any moment and swallow someone whole. However, after a long period of preparation, the ferocious beast hidden in Yang Fan's heart became subdued. His breathing became long and slow. After a long time, Yang Fan slowly turned around. The lantern was still in his hand. His expression was neither happy nor angry, and there was nothing special about it. Yang Fan asked indifferently, when the Ordnance Department handed over the weapons, "Did they say anything?" The squad leader quickly stepped forward and said, "Yes. The people from the Department of Ordnance said that there weren't many armors and weapons in storage, but the 1,000 cavalry was the armed force that guarded the Imperial Palace, so the Department of Ordnance didn't dare to neglect it. King Lin Chuan ordered us to raise funds from various sources before we managed to procure the required materials for the 1,000 horsemen. They will be sent over immediately." Yang Fan's eyes narrowed. "Lord Lin Chuan, you're using Wu Xizhong to pressure me. But, the Wu clan's world." Yang Fan's eyes flickered, and he said calmly, "I understand. I am very grateful for the care of the Ordnance Department. It's just that King Lin Chuan is in charge of the Ordnance Department and has a high status, while I am just a middle commander. The difference in status is like heaven and earth. It's a pity that I can't personally thank you." Yang Fan's reaction was out of the squad leader's expectation. In his opinion, even if Yang Fan didn't have the guts to question Wu Xizhong, he should at least express his anger in front of his subordinates. Even if he scolded Wu Xizhong in front of him, when it reached King Lin Chuan's ears, King Lin Chuan would most likely pretend to be deaf and mute. It's not like he scolded Wu Xizhong in front of him, so why would he come knocking on his door? Why is this general so cowardly? The squad leader was startled, and awkwardly said, "Yes. Yes." For a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Yang Fan smiled again, and said, "Close the storage room and take good care of the weapons. The soldiers are sufficient, and General is going to train the soldiers soon." Finishing, He walked out. The squad leader hurriedly agreed, and followed behind Yang Fan, and timidly said, "The weapons and armors have not been engraved with the user's name. General, when will you send people in batches to register and engrave the weapons?" Yang Fan casually laughed it off, and walked out, completely ignoring him. The squad leader stood at the entrance of the armory, watching Yang Fan's back as he walked away, and for a long time, he didn't understand what he meant. On a high slope, Yang Fan stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the military camp in the distance. On the archery field, the soldiers were still leaping and leaping as they chased after the little red ball. They were using the war horses brought by the 100 cavalrymen, borrowing them one by one to satisfy their craving for riding. At this moment, the imperial servant temple had yet to send the horses over. Earlier in the armory, Yang Fan forcibly suppressed his anger, not because he had thought of a solution, but because anger can't solve any problem, and will instead make others look down on him. Probably, the soldiers guarding the armory received a mission to report how exasperated they were at that time. Therefore, he forcibly suppressed his anger and left the armory. Only now, standing on the high slope, with a cool breeze caressing his face, and a high view of the world, did his emotions slowly calm down. A few personal guards were standing at a distance, and Shu Liang slowly walked to his side. Yang Fan sighed, "If you want to plan for great things, every step is difficult." Shu Liang smiled, "As long as there are great things, there will never be smooth sailing. This Shu may be a martial artist, but his position is confidential. These years, I have been influenced by what I have seen and heard, and I have seen many things. To be able to make the Wu clan use such obscure methods to deal with someone, it is already enough to show his ability." The knee-deep weeds were blown by the wind, and from time to time, they would rub against the sleeves of their robes. Yang Fan didn't pay attention to this consolation, and after thinking for a long time, he muttered to himself, "Where exactly is the problem? If I don't understand this problem, why are they making things difficult for me again and again? I'm afraid I will never be able to understand." Shu Liang said, "Can the general tell this general about the matter so that I can study it together?" Ever since Fang province, they had fought side by side, and Yang Fan had already regarded him as a confidant. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about this matter, so Yang Fan told him everything. However, Yang Fan still didn't know that the kissing incident on the street had already spread throughout Luoyang, nor did he know that Wu Chongshuan was burning with jealousy. Naturally, he wouldn't mention this matter. Shu Liang didn't have a clue either, and couldn't help but frown. Given King Liang's status, unless he sincerely wants to befriend the general, there is no need for him to invite you to a banquet. Yang Fan nodded slightly, and Shu Liang continued, "As for Wu Yizong, only King Liang and King Wei have the right to fight for the throne. No matter what, it will never be his turn. Since King Liang has already forgiven you and is willing to befriend you, there is no need for Wu Yizong to continue standing out and humiliate you, unless he has other instructions from King Wei." Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He thought carefully, then shook his head. Impossible. If it was Wu Sanxi, he might really do something to vent his anger. Wu Chengxi has always been good at scheming and wouldn't do something so senseless. Suppressing me won't help him at all. Even if I can't become the 1,000-rider general, his people still won't have a chance. Besides, Wu Yizong is a member of the Wu family, and he has a lot of troops in his hands. If he wants to side with someone, he can do it openly. There is no need for him to hide his head and hide his tail. Even if he chooses the wrong side, the other side will still be the emperor, and he will still be recruited. Shu Liang frowned. If that's the case, then the problem still lies with King Linchuan himself. Why did he do this? Yang Fan shook his head. After thinking for a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. "Do you still remember when we discovered a spy on the way back from Fang province, but we couldn't find out who he was? Do you still remember the method we used?" Shu Liang said, "What is it?" Of course he knew about this matter, but he couldn't figure out how it was connected to this matter. Yang Fan said, "If you can't figure it out, then put it aside. There is no need to follow the path the other has drawn for us. I can't just go to his door and ask why Wu Yizong is dissatisfied with me, can I? If that's the case, then we'll do it our own way. Won't it be fine as long as we solve this problem?" Xu Liang's expression changed. General has an idea? Yang Fan said, I have some ideas, but I still need the help of a noble. As Yang Fan said this, his mind was already racing. Just who could have such great influence in front of the emperor and be able to help him? At present, Wu Yizhong's intentions were unclear. The Prince of Liang and Wu Sanxi couldn't be used for now. The Prince of Luling couldn't be used now, but that would be useful in the future. Needless to say, Wn would naturally do her best to help him. However, she was in the inner palace and had always been in charge of administrative matters. If she suddenly interfered with military matters, it didn't seem appropriate. Wu Zetian wasn't that muddle-headed. No matter how he thought about it, only Princess Taiping was the most suitable person to step forward. Moreover, the emperor already knew about their affair. He knew that she was standing up for him and wouldn't have any other thoughts. At present, Yang Fan didn't have the power to contend against the Wu clan. He needed to borrow power, and the only one who could suppress the Wu clan's difficulties was Wu Zetian. He wanted to borrow Wu Zetian's power, but this required a middleman to help him build a bridge. After thinking about it, Yang Fan chose Princess Taiping as the middleman. Speaking of which, ever since he returned to the capital, he became the focus of many people's attention. Soon after, he established the 1,000 cavalry. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, all the big shots didn't come into contact with him. He hadn't seen Taiping for a long time, so it was time to meet her again. Just as Yang Fan thought of this, someone suddenly rode a horse over. Yang Fan's personal guard came forward to stop him. Both sides exchanged a few words before Ren Wei walked over and said to Yang Fan, General, the army has reported that someone from the Imperial Servant Temple has arrived. Oh! Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. The Imperial Servant Temple had also sent someone as promised. He could only hope that the horses sent by the Imperial Servant Temple didn't make any mistakes. Yang Fan immediately said, Come, let's go take a look. Yang Fan, Xu Liang, and the others mounted their war horses and followed the soldier who came to report. They rushed straight to the 1,000 cavalry camp's horse gallery. When the 1,000 cavalry camp was defending the palace, they were infantry. However, every soldier of the 1,000 cavalry camp had to know how to ride a horse and own a horse. They had to be proficient in both horse fighting and infantry fighting. Therefore, the 1,000 cavalry camp had already expanded a horse gallery that could accommodate 1,000 war horses. Because there was a large amount of hay piled up around the horse gallery, it was also set up in a place away from the main camp to prevent fire. If 1,000 horses were to gather in the horse gallery, it would be a spectacular sight. However, when Yang Fan rode his horse over, he saw that the horse gallery was still empty. There were still some war horses that belonged to the original 100 cavalries tied up there, and he was already suspicious in his heart. After passing through a few rows of horse galleries, he saw dozens of horses in front of him and some people wearing the Imperial Servant Temple's official robes. When Yang Fan's group got closer, they dismounted from their horses. Yang Fan first took a look at those horses. Even if he didn't know how to identify horses, he could still see that those horses were old and young. Not only were they not majestic, but they were also old and young horses that couldn't withstand a horse battle. Yang Fan's heart instantly sank. How far does the Wu clan extend their hands? Could the Imperial Servant Temple be in their grasp? Chapter 850. While Yang Fan was looking at the horses, a few people from the Imperial Treasury Temple had already come forward to greet him. Presumably the bodyguards next to them had already given them some instructions. The people from the Imperial Treasury Temple directly came forward to greet Yang Fan. One of them, a tall and thin man with unibrow, cupped his hands and said, General Yang, Imperial Treasury Temples by Yiding. The person next to him immediately stepped forward, Niu Mao. The two of them said in unison, Greetings to General Yang. Their attitudes were extremely respectful, but Yang Fan was already immune to this kind of superficial respect. Hearing the three words by Yiding, Yang Fan's heart was moved and he asked, By Yiding? Who is the Bai officer to you? The Imperial Treasury Temple officer's name was Bai Isho, which was only one word different from this Bai Yiding, so Yang Fan asked this question. Bai Yiding respectfully replied, Yes, my brother. Yang Fan said, May I know your position in the Imperial Treasury Temple? Bai Yiding said, I am a doctor of veterinary medicine in the Imperial Treasury Temple. He then pointed to Niu Mao and said, this is a doctor of veterinary medicine. Niu Mao quickly nodded to Yang Fan humbly. The Tang dynasty had always placed great importance on horse management, so the Imperial Treasury Temple in charge of horse management, in addition to the administrative officials, there were also 4 doctors of veterinary medicine and 600 veterinarians. These veterinarians should not be underestimated because horse management was related to the military strength of the Tang dynasty. These veterinarians who were good at raising and treating horses had a very high status in the Imperial Treasury Temple. High-ranking veterinarians had a title in the Imperial Treasury Temple to raise their status and salary. When Yang Fan heard that these 2 people were veterinarians, he felt that there was something fishy. Even if the Imperial Treasury Temple wanted to make things difficult for him, they should have sent an administrative official, such as a junior minister, a clerk, a secretary, etc. What was the reason for sending 2 veterinarians? Without waiting for Yang Fan to ask, Bai Yiding took the initiative to explain, General Yang, my brother promised to transfer all the war horses needed for the 1,000 cavalry within 3 days, but the horse farm on the outskirts of the capital doesn't have enough horses, so we need to transfer them from other horse farms nearby. Unexpectedly, the Anfeng horse farm, which is closest to Luoyang, suddenly had a horse epidemic. In order to prevent the epidemic from spreading, we didn't dare to move a single horse outside before the epidemic disappeared. Yang Fan's heart sank. If what he said is true, delaying the delivery of the horses is reasonable. It has nothing to do with deliberately making things difficult for Qian Qi. But is what he said true or false? Is it really such a coincidence that I need horses here and he has a horse plague? Bai Yiding said, my brother was afraid that General Yang would misunderstand, so he sent me and Dr. Lu to explain the situation to General Yang. Yang Fan asked, the horse farm on the outskirts of the capital doesn't even have a single healthy horse. Even if we can't allocate all of it, we can at least allocate some for emergencies, right? Niu Mao said, I won't hide it from General Yang. A few days ago, General Wu of the left guard of Jin Wu transferred all the healthy horses from the Imperial Servant Temple. He said that the capital's garrison troops need horses to train their cavalry. So the horse farm on the outskirts of the capital really doesn't have a single strong horse now. General, please take a look. The horses we brought are old and young. Right now, the horse farm on the outskirts of the capital only has horses like this. Bai Yiding took out an official letter and handed it over, saying, this is an urgent report about the horse epidemic at the Anfeng horse farm. Please take a look, General Yang. Yang Fan did not take it. Wouldn't it be easy for the Imperial Servant Temple to forge a copy of this? It would definitely be flawless. Bai Yiding smiled bitterly and said, it really isn't that the Imperial Servant Temple wants to make things difficult for you. It just so happens that these 2 things happened together. My brother also has no choice. My brother and Master Fengchen have always been good friends. Master Fengchen once told my brother about General Yang and was very fond of you. Master Fengchen also said that the sage places great importance on the Qian Qi. General, think about it. Even if the Imperial Servant Temple had 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to deliberately make things difficult for you. Bai Yishou was good friends with Zhong Yizhi and Zhong Changzong. Yang Fan suddenly looked at him. Vaguely, he seemed to have grasped some key point. He opened his mouth to ask, your brother and Master Fengchen are friends? Bai Yiding replied, yes, my brother is also fond of poetry, singing, and dancing. He has always been good friends with Zhong Fengchen. A few days ago, Zhong Fengchen had a banquet with his good friends. My brother was also present. During the banquet, there was a Left Commander General Lu who yearned for the Qian Qi. He wanted to be transferred to the Qian Qi to serve the emperor and serve the country. He wanted to ask Zhong Fengchen to put in a word for you, General. Zhong Fengchen sternly refused. He talked about the importance of the Qian Qi and how important it is to His Majesty. During this period, he mentioned you, General. He said that you have always been impartial. If Lu Commander General wants to join the Qian Qi, he can recommend himself to you. If he asks Zhong Fengchen to come forward, he will definitely be firmly refused by you. Therefore, he is not willing to speak on his behalf. Listening to this point, Yong Fan finally understood. He was not clear why the Department of Ordnance wanted to make things difficult for him, but the Imperial Servant Temple had gone around in a big circle. Their purpose was finally clear. It turned out that the Imperial Servant Temple's backer was Zhong Yizhi, and Zhong Yizhi wanted to meddle in the Qian Qi. But the establishment of the Qian Qi attracted too much attention from all sides. Even with the Zhong Yizhi status, they were unwilling to take the risk. Therefore, they used the Imperial Servant Temple to tactfully put pressure on him. That Lu Commander General was already a Lang General in the Left Commander's Guard. If he was transferred to the Qian Qi, there was absolutely no reason for him to be demoted. Therefore, they could only give him the position of Qian Qi Lang General. In this way, the Qian Qi would be divided into 5 parts. At least one part would belong to the Zhong Yizhi. Yong Fan's thoughts turned like lightning. In a short moment, he understood the cause and effect. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. Zhong Fengchen serves the emperor, he said. Unavoidably he is cautious and careful. Actually, in my opinion, it is the duty of a minister not to avoid his relatives and not to avoid his enemies. Why should he be so restrained? Since this Lu Commander General is a Lang General in the Left Commander's Guard, why can't he be a Qian Qi Lang General? Under my command, there should be a 5th Lang General. Right now, there is still a vacancy. This is not a long-term plan. I am currently thirsting for talents. If this Lu Commander is willing to join my Qian Qi, I will welcome him with open arms. When Bai Yiding heard this, a smile appeared on his thin face. This time, it was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Aya, this is really good news. I am also familiar with Lu Commander General. I will tell him later. Haha, if I knew that General is so thirsty for talents, Lu Commander General would not have gone to Zhong Fengchen to meet his rebuff. Yong Fan smiled. I wonder what this Lu Commander General is called. I would like to meet him. If he is really willing to join my Qian Qi, I will immediately send a letter to the Left Commander's Guard to transfer Lu Commander General here. Bai Yiding hurriedly said, Lu Commander General's name is Marofeng. I ask General Yang to remember it. On my way back, I will send someone to deliver a letter to him, telling him to immediately pay a visit to General. Yong Fan nodded. Very good. It's just that these horses. Bai Yiding immediately said, these old and young horses are not for the army. They are only brought here to prove what I have said. My brother is also very uneasy about delaying General's training time. On one hand, my brother sent me here to give General an explanation. On the other hand, he sent someone to Anyi's horse farm to conscript the best horses there. But he still needs General Yang to extend the deadline for a few days. Yang Fan said, the horse plague is a natural disaster, it is not the fault of the Imperial Palace Temple. Even if Yang is anxious to train the new army, I cannot let the Imperial Palace Temple make something out of nothing and give me 1,000 fine horses. Haha, the word extend the deadline is too heavy. Your brother has taken care of my Qian Qi, and Yang cannot thank him enough. The atmosphere quickly became harmonious. Bai Yiding promised Yang Fan that in 5 days at most, he would conscript 1,000 fine horses from the western regions for the Qian Qi. Only then did he order his men to drive away the old and young horses that were used as evidence. In fact, the Qian Qi had horses at the very least. If the Imperial Palace Temple gave another 1,000 horses, it would be an extra 100 horses. It was said that this was compensation for the delay in handing over the horses. Moreover, there would always be times when the horses in the army were sick, old, or weak. It was convenient to have more horses to replace them in time. In 2 words, you are good, I am good, and everyone is good. It was perfect and harmonious. Yang Fan sent Bai Yiding and Niu Mao away in a friendly manner. Xu Liang snorted coldly and said, they are obviously using the horses to threaten General for a position. If General does not agree, I am afraid that the 1,000 fine horses in Anyi's horse farm will be infected with the horse plague as expected. Yang Fan smiled and said, I know, but I suddenly understand a principle. Xu Liang asked, what principle? Yang Fan said, ever since the current sage ascended the throne, There have been many court struggles. No matter what the reason is, it is all for the throne of the emperor. Some want it to be surnamed Li, some want it to be surnamed Wu. Therefore, whether it is the emperor or the nobles and ministers who have their own thoughts, they are fighting endlessly. Groups of people are imprisoned, groups of people are beheaded, and now? Now it can be said to be the most critical moment to decide the ownership of the country. So many people have died, so much blood has been shed. Everyone is for this day. Will those people really sit back and watch the Qian Qi, a force that does not belong to them, grow strong and strong just because the emperor is afraid? Yang Fan turned his head and looked deeply at Xu Liang. He said, "This is just the beginning. Even if they do not make a move now, after a while, when the emperor no longer has his eyes on the Qian Qi, they will definitely do everything possible to intervene. At that time, the difficulties we will encounter will be 100 times more difficult than a batch of rusty swords and a batch of old and sick warhorses. What should we do then?" Xu Liang did not say anything. Yang Fan sighed and said slowly, "I did not have to accept Zhong Yiji's request. Because if the method I thought of can be successfully implemented, then whether it is the armor, weapons, or this batch of warhorses, I can solve them all." Xu Liang asked, "Then why did you agree to let Zhong Yiji's people in?" Yang Fan said, "Because this is our shield. Our original idea was too naive. We thought that without any interference, we would close the door and build a force that belongs to us. Haha, it is easier said than done. Now that Zhong Yiji intends to intervene, it is a great opportunity for us. The Zhong brothers' intervention is the easiest for the emperor to accept. At the same time, we accept Zhong Yiji's people, so we can use Zhong Yiji as our strongest shield to resist the encroachment of any other party." Yang Fan patted Xu Liang's shoulder and said earnestly, "Watching one surnamed Lu is better than all the other forces interfering. A small Qian Qi is like a forest of mountains, right?" Chapter 851. Xu Liang was suddenly enlightened. Yang Fan said, "I originally planned to find someone to help me with what I want to do. I didn't expect the Zhong brothers to jump out on their own. It is more appropriate for the two of them to handle this matter than that person. I don't need to trouble anyone else and can look for them directly." Xu Liang was about to ask Yang Fan what method he planned to use to force the Department of Ordnance to submit when Ren Wei led a person over from afar and called out, "General Yang, this Mr. Li wants to see you." Yang Fan frowned, feeling a little displeased in his heart. "It's time to set up rules in this military camp. How can anyone be casually brought in? Even if someone wants to see me, they should ask for my permission first. Now they act first and report later. What's the point of reporting to me?" But when he took a closer look, the trace of displeasure in his heart disappeared. This person was indeed not someone the Yuan gate guards would dare to stop. The middle-aged man beside Ren Wei was dressed in a moon-white Confucian robe. He had no beard and a fair face. He was the head steward of Princess Taiping's residence, Li Yi. Yang Fan quickly went up to greet him. Opposite him, Li Yi had already cupped his hands and smiled, "General Yang." Yang Fan also returned the greeting and smiled, "Steward Li, long time no see. Why didn't you send someone to inform me so that I could welcome you at the Yuan gate?" Li Yi bowed and said, "I am only a servant of my master. I don't deserve General Yang's personal welcome. General is now in the army and is at a critical moment of training the new army. I shouldn't disturb you. However, my master is preparing a banquet and General is the main guest. Therefore, he sent me to deliver an invitation. General must attend." As Li Yi spoke, he took out an invitation and presented it to Yang Fan with both hands. Yang Fan was somewhat puzzled. Taiping invited him to a banquet. That didn't make sense. Taiping had always looked for him in the middle of the night, when there was no one around. Ping ping pang pang, it was a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Even if they had something to talk about, it would be after the victor was decided, and then they would hug each other while drenched in sweat. Why was he so high-profile today? When Yang Fan opened the invitation and read it, he immediately understood. Turned out Princess Taiping's invitation this time was to express her gratitude, to thank him for escorting her brother safely to the capital. Now that Yang Fan had completed his mission, the emperor had already rewarded him. However, As the person concerned, the Prince of Luling had yet to express anything, nor could he express anything. This soon-to-be crown prince actually still had no authority. Moreover, at the crucial moment when he was about to be chosen as crown prince, he did not dare to express anything. This Prince of Luling always felt somewhat at a loss when it came to his mother, and he had no idea what he should or should not do. Thus, the best method was to learn from his little brother and hide in the East Palace, doing nothing. Under such circumstances, it was more appropriate for his younger sister to step in. First of all, Taiping was a woman. On the surface, she had nothing to do with the court or officialdom. Her representing her brother in holding a banquet to express her gratitude was purely a private matter of the Li family and would not cause too much of a stir or speculation. At the very least, if others wanted to make things difficult for her, they would not have sufficient reasons. In addition, she was Wu Zetian's most favored daughter. If her actions were not in line with Wu Zetian's wishes, she could go back to the emperor and throw a tantrum, apologize, and say that she thought she was clever. That would be enough, and she would not implicate her doormat brother. Although the court had announced to the world that a deputy councillor would go to Fangzhou to bring back the Prince of Luling's family, in reality, everyone in the officialdom knew that the Prince of Luling had returned to the capital first and had experienced many twists and turns along the way. They also knew that Yang Fan had played a crucial role in all of this. Otherwise, the Prince of Luling would have already been buried according to the Crown Prince's regulations, with grass growing on his grave. Thus, it was only right and proper for the Prince of Luling to express his gratitude to Yang Fan. Now that he had arrived a few days later than Prince of Liang's Wu Sance's banquet, it could already be said to be very unreasonable. However, considering the difficult situation of this future crown prince, it was reluctantly acceptable. But if he did not express anything at all, it would cause people to despise him. After thinking for a moment, Yang Fan nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Steward Li. This general will definitely attend on time." It was not that Yang Fan did not consider Wu Zetian's reaction, but he did not bother to analyze what kind of reaction Wu Zetian would have if he attended the banquet of peace. In terms of understanding Wu Zetian's mentality and accurate views of the political situation in the court, Princess Taiping was much smarter than him. He was able to become the 1,000 Horseman general, which was crucial to the future of the Li family. If he agreed to attend the banquet, it would have a detrimental effect on him. Princess Taiping would not hold this banquet of thanks at all. Even if she wanted to put on an act, she would certainly give him some hints in advance, telling him not to go. After receiving Yang Fan's reply, Li Yi happily left. Looking at his back, Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh, thinking, "I originally thought that I wouldn't have to trouble her with this matter, but who would have thought that she would come herself? It's fine, the Zhong brothers owe me a favor, so there's no need to rush them to return it. There will be a time when they will be needed." That Lu Marofeng, Commander Lu, seemed to have been waiting outside for a long time. Not long after Bai Yiding left, someone came to report that the left army commander Lu Marofeng had come to visit. Yang Fan received this Commander Lu. This person had a square face, sword-shaped eyebrows, a tall and sturdy figure, and a dignified appearance. After talking for a while, Yang Fan discovered that this person was both civil and military, and had both. No wonder he was valued by Zhong and was recruited by him. If this person's political background was not taken into account, he was really a rare talent for a general. Yang Fan had already made up his mind to use Zhong as a meat shield to resist the 1,000 horsemen that might suffer from the encroachment of various forces in the future, so he immediately agreed to invite him to join the 1,000 horsemen as the right commander. Lu Marofeng was overjoyed and returned to the left army commander to make preparations. Yang Fan also immediately sent out a document to send him off to the left army commander. As soon as Lu Marofeng left, Yang Fan said to Xu Liang, "There's still an opening for the position of commander. You and I have to seize the time to find a suitable talent. If we delay for too long, we can't guarantee that we won't be targeted by others. Even if no one else intervenes, it's just that Zhong is envious and wants to shove another person in, and we can't refuse him. For now, it's better to have someone inferior than lacking." Xu Liang nodded his head in agreement. At this time, the squad leader guarding the armory came to ask when they could gather the soldiers to register, so that they can engrave words on the armor and equipment and distribute the weapons. His position was low and he could not enter the marshal's tent. Yang Fan let Ren Wei out and only gave him one sentence: "I'm not in a hurry, you wait here." The squad leader was under Yang Fan's supervision, so he did not dare to say much. Moreover, his future was in the hands of the ordnance supervisor, so he did not dare to disobey. The ordnance supervisor was pressing him hard, so he had no choice but to come and ask again and again. On the other hand, Yang Fan's side was always playing it down and did not care about the armor and weapons in the armory at all. When the squad leader came again, he did not even pass on a message for him. This squad leader was really like a mouse in a bellows, being bullied on both sides. On this day, the Yang family sent a letter home. When Yang Fan saw the letter, he immediately informed Xu Liang, Chu Kuanga, and a few other generals, then took a leave of absence and left the cavalry camp. The letter home was written by his wife, Xiao Man. There were a few seemingly casual words mixed in, but there was a lot of meaning behind them. The meaning of those words was that someone wanted to see him, and that the other party was someone from the Dugu family. After the establishment of the alliance between Yang Fan and the Dugu family, they had been acting in a very tacit manner, but the convenience he gave to the Dugu family was mainly concentrated in the business managed by the succession hall. In terms of politics, after he acted as the assistant minister of the heavenly official and then stepped down from his position because of his own corruption, the new examiner who was promoted was someone who had been cultivated by the Dugu family for many years. In this aspect, he did not need to worry too much. In return for a plum, Dr. Zhao would also try his best to take care of the Dugu family. Now that the Dugu family suddenly wanted to meet him, Yang Fan did not know what had happened, so he hurried back home. In the southern part of Luoyang, in the unknown house that actually belonged to the Dugu family, Dugu Ninka's boudoir was covered with thick curtains, with only a small gap in the corner, revealing a faint ray of light. Dugu Ninka was lying on the couch, and her brother, Dugu Yu, was sitting beside the couch, gently holding her hand. The brother and sister were talking in a low voice. "Younger sister, I have an appointment with Yang Fan today. I will go to his house to visit him in a while." Dugu Yu knew that his younger sister liked to hear about Yang Fan the most, and usually deliberately leaked as much information about Yang Fan as possible to her, especially the story of Yang Fan's clever tricks, teasing a group of Wu family assassins, making them run around in panic, and successfully escorting the Prince of Luling back to the capital. His younger sister often talked about it. Every time, her face would reveal a trace of a mischievous, complacent, and even proud smile, which was a rare smile from his younger sister. However, it was the first time that he personally told his younger sister news about Yang Fan. Dugu Yu knew that his younger sister would not ask, so he took the initiative to introduce the reason why he wanted to meet with Yang Fan to his younger sister. Ning Ku pondered for a moment, then said softly, "You want to intervene in the 1,000 cavalry?" Dugu Yu said, "Yes. What I want is only a seat, I have no other motives. Once the 1,000 cavalry is formed, it is self-evident how important it will be in the future. I just want to be prepared." Ning Ku sighed softly, and said faintly, "Since the 1,000 cavalry is Erlang, elder brother, why do you need to do this?" Dugu Yu hurriedly said, "I have no intention of not trusting Erlang, but it is better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. It is always more convenient for the Dugu family to have one of our own in the 1,000 cavalry." Ning Ku said in a slightly hoarse but sweet and gentle voice, "What is the temperament, character, and disposition of the person you intend to transfer to the 1,000 cavalry?" Dugu Yu said, "His name is Jiji. In terms of seniority, he is our nephew, and in terms of age, he is more than 10 years older than you and me. At the age of 16, he gave up his studies and joined the army. Now he is the Commandant Guoyi of the Zhejiang Prefecture, and has his own strengths in managing the army. He is a distant branch of the Dugu family, and usually does not have much contact with the main branch. This time, he took the initiative to ask the family to help him. You also know that the official army system is declining day by day, and there is no future for him to continue to mix in the official army. This person's loyalty is not a problem, and he is a member of the Dugu family. If he betrays the family, no matter how big the world is, he will not be able to gain a foothold. No one will trust a person who will even betray his own family. Ning Ku sighed softly. In my opinion, it is enough for the family to get involved in politics a little, and it is not suitable for us to get involved in the army. Du Guyu did not agree, and said, now there is Zhao Longzhong in the heavenly official mansion, and if Dugu Jiji leads the army in the 1,000 cavalry, our family will have a way out in both the civil and military fields. We can use him in politics, and lay low in the military field. But when there is a chance, he can also contribute to our family in martial arts, and then the rise of the Dugu family will be unstoppable. Chapter 852. Ning Ku smiled bitterly to herself. Her health had been deteriorating recently, and she wanted her brother to be less dependent on her. She hadn't made plans for her brother for a long time. Elder brother wasn't used to this situation at first, but now it seemed that he could take charge of his own affairs and didn't need to listen to her anymore. But this was also good. Wasn't it her purpose to let her brother be independent? She couldn't hurt her brother's confidence. Thinking of this, Ning Ku nodded slightly and said, Elder brother, as long as you consider it carefully. Du Guyu was silent for a moment and said, Elder brother is going to see Yang Fan this time. Should I tell him that you are in Luoyang and ask him to come and see you? No. Ning Ku was very nervous and immediately refused. It's better not to see him. Elder brother, don't be a busybody. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Ku couldn't help coughing after saying these words because she was in a hurry. Du Guyu said sadly, Sister, do you think I won't know even if you don't tell me? Why do you have to suffer like this? Since you like him, are you afraid that he will know? Do I like him? Ning Ku looked a little confused for a while, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. Maybe. Maybe I like him, or maybe it's just a shadow in my heart. A shadow that seems real and illusory is the most beautiful. If I really get close to him, I won't have that feeling. I'm fine now. It's my business if I like him. Why do I have to let him know? Du Guyu shook his head and said, I really don't understand you. Do you really not want elder brother to mention you? Ning Ku also answered very seriously, No, I really don't want to. Du Guyu left. The boat girl who was tidying up the flower pots in the corner washed her hands and walked over gently. She tucked Ning Ku in and frowned, puzzled. Miss, why don't you meet him? Ning Ku smiled peacefully and her eyes shone brightly. Why not see him? She gently stroked her cheeks and said in a low voice, I haven't dressed for a long time. You don't even dare to let me look at myself in the mirror. Now, I'm as thin as a feather. Even I feel uncomfortable looking at me, so why should I make others feel uncomfortable with me? Perhaps, this was a kind of realization that life should only be like the first time, but not every girl could experience it. What kind of sadness was that? Miss. The boat girl felt like crying and quickly turned her head away. Ning Ku said in a daze, Just tell him to remember the Ning Ku at the Lotus Bridge by the Tsuchi River. Occasionally, he will think of me, don't you think? The barge lady did not turn her head, but only replied with a firm hum she wanted to say, Miss is so smart, so beautiful, so refined. Any man in the world who has seen you will never forget you. But hot tears were rolling down her chest, and she was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would make a choking sound. Hee hee. That's good. Ku said faintly and gently, as long as he occasionally remembers me and remembers that there was a girl named Ning Ku, I will be satisfied, very satisfied. Not long after Yang Fan returned home, Du Guyu arrived at the appointed time. Yang Fan did not expect the person to be Patriarch Dugu himself, and was quite surprised. When Du Guyu explained the purpose of his visit, Yang Fan knew that he was also thinking about the position of Qian Qi. Between the surnames Wu and Li, the people of the Dugu family are definitely on the side of the Li family. As long as we have the same big goal, even if we can't completely make him one of us, it's better than Lu Marofeng, who has a second background. This person's qualifications and identity are also worthy of being a Lang general. Thinking of this, Yang Fan, who was coveted by all the forces, was eager to rather have something than nothing, so he decisively agreed, okay, I will handle this matter as soon as possible. Having received Yang Fan's promise, Du Guyu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands in thanks to Yang Fan and said, Du Gu will remember Erlang's kindness in taking care of me. Yang Fan said with a smile, You don't have to be so polite between us. Saying such words is a bit like treating me as an outsider. By the way, His Majesty's decree to form the Qian Qi was issued not long ago. You are in Chang'an, so there is no reason for you to know so quickly. Did you specially come to Luoyang for this? Ah. I do have other important matters. Dugu Yu could not say that his little sister came to Luoyang from Chang'an last year, and her illness worsened as soon as she arrived in Luoyang, and she has been ill ever since. He also moved from Chang'an to Luoyang because he was worried about his little sister. Dugu Yu was also very hesitant about whether to tell Yang Fan. Seeing his hesitant expression, Yang Fan seemed to have something to say, and could not help but ask, "Brother Dugu, is there anything else?" "Ah, no. Dugu Yu laughed and tried to cover it up. "It's just that I suddenly remembered that there's an elder whose birthday seems to be in the next few days. Since I've arrived at Luoyang, I must personally go and offer my blessings. I was thinking that I should send someone to confirm the birthday of this elder, so I was distracted for a moment." Yang Fan saw that he did not mean what he said. He must have had other thoughts and was casually covering up, but it was not good for him to ask about other people's private matters, so he said with a smile, "I see. Brother Dugu has come from afar, and I had wanted to drink a few cups with Brother Dugu and reminisce about parting. Since an elder's birthday is imminent, it is not good to delay you." The two chatted for a while more, and Dugu Yu stood up to leave. Yang Fan saw him off with his arm linked, and only when he walked him to the door did he ask in a seemingly casual manner, "When I was in Chang'an, I remember that Miss Ning Ku often suffered from illness, and it was difficult for her to recover. Is her health better now?" In fact, Yang Fan had wanted to ask about this matter just now. That Miss Ning Ku was as gentle as water, pure and flawless, and had unparalleled intelligence. She had left a very deep impression on him, but such a talented girl just had to suffer from a chronic illness, which inevitably made one sigh with pity. However, it was somewhat presumptuous for an unmarried girl to inquire about her situation, especially from her brother. So when they reached the door, Yang Fan could not help but pretend to ask casually. Dugu Yu's expression darkened, and he said, "Thank you for asking. My sister's health is a disease that can only be nurtured and cannot be cured. Since last winter, my sister's condition has worsened. Although we have continuously invited famous doctors to treat her, we can only barely maintain it." Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help feeling sad. Miss Ning Ku was born in an aristocratic family, had a noble status, was beautiful, and brimming with talent. If she had a healthy body, then there would be no regrets. But the heavens could not tolerate such a perfect person to exist in the world. Yang Fan sighed sadly, and said, "It's a pity that I am tied up with worldly affairs and do not have freedom. Chang'an is too far away, otherwise I would have gone to pay a visit." Dugu Yu wanted to blurt out that Ning Ku was currently in Luoyang, but the words were at the tip of his tongue. No one knew his sister better than him. Ning Ku might be a little shy, but she was definitely not pretentious. Shyness and pretentiousness were two different things. If his sister wanted to see Yang Fan, she would not have said so resolutely at that time. Therefore, Dugu Yu did not say anything, and only silently cupped his hands towards Yang Fan, hiding his sorrow. Princess Taiping's banquet was on the next day, so Yang Fan did not go to the 1,000 cavalry camp again. In any case, he had deliberately suppressed the number of soldiers over there, and delayed gathering 1,000 people. For the time being, there was no armor, weapons, and horses distributed, and there was no need to drill the troops and horses. The next morning, Yang Fan only accompanied his wife and son at home. These days, Anu was somewhat sleepy and listless, but she could not tell what was wrong. Usually, when she woke up in the morning, she would spar with Xiaoman in martial arts. She practiced martial arts non-stop to strengthen her body, but she stopped these few days. Because she only felt listless and did not feel uncomfortable, she did not find anyone to treat her. When Yang Fan returned, he naturally did not allow it, and specially sent someone to invite Jiang Shichun, who was famous for his gynecology. In the end, the Jiang family replied that Jiang Shichun had been invited by a noble to the residence to see a doctor, and had not returned for a long time. The person sent by Yang Fan came up empty-handed, so he could only invite another person. This person still had a title in the Imperial Physician Academy, but because he was too old, he was not usually on duty. Because this person was too old and had the status of an imperial physician, It was not good for young Fan to invite someone to the residence to treat him, so he asked Jiu Zhuting to accompany Anu to prepare a carriage to seek treatment. Young Fan accompanied them out, and they went to the old imperial physician's residence, while young Fan rode straight to Princess Taiping's residence. Young Fan was not considered a regular visitor to Princess Taiping's residence. After all, Taiping had a son-in-law, so young Fan rarely came to the Princess Taiping's residence to visit her. Today, Princess Taiping's son-in-law, Wu Yuji, was also at the residence. He heard that it was specially to thank young Fan, but Wu Yuji did not care. His 2 sons with his ex-wife had been brought back to Luoyang. Although they could not reveal their identities, they could spend time with each other. He had a lot of concubines, but Princess Taiping did not care. For the children of the concubines, Princess Taiping used the reason that she gave birth to them, and asked for an official birth for them. In this way, Wu Yuji could not find any fault. After a few years of living as a married couple, he had become used to this strange relationship. He did not make things difficult for Taiping, and Taiping did not make things difficult for him. The 2 of them lived in harmony, and when it was necessary for husband and wife to appear together, the 2 of them cooperated very well. What green hat? Wu Yuji had long understood. Since he did not regard Taiping as his wife, how could Taiping add insult to injury? He was now living in the princess residence, indulging in debauchery, and Taiping did not care. Was there such a free and unfettered son-in-law in the world? Therefore, when he heard that young Fan had arrived, Wu Yuji, as the male master of the princess residence, only smiled and stood up calmly. He politely nodded to the guests in the hall, and said in a pleasant manner, "Everyone, please sit down. I will go and welcome our distinguished guest today." The young and old princesses watched as the son-in-law left, and then immediately turned to Princess Taiping and said, "You are so good at controlling your husband, and can be regarded as a role model for the princess. How dare you disrespect him?" Chapter 853. When Wu Yuji arrived at the gate, young Fan was somewhat surprised to see that it was the prince's son-in-law. However, Wu Yuji's expression remained the same, so young Fan did not bat an eyelid. Of the 2 guests and host, one was Taiping's husband in name and the other was Taiping's man in reality. They bowed respectfully and chatted merrily. After a brief exchange of etiquette, they entered side by side. The shadows of the trees swayed and the chirping of cicadas sounded like rain. In the long corridor, palace maids and maids shuttled back and forth, holding gold and silver utensils filled with all kinds of fruits, wine, and delicacies. When they saw the prince's son-in-law accompanying a handsome guest of about 20 years of age with a calm bearing and as steady as a mountain, they all moved aside to make way for him. Without speaking, Wu Yuji led young Fan straight to the moon-sweeping pavilion in the rear residence. When they got close to the pavilion, they saw a group of women inside and outside the pavilion, all of them dressed like noble women and noble ladies. Young Fan was instantly startled. Why are all these accompanying guests today women? In truth, this was truly an injustice to Taiping. This time, Taiping had come to thank young Fan on behalf of her brother, and it could also be considered a family banquet of the Li clan. Everyone who came was a member of the Li clan, and the reason why it had become like a crowd of fragrant countries with colorful clothes and beautiful hair and a group of women was because almost all the men of the Li clan had been killed by Wu Zetian. Of those attending today's banquet, the Prince of Luling's residence was represented by heir Li Zhongruan, as well as the 7 princesses. As for the other 3 princes, it was said that the Prince of Luling had yet to recover from his illness, so they remained in the palace as filial sons. On the side of the Prince of Xiong, Li Dan, who still bore the title of Crown Prince, was represented by the Crown Prince, Li Chengqi. The rest were either married or unmarried princesses. The 2 houses of the former Emperor Li Ji still had male descendants. Even if there were still men alive in the other Li royal family, they were suffering in Lingnan. As far as the eye could see, naturally there were only 4 generations of Tang dynasty princesses, led by Princess Qianjin. The Li family was now in a serious situation where there were more women than men. Apart from Li Ji's branches 2 surviving princes and Prince Consort Wu, there was at least one man present. This person looked mighty and majestic. Even though he was sitting there lazily, he had a masculine aura that surged with blood and qi. He was far from the gentle young masters like Li Chengqi and Li Zhongruan. This person's name was Li Qianli. He was the general who had quelled the rebellion of Gao Lisha's father, Feng Juanheng, in Lingnan. Li Qianli's original name was Li Ren. He was the eldest son of Li Ku, the son of Li Shimin. Li Ku had been framed and killed by Zhongsun Wuji in the struggle for the throne. At that time, Wu Zetian did not have this ability. By the time Wu Zetian came to power, Li Ku's 4 sons had already been banished to Lingnan. Li Ren was as cunning as his father, Li Ku. He was used to playing the fool and pretending to be a fool in front of others. Other than occasionally finding auspicious signs to give to Wu Zetian, he did not care about anything else. He was the provincial governor of Lingnan. All government affairs were entrusted to the chief scribes sent by Wu Zetian. He spent all his time sightseeing and did not pay attention to government affairs. Many of the imperial censors in the court criticized him for his neglect of government affairs, but he continued to ignore them. In this way, he actually managed to preserve his life. If Wu Zetian wanted to ascend to the throne, she had to first get rid of the obstacles. She had massacred Li Tang's members of the royal family, but she did not touch Li Ren. Not only did she not touch him, but she also specially sent someone to comfort him and gave him these words: "You, my family's horse of 1,000 miles." Li Ren, who had always played the fool, suddenly became clever and immediately changed his name, Li Qianli. Li Qianli had been wandering in the south. Now that Wu Zetian had decided to pass the throne to her son, she no longer suppressed Li Tang's members of the royal family. The political environment had eased up, so he was transferred back to the capital. As Li Ku's eldest son, he had not yet regained his father's former title. At the moment, he was a general in the Jin Wu Guards and lived with the pig-riding General Wu Yizong. Today was a family banquet. Regardless of official rank, Li Qianli was Li Ku's son, and Li Ku and Li Ji were brothers. Li Chengqi and Li Zhongruan were both Li Ji's grandsons. Li Qianli was the imperial uncle and had the highest seniority among the male guests, so he sat at the head. Sitting at the head, Li Qianli could not hide his tall and strong physique, but he also did not show his calm, dignified, wise, and experienced side. Even in front of Li Tang's members of the royal family, he still looked wooden and taciturn. It was unknown whether it was because he was worried about his own family or because he had been playing the fool for too long and was used to it. Seeing young Fan walk in, his movements calm and steady, Li Qianli's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Then, his expression returned to normal. He first picked up a bowl of wine and drank it all in one gulp. When he was in Lingnan, he had led troops to suppress the Feng family's rebellion. Although this rebellion was not forced by him, and the punishment after the rebellion was not decided by him, he was, after all, standing on the opposite side of the Feng family. And at that time, Yang Fan was the imperial envoy of the 6 paths of the southern frontier. The strategy he adopted was to appease the Feng family. He and Yang Fan, one suppressing and the other appeasing, their actions could be considered as poles apart. He also heard that provincial governor Feng had a son who entered the palace under Yang Fan's care. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, there had not been a single eunuch who could act like a tyrant and rule the court. The eunuchs at the end of the Han dynasty could not be compared to them. He did not feel that a small eunuch entering the palace could pose any threat to him. But Yang Fan's actions, after all, seemed to be going against him, so when he saw Yang Fan, he felt a little uneasy. The emperor's son-in-law Wu Yuji welcomed Yang Fan in. Princess Taiping also went up to welcome him. As the hosts of today's banquet, the husband and wife introduced Yang Fan to the guests. "This is the general of the Jin Wu Guards, General Li, our imperial uncle. This is the Golden Princess, this consort's eldest sister." When Princess Taiping introduced the precious princess, she blushed and felt a little embarrassed. The precious princess was Li Yuan's youngest daughter and Li Shimin's younger sister. Wu Zetian was Li Shimin's daughter-in-law and should have called her aunt, and Princess Taiping should have called her grandaunt. But this old woman had chosen to recognize Wu Zetian as her adoptive mother, and as a result, she had become Duke Taiping's elder sister. Princess Taiping looked embarrassed, but the precious princess's expression was normal. She smiled and nodded at Yang Fan. Not only did she not mind Princess Taiping's introduction of his identity, she also acted as if she had never invited young Fan into her bedroom. As an old woman, she wanted to seduce this young man to become her guest. What a talent! Young Fan looked at the noble princess, who had a calm expression, and secretly admired her from the bottom of his heart. For a moment, other than the Prince of Luling's crown prince, the imperial grandson, and the general of the Jin Wu guards, the hall was filled with female guests. They were either princesses or princesses, each with their own titles. Young Fan was so confused that he could not remember so many of them. When the introduction came to Princess Anli, she also raised her skirt and bowed, looking very well behaved and refined. It was only when she pursed her lips and smiled at young Fan that her lively eyes revealed a feeling that only young Fan could taste. The moon-sweeping pavilion had just been renovated before the new year. The painted beams and carved rafters were gorgeous, the curtains fluttered, and the cool breeze blew gently. Several tables and chairs were painted bright and clean. Singing and dancing musicians were arranged in a circle on a balcony with a circumference of several dozen zhong. Screens were added on both sides of the balcony. Musicians and zither players were hidden behind the screens, and the sound of stringed and bamboo instruments drifted out. As soon as young Fan arrived, the banquet officially began. Because the male host was a member of the Wu clan, Princess Taiping could not openly introduce the original intention of inviting young Fan. In any case, everyone present was well aware of it. For example, Li Chengqi, Li Zhongruan, and the others all stepped forward to personally toast to young Fan before expressing their thanks implicitly. As soon as the banquet started, 12 dancers with long sleeves came out from the balcony, singing and dancing. These dancers were elegant and charming, and their bodies were enchanting. Most of the people sitting at the banquet were women of various colors. This time, the hall was truly filled with beauties, reflecting each other brilliantly. Unfortunately, the women sitting in the hall were all of noble status and could not stare at them. Besides young Fan, there were only 4 men at the banquet. There was no need to mention Prince Consort Wu. No matter how magnanimous he was and how he had long since accepted the relationship between young Fan and Taiping, he still could not talk to him as if nothing had happened. Li Qianli adhered to the principle of playing self-preservation and had always played the role of a foolish martial man. In addition, he had a bit of a grudge against young Fan, so he would not chat with young Fan much. He still understood the principle of saying too much was bound to make mistakes. The one young Fan saved was the Prince of Luling. Due to the difference in their relationship, the Crown Prince, Li Chengqi, had no reason to overstep his cousin, Li Zhongruan, and strike up a conversation with young Fan. Moreover, Li Zhongruan had seen young Fan and Wu Sanci talking intimately at Wu Sanci's residence, so he was already wary of young Fan. As a result, he had no interest in talking too much. On such an occasion, it was also not convenient for Princess Taiping to be too close to him. Wu Yuji was her nominal husband, and in this public setting, these nominal matters still needed to be taken care of. As a result, young Fan could only stare at the dancers and enjoy the show with pleasure. As soon as young Fan paid attention to these dancers, he immediately found that one of them looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Gao Lisha's older sister, Feng Minor. Young Fan was secretly surprised. Could it be that this group of dancers is not the princess's residence, but is invited from the musical house? Sure enough, after the group dance, the women retreated, as if they were stars surrounding the moon. A woman walked out from the crowd, elegant and charming. Her sandalwood mouth was like a blossoming cherry. Unexpectedly, it was the high priest of the internal court, Great Master Rumei. To be able to invite this great master, this banquet immediately appeared to be somewhat grand. The princesses and princesses who had been chatting and laughing in the pavilion and did not pay much attention to the song and dance stopped talking at this time and turned to listen attentively to Rumei's singing. This was the benefit of reaching the level of Great Master. Even those who did not understand or did not like to listen had to pretend to be intoxicated. This was the so-called attaching themselves to the elegance. Seeing this scene, young Fan suddenly understood the meaning of today's banquet. He understood why Princess Taiping insisted on holding this banquet of thanks. She was testing the emperor's intentions. And Wu Zetian's agreement to hold this Li clan banquet was undoubtedly a political goal. Today's main character was not him, but the Prince of Luling's heir and the imperial grandson. Ever since Wu Zetian seized power and began to vigorously suppress Li Tang's imperial clan, the Prince of Xiong's family had been placed under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, the Prince of Luling's family had been imprisoned in Fangzhou, and the Li Tang imperial clan had been massacred. There had never been another opportunity for such a gathering. Today was the first time, and its significance was extraordinary. This was a signal of enormous political significance. If everything went as expected, the news that the Crown Prince and the Prince of Luling had both sent heirs to attend this banquet would quickly spread throughout the capital. This was a declaration to the world: the Li clan had once more stepped onto the political stage. How could such a celebration not be grand? Chapter 854. Although today's banquet was only a family banquet, it could not be said to be anything less than luxurious. After Master Rumei, there were two more internal court high priests performing. Princess Taiping had truly put in a lot of effort. These high priests came and went from noble families of generals and ministers. Through these high priests and their disciples, the situation today would soon be clearly understood by the nobles and nobles in the capital. Women made up 80 to 90% of the people at the banquet. The more women there were, the more restrained the men became. After 3 rounds of wine, the 5 men were not drunk, but many of the women's cheeks were red and somewhat drunk. This kind of banquet usually did not end with the banquet. When the cups and plates were in a mess, the servants and maids would remove the cups and plates and replace them with drinks, fruits, preserved fruits, and snacks. They would set up a few tables. These princesses and jungles would gather together according to their age and familiarity with each other to play leaf games, play mahjong, and throw dice. There were also people who ran to the side of the forest to play on swings and catch butterflies. They were all young women. Li Qianli and Prince Consort Wu had agreed to go fishing by the pond. Li Chengqi and Li Zhongruan, 2 young men of similar age, had similar interests and also gathered together. They walked around the pond and quietly chatted. Princess Taiping signaled young Fan with her eyes, and then leisurely walked into the forest. Today was a symbolic day for the Li family to come out of the mountains. Taiping was extremely excited and drank a few more cups during the banquet. At this time, she was a bit drunk. Her face was flushed and her eyes were misty. Young Fan knew she had something to say. He first held his hands behind his back and wandered in the forest for a while before walking toward where Princess Taiping was standing. Taiping was standing on a tall pavilion in the forest. The wind in the forest blew, causing her clothes to flutter. It was as if she was about to fly away. At this time, the weather was a bit hot, but once he entered the forest, it was incomparably cool. Young Fan took a deep breath and slowly walked up the tall pavilion. There was a stone table in the pavilion with a lacquer plate on the table and a pot of sour plum soup. There were a few exquisite white porcelain bowls. 2 of them were already filled with sour plum soup. The soup in the bowls was like amber. Taiping looked back and said with a smile, "Do you want a drink to quench your thirst and sober up?" Young Fan picked up a bowl of sour plum soup that no one had touched and took a sip. He shook his head and put it down. "I'm not thirsty. This sweet and sour taste doesn't suit my taste." Taiping smiled, still standing with her hands clasped behind her back. Standing in the pavilion, she looked over the treetops at Li Chengqi and Li Zhongruan, who were walking side by side around the lake, chatting as they walked. She said cheerfully, "Erlang, today. I'm really happy." Young Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "His Majesty has already made his intentions very clear by taking the Prince of Luling back to the palace. Why do you need to test him?" Taiping sweetly said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. You saw through it." Saying so, she walked back to the table and sat down. As she reached out to pick up the sour plum soup, she suddenly noticed the cup in front of young Fan. Because he had already taken a sip, the rim of the cup was slightly red. Taiping smiled and put down the cup in front of her. She picked up young Fan's bowl of sour plum soup and took a few sips before gently pushing it back in front of young Fan. Young Fan immediately turned his head to look around as a reminder. Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "Coward." Young Fan rubbed his nose and could only smile bitterly. Taiping said, Queen Mother seems to have made up her mind, but I'm afraid a long delay will bring many dreams. This matter has to be pushed forward as soon as possible. Only when the wood has been unturned can I be at ease. You don't know this, but recently Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi have frequently come to the palace to see Her Majesty. Queen Mother is old and her thoughts often change 3 times a day. I'm afraid she will be persuaded by the Wu clan and suffer another setback. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and asked, Then after today, this signal has been sent. What do you plan to do next? Taiping said, Next, I want to organize a palace banquet. I want Queen Mother to attend, and I want my 2 imperial brothers to attend. Yang Fan thought for a moment, then said, That's not very appropriate. Even if you don't invite all the princes of the Wu clan, Prince Liang and Prince Wei should still attend. Taiping frowned, finding it hard to conceal his disgust. But then he thought better of it and clapped his hands in praise. Not bad. A little impatience will spoil great plans. We should invite the 2 of them to attend as well. Yang Fan said, As long as His Majesty attends. Taiping said, Then the seats have been arranged. Yang Fan said, The Prince of Xiong can use this opportunity to resign from the position of Crown Prince. Taiping said, The officials are trying to figure out His Majesty's intentions, so we can strike while the iron is hot and request that Luling be made Crown Prince. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. After smiling for a while, Taiping suddenly asked, I heard that your people caused a disturbance in the Ministry of Revenue. Yang Fan also stopped smiling and sighed. Yes, I understand. For some reason, the Lord of Hanoi has repeatedly made things difficult for me. He incited the Ministry of Revenue to make an appearance, so I had no choice but to go to the Ministry of Revenue. Fortunately, it was the Ministry of Revenue that made an appearance. Otherwise, an inexperienced thousand-rider general like me really wouldn't be able to do anything to the Lord of Hanoi. Taiping's black brows slightly creased. Wu Yizong must have a goal in doing this. Could it be that he wants to suppress you and place his people in your thousand-rider army? Yang Fan said, Not yet. I haven't seen him give any hints, just like a mad dog making things difficult for no reason. I truly can't bear it. Taiping warned, No matter what, you cannot directly clash with him. His surname is Wu, and he controls the Golden Guards and all the soldiers stationed around the capital. From this, one can see how much importance Mother places on him. If the 2 of you become incompatible like fire and water, the one Mother will definitely abandon will be you, not him. Although Wu Sanxi has the intention of roping you in, if he has to choose between Wu Yizong and you, the one who will win in the end will be him. Yang Fan said, I understand. So, I have already thought of a way to deal with his current difficulties. As for the future, I have found a meat shield that voluntarily comes to my door. Moreover, he is the only meat shield that can block Wu Yizong's open spear and hidden arrows for me in the entire court. Taiping's eyes widened, and she blurted out, Second Zhong? Yang Fan clapped his hands and laughed. Clever. Yang Fan recounted how Zhong Yizhi and his brother used the Imperial Treasury Temple to pressure him, and how he pushed the boat with the current and agreed to let Lu Marofeng join the Thousand-Rider army. Taiping happily said, Brilliant. In the future, when it comes to matters related to the Wu family, you can push this Lu Marofeng up. Behind him is Second Zhong, and this is one thing to conquer another. Oh yes, what do you think is the way to deal with Wu Yizong's current difficulties? Yang Fan said, I originally wanted to ask for your help on this matter. After Second Zhong came to my door, I wanted to ask them to step in, but I didn't expect to receive your invitation. I think there is no need to specifically find them, and it is better to ask you to step in. Yang Fan explained his idea, and Taiping thought about it carefully, then said, This is a very clever idea, but it is not appropriate for me to step in. It is fine for me to help you, but it is best for Second Zhong to step in. Their positions are aloof, and they are most trusted by the Empress. You don't need to ask them. When Lu Marofeng arrives, you can just leave this matter to him. Yang Fan slapped his forehead and said, That's right. How could I have forgotten about him? I will leave this matter to him. Taiping's eyes suddenly flickered, and he gently stood up again, turned around and walked to the side of the pavilion, looking towards it. Yang Fan was feeling strange when he heard the rustling of leaves behind him, and the sound of two girls laughing could be heard. Gu, Colonel Yang. General Yang. Yang Fan turned his head to look, and saw two girls walking out from the forest like brushing the willows. The one in front was petite and dainty, with a snow-white oval face. She waved a flower in her hand, and greeted them with a smile. It was Li Guo. The one behind was a head taller than her, with an oval face, smiling eyes and thin eyebrows. She was gentle and generous, but he had never seen her before. Taiping turned around to take a look, and said with a smile, "Oh, it is Xianhui and Guo. Your sisters are boating on the pond. Why did you come here?" Li Xianhui was gentle and shy, and did not dare to speak in front of this aunt that she was not very familiar with. When she heard this, she replied in a soft voice, "Niece is going to the pavilion to play on the swing." Li Guo said, "I was thirsty after catching butterflies just now. It is shady here, let me rest." Li Xianhui walked around the pavilion and joined the line of people playing on the swing. Li Guo, on the other hand, skipped into the pavilion and sat down on the stone table. She threw the flower on the table, and waved her handkerchief in the wind. She was not just making up an excuse when she said it was a little hot. Her face was red from running, and there was indeed some juice on her forehead. With the princess by his side, Yang Fan could not turn a blind eye. He reluctantly said a few words to her, then naturally stood up and walked to Taiping's side. The two of them stood side by side, looking at the edge of the pond, and saw a few princesses chatting happily with Ru Mai and a few other internal court officials. Yang Fan said, "Master Ru Mai's singing can be said to be the best, and Master Li's Hu Jiao is also the best. As for Master Xiong's singing and dancing, I feel that it is not as wonderful as the song Your Highness and Shangguan Daiji performed by the Yiqiu River." Princess Taiping smiled and said, "General Yang is too kind. I am only good at a song. Master Xiong is the best dancer in the palace. He is skilled in all kinds of dances, and his skills are very exquisite." Yang Fan was about to speak when he suddenly felt a blow on the back of his head. It was light and soft, but it was clear that he had been hit by something. Yang Fan turned his body sideways and coughed. He turned his head to look and saw a flower the size of a teacup on the ground. He looked at the stone table again and saw Li Guo sitting there, holding a flower in her hand and another flower in her hand. She was looking at him provocatively. Yang Fan glared at her fiercely, but Guo was not the least bit afraid. She even made a face at him. Seeing that Yang Fan was looking at her, she picked up the bowl of sour plum soup in front of Yang Fan and purposely turned the bowl to the spot where Yang Fan had drunk from. She opened her small mouth and very slowly and seductively moved her red lips to the bowl. The small porcelain bowl was slowly tipped over and the amber-like juice entered her mouth. Li Guo smiled and stuck out the tip of her thin and tender red tongue. She gently licked her thin and tender and charming lips. Her flirting was overflowing. The pavilion was cool and shaded, but Yang Fan felt like he was about to sweat. Li Guo was fully aware of his relationship with Princess Taiping, yet she still dared to tease him so openly. Yang Fan was already 26 or 27 years old. He was a person who had mingled in the army and the yamen. His temperament had gradually become more mature. His mentality was not something that those young men and women who did not care about the situation and consequences could compare to. Li Guo's frivolous and bold behavior, if it was a frivolous young man, perhaps he would find it amusing. However, Yang Fan only felt even more disgusted. He coughed once again and said to Princess Taiping, "It seems that Your Highness is slightly tipsy. Would you like to drink some sour plum soup?" Princess Taiping nodded and smiled. "General Yang, please help yourself. I am not thirsty." Yang Fan nodded. He turned around and walked to the stone table and sat down. Li Guo was still swaying her flower branch as if nothing had happened. However, she quietly pushed the bowl of soup that she had just drunk a few mouthfuls back to Yang Fan. Her eyes were charming and her lips were smiling. Her face was full of mischief. POW. A crisp sound was heard from the pavilion. Princess Taiping heard the sound and turned around. Guo gently stroked her tender cheek. Yang Fan said nonchalantly, "There's a mosquito." Princess Taiping had just turned around when another crisp sound was heard from the pavilion. She turned around and saw that Yang Fan was about to drink. Li Guo'er smiled brightly. I killed it. Chapter 855. The banquet at the princess's mansion was finally over. The princesses and the princesses dispersed while still enjoying themselves. The gate opened and all kinds of carriages and horses left one after another. Yang Fan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Back then, when he was serving in front of the emperor, he had flirted with Wn through a bead curtain. The thrill of being right under the empress's eyes should be similar to Li Guo'er's actions today. But at that time, he had enjoyed it. Now, he could not accept it at all, and even hated it. Perhaps it was because he was no longer a teenager and was not used to this kind of thrilling game, or perhaps it was because there was already a thorn in his heart. Li Guo'er's subsequent series of frivolous and bold actions, regardless of the occasion, made him feel more and more disgusted. It was purely because Li Guo'er's exceptional beauty had given him no longer tempted him. Yang Fan did not notice that when he left the princess's mansion on horseback, Princess Taiping's sudden disappearance of smile and her somewhat gloomy, somewhat evasive, somewhat angry, and somewhat melancholic gaze. The rumor of Yang Fan and Princess Anli kissing and hugging on the street was widespread. Princess Taiping knew about it. Even if her subordinates did not say anything, the princesses and noble ladies whom she interacted with on a daily basis did not lack people who wanted to embarrass her. Since she knew about it, even if she did not believe it, how could she not pay attention to Guo'er and Yang Fan in the pavilion together? Until now, there were perhaps only two places that she did not know about. One was the palace within the nine-layered imperial palace. Unless the Zhong brothers felt that it was necessary to give Yang Fan a taste of his own medicine, they would not speak about it. Others would also not speak about it. One was the emperor's granddaughter, the other was the emperor's confidant, who would be willing to be the bad guy. The other place was the Yang family. No one would be so bored as to run over to the Yang family's wife to talk about these things and become a clown there. Taiping had never doubted Yang Fan's charm. She believed that if Yang Fan had the heart to pursue her, very few women would be able to resist him. But she did not believe that Yang Fan would do such a thing. But everything that happened in the pavilion today completely shattered her fantasy. She could only pretend that she did not see it at that time. No one noticed that her body had stiffened in the wind. When the wind blew on her face, it was no longer a cool feeling, but a burning sensation. She had never expected Yang Fan to keep his chastity for her, but that was Guo'er, her own niece. Perhaps, her mother was first Taizong's concubine, then her father's concubine. Now that she had taken on a gigolo, she had long become indifferent to the views in her heart towards these ethics and morals. However, that woman could be anyone. She hoped that it would not be Guo'er. Yang Fan doesn't know what's important. Does he not know that Guo'er is an unmarried princess? Didn't he know that she was about to become the daughter-in-law of Liang Wangwu Sansi? Don't you know she's my niece? This kind of thing, she couldn't say it, couldn't question it, and even if she saw it with her own eyes, she could only pretend not to know. But she couldn't hide it from her heart. She didn't know whether she should be angry or disappointed. Li Guo'er sat in the carriage. She was slightly tipsy as she held her chin. She was thinking about what Yang Fan had said to her in a stern voice. If you continue to play with fire, you'll be harming yourself and others. Don't think that everyone is blind. You can fool everyone with your little tricks. Paper can't hide fire. If you don't restrain yourself, you'll be seen through sooner or later. I heard that King Liang has decided to take you as his daughter-in-law. If such a scandal were to spread, can you bear the consequences? Li Guo'er might like this kind of thrill, but when it came to her own interests, she had no choice but to consider it seriously. She wasn't afraid of Wu Chongshuan's reaction. That young master had been completely captured by her. He was worshipping her. She was confident that she could make Wu Chongshuan run around in circles with just a little trick. But Wu Chongshuan didn't have to worry. What about the Wu family? She suddenly recalled the first time she met Wu Sansi at the Dragon's Gate. That person's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his bearing especially domineering and disdainful. He was someone her father still didn't dare meet. What if he was dissatisfied with her? Li Guo'er thought about how Yang Fan had once had a one-night stand with her, how he hadn't been captivated by her beauty and obediently allowed her to do whatever she wanted to him. Li Guo was extremely unwilling to accept this, but when she considered the greater benefits she would gain in the future, she had no choice but to give up on continuing to pester young Fan. Perhaps I should restrain myself a little. Even if my father becomes the crown prince, I still won't have much weight before he becomes the emperor. I can't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Young Fan, forget it. Perhaps teasing that idiot Wu Chengxuan might be a rather interesting thing. Li Guo's face, which was like a flower's stamen, slowly revealed a seductive expression. Young Fan wandered back to his house, feeling a little dispirited for a moment. He hadn't fallen in love with Li Guo, so Li Guo couldn't affect his mood. The only thing that the episode in the pavilion had brought him was the displeasure of being discovered by Taiping. He wasn't in high spirits at the moment, and the reason was Taiping. In fact, since the last time he came back from Hebei, Taiping had been busy making arrangements for the political situation in the court for many days and had no time to talk to him. He gradually realized that Taiping had begun to enjoy scheming and scheming. The most important thing in her heart was gradually shifting to power. It was the same this time. The purpose of holding a thank you banquet for him was actually to announce the Li family's comeback to the court. He, the protagonist of the banquet, was actually just a prop, and he didn't know all this beforehand. If he hadn't sensed it himself, would Taiping have told him? Those people of the Li family were always a little distant from him. He knew that his previous behavior of going to Wu Sance's banquet must have caused the Li family to hold a grudge against him. But Princess Taiping didn't do anything to help repair the situation during the whole banquet. How could she not see it with her shrewdness? Whether it was intentional or unintentional, or just an instinctive reaction, Taiping seemed to be happy to see the Li family alienate him. Perhaps she hoped that he, who controlled the 1,000 horsemen, would only keep close contact with her. Also, she seemed to have known about the difficulties he encountered in the process of forming the 1,000 horsemen, but she didn't try to intervene. This was very different from her previous approach. As for what he had asked of her, from an objective point of view, perhaps it was indeed more appropriate for the Zhong brothers to take the lead. But what made young Fan uncomfortable was whether Taiping had made the analysis from an objective and rational point of view, or had it been mixed with consideration for her side's interests. Young Fan couldn't help but smile. Xiao Man, RNU, and WNR are different from Taiping after all. This strong-willed princess of Tang will never put the focus of her life on a man. She was just his lover, but even if she became his legitimate wife, this would still not change. The house was impressively in sight. Young Fan put aside his thoughts and hurried to the front of the mansion in a few steps. He jumped off the horse and threw the horsewhip to Ren Wei, as if throwing away the troubles in his heart, and stepped into the gate. Around the screen wall, through the front hall, and just past the central hall, he saw the dog chasing the cat, Sai Rong chasing the dog, and Nyanzu chasing Sai Rong, shouting and running around in the yard. Xiao Man was standing under the grape trellis, chatting with Dao Mai and the third sister, but her eyes were always on the pair of children. Young Fan couldn't help but show a relieved smile on his face. I'm a little childish. Who will put the focus of their life on one person forever? Even if they don't start to pay attention to her career like Taiping, they will slowly shift their focus to their children like Xiaoman. When their children grow up, as parents, they will focus on their grandchildren. When their grandchildren grow up and form their own small families, the old couple will focus on their partners again, snuggling with each other and walking into the sunset. Daddy, Daddy, Xiaobai bullied Xiaohua. As soon as Sai Rong saw young Fan come in, she immediately complained loudly, and even pouted. Before young Fan had time to answer, Nyanzu caught up and complained, Daddy, Daddy, sister bullied Xiaobai. Young Fan laughed heartily and picked them up with each hand. He kissed them on their cheeks and said with a smile, You two mischievous brats, if Daddy didn't guess wrong, it must be ancestor Nyanzu who urged your little white to flirt with big sister's little flower. Big sister got angry and bullied little white, right? Xiaobai was the dog raised by Nyanzu, and Xiaohua was the cat raised by Sai Rong. This was not the first time something like this had happened, so young Fan naturally guessed correctly. Sai Rong replied in a high-pitched tone, as if she was saying, The great lord of the clear sky is indeed a bright and clear mirror hanging high above. She was playing with Xiaohua, and I was playing with her. Nyan Zhu had a bad temper, so he didn't deny it. He just straightened his neck and said angrily, "Anyway, sister hit Xiaobai. Okay, you two can't be naughty anymore. If you bully sister again, I'll let third sister take you to the backyard to play and separate from your sister. Sai Rong, you're the sister, so you have to give in to your younger brother. Look at your younger brother's dirty face, he probably just cried, right?" Although the twin siblings always quarreled with each other, there was never a moment of peace, but they really couldn't bear to separate and play separately. After hearing what Yang Fan said, the two of them didn't say a word. Yang Fan put them down and slapped their butts. She smiled and said, "All right, let's go play together. Little brother, you have to take care of little White. Don't bully little Blossom. Big sister, you have to act like a big sister. Be reasonable with little brother and don't make a fuss." The siblings looked at each other and snorted angrily. The sister picked up her cat, and the brother took his dog, and ran to the side of the flower bed. Xiao Man walked over slowly, and said with a smile, "These two little devils, I can't say anything. Only Lang Jun can control them." Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't look at them just because they're young, they're smart. You know they made a mistake, but you can't bear to beat them. Do you think they're afraid of you?" Xiao Man wrinkled her nose and said in a sweet voice, "Strict father and loving mother. If I worked for you, why would I need you as a father?" The husband and wife chatted for a while, then Xiao Man lowered her voice and said, "There's a guest waiting for you in the study." Yang Fan was startled and blurted out, "Who are you?" Xiao Man said, "Shandong Qinghe." Yang Fan immediately reacted and said with joy, "There's a reply. I'll go see." Yang Fan rushed to the study. Xiao Man seemed to have something to say, but seeing him leave in a hurry, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She shook her head and said with a smile, "This person is still so impatient. Forget it, I won't tell you. Wait for her to tell you herself."